Faster. Go. Faster, harder, higher, go. Faster. Faster, harder, higher, go. Go. Faster. Faster, harder, higher, go. Faster. Faster, harder, higher, go. Faster, harder, higher, go.
I just want you to be more patient because these guys just play contact. So
Okay, Team Secret. We need you guys on the stage now. Come on, let's go.
let's go.
Tara, let's go.
Tara. Let's go.
Red Bull gives you wings.
立ちグループ100周年。私たちは愛する立川にかつてないワクワクや感動に出会う場所を作ってきました。そして今大きな夢の実現に挑戦しています。立川と世界を文化、芸術、スポーツでつなぐ。私たちが愛する立川を世界に愛される都市に。立川と世界をつなぐ立ちグループ。
Red Bull gives you wings.
Oh, Kevin, you're so handsome today.
Yeah, Kevin, let's see how you look. Kevin, let's see how you
Wait,
look.
Kevin, look at the.
Kevin, look forward.
Yo, look at him. Damn. Are you priest or what?
Ladies and gentlemen, we are we are on board for the T1 plane. We are about to lift off. Over. Copy.
Oh, Ben. Can you give me a big smile? What is that? What the is that smile, bro? Smile, bro. Smile. Bro. I'm feeling awkward.
Follow you want the finish, man.
No. I've had enough of smiles now.
How the fist bump gonna be?
What's the style?
Okay.
Or like handshake?
There you go.
You're so big, Lish. You're so big.
You know, if I hit the jeep, you know what happened? Bro?
Yeah, okay, I know what's happening.
Hey, for fun, bro.
Who has the 13-0 spray, yo?
Oh, I forgot to put it on.
No, I put it on.
Did you put it on?
Yeah.
Yeah!
これゲロ待って。
リコンあるわ。
これ入れるわゲロ。だからそれ以外のとこにあれやってこんない？
ウルトラカリーコンでいきたいな。
いくよ。入れた。
나 걸렸다. 와, 이걸 봤네.
얘들아, 이겨줘. 나 독일발 없어.
형, 궁 앞에 내가 써줄게요.
조심하세요.
어제 이래서 갔다.
빨리 빠진다. 치료. 월 하기가解除して.
담덕 끌당.
끌당 샀어. 서봐, 이래, 서봐. 푸는 것만 잡아보. 안 해. 짐 푼다. 이긴 것 같은데?
나이스.
이네, 와이 갑자기 바이퍼 쏘냐, 브로.
아니 왜 안 죽냐?
와, 이 베이.
와, 또 아니 왜 안 죽냐고?
못 쏘니까 안 죽지.
Hey, cypher.
So what here?
Okay, we wait first, okay?
미라디. 어머 미라.
Balik ka.
Ingat B, boys.
Bimin.
KO Bimin.
Di ko lang. Bin.
Planting na, boys.
Listen, someone play here and hold happy hold cross.
One city.
Spike planted.
Good. One more default, boys. Dalawa.
Mama city.
Only left. Go. They have no smoke.
Sapa bash. Planking ah. Ay mo bot. City run. Go.
I check left.
Yeah, I'm holding.
One enemy remaining.
Nice one. What the bro?
3 bullets.
Hirap patay na pag nakatalikod ah. Hot ganun.
Hey, taking me, man. I can help. Can we go in front?
Come.
Wait, I'm stunned. It's close, guys.
One more, confirm.
Need a blind.
Left. Ada. Pull up. Ada.
Shoot. I don't have smoke, eh? Please have CT, boys. Plant close. Playing close.
I think they go wild. They're probably heavy man.
Omen planted.
Coming back bucket.
Yeah, 1B man.
Cypher was the flanker.
Gecko market. Go to CT, sorry.
It's okay. Just keep watching.
Omen side, Omen default.
I'm already side.
Oh, no wall.
Flashing.
Market clear.
To be close right to you.
Take your time. Have baby, boys.
Cypher 1 HP, yeah? Okay, chill. We can have the pick later, fight. It's okay. Wait. 1. Go left, you go left. 1, 2, 3.
One enemy
Go pick now.
remaining.
1 HP, fight.
Nice try. All good, guys. All good. We get equal all the time.
No time.
Nice.
Nice, boys. Good job. Together, boys. Together. Nice.
Ay, 132, man. I stand for people here, bang. What that bang?
Go.
Ready?
Cut niya ito.
They're flood, guys. I can ult you guys.
Yeah, just go back, place.
I'm gonna go rotate flank, guys. I ult you.
いったウルト。よし。頑張って俺。
俺の止まった。
ウルト結構長い。大丈夫。ミッド切れちゃう。Go.
Go. Can you ping?
Yeah, I'm gonna flash one. Flashing now?
Pop already. Mid side, guys.
One enemy remaining.
Alright, go. Boys, come on. Hey, close. Left side. Box lang ah.
Side.
Spike down B.
Doon pa rin. Asa smoke?
Wait lang. Gun out. Holding ako. Wait lang. Check ko lang. Close dead. Pwede ka bumalik. Sige. Kukuha to barrel, boy.
Kukuha sila ba rin?
Tapo ka na.
Minus 30 race.
Smoke ko na lang. Smoke click ko na lang. Sige lang.
Laban lang sa NP yata eh. Smoke splat ka lang eh.
10 seconds left.
Samahan nga kita. Baka nandito. Smoke ko city. Papaelbo nga ako.
Likod!
Dead. Default ako. City sa. Stun ko.
Last player standing.
Nice, let's go boys!
Nakakatakot.
Iko.
They're deep. They're far.
Yeah. Let them come in.
I have to watch alley peek. No, high mid's gap, guys. I gotta pick up high mid.
No, they didn't cross. They didn't cross.
Okay. Sorry.
Can you keep watching Ellie?
Yeah, I'm gonna flash one more time.
What I mean?
Are you guys ready? We can do it.
No, let them come in.
Okay.
He's checking me.
I'm ollie.
I stand there.
I'm watching him. Nice. Last two alley.
Let's go.
Bye, man, bro!
Yo. Nice stacks. Nice. Welcome T1. 다 나왔어. 트랩.
싸워야 돼.
나이스. 아, 세이지 오면. 백사. 세이지 마이너스 50. 스모크. 백사. 둘. 빠진다. 브리치 필.
나 가는 중 기다려.
백사 조심. 종민이 앞에.
백사 오면 있다고?
기다려봐.
One enemy
나
remaining.
혼자 대박게. 나 풀게 그냥.
박스 뒤.
나이스. 우리 막내가 해주는구나.
막내가 미래야.
예.
Well, they're going to spot with the camp at Buzz here. With the oh, that's a quick one. And make it two. Oh, the Marshall is just getting so much value here. Can he do it?
Oh!
Again, a bit of a bait and a switch here on B main. Oh, he's going to re-peek it, and he's out. C2 also. Now they definitely don't check. They definitely don't. Oh, he holds it!
Spike
And all
down.
three go his way. 2G to go. He does have the judge, but yeah, it's just going to be on for the fourth. Looking for the ace. And there is still a minute, so you don't want to green. There it is. Oh, okay, well, you do what you want to do.
Oh, this is their idea to try to pitch onto the operator. Jemkin has his crosshairs trained, the scope's on it, and he's good for one. Repositions with the blade. That's two, he's still safe. And there's the third and the fourth with the right click.
Damage not really going to be found. Flash and Dizzy going to be sent in conjunction with one another, but Van able to find two kills. Darnell and Moore both going to be taken down so far. Cruz the only casualty to swing in around the cove, and Van will be able to find himself a fourth. Now suddenly on for the ace, and he's got it. Yo, hello! The push for it, Mind Freak collects two. Flashback now with a backstab. Stu kills himself, which is the third, does have it. He's got the res as well. That's just he and Foxy. He needs to try to hunt for the kill. Into the corner, looking for the vulnerability, and flashback right back into the game as he looks for the ace, and he has it!
뭐 하는 거지? 몰라.
오늘 진행할 게임 이름은 제로 포인트 데스매치라고 해요.
제로 포인트. 해요?
내가 코치할게요.
아, 내가 코치해야 될 것 같아. DRS는 제가 코치할게요. 제가 코치할게요. 제가 코치할게요.
형 뭐 할래?
니 하고 싶은 거야?
나 상관없어.
나 선수에 거기 앉아 있으니까. 그래. Let's go.
김밥도 쉬워 보이고 육상 선수도 좀 쉬워 보이긴 하거든요.
형은 게임 안 하니까 이렇게 말하는데
조금만큼 쉬운 게 어딨어 지금.
쌍둥이, 양손잡이.
큰일 날 소리 안 해 또. 그려볼게요. 범죄가 나왔으면 좋겠어.
나도.
김밥이다, 김밥.
김밥인가 보네. 배고파. 다 안 먹었어? 야, 우리가 이겼다.
형, 우린 졌어.
나도 그렇게 생각해.
아, 그거 준비 언제 되나요?
저희는 준비됐습니다.
준비됐습니다.
너희는 이제 큰일 났어.
상하이 경치가 좋더라고요.
저기요. 이거는 응?
Deathmatch.
저기 버키네?
똑같네.
아니 그쪽도 마피아?
네, 시작하세요.
아 잠깐 타임. 제시작.
나와.
사플 했잖아. 사플 미리 왔네.
쟤는 너 위시 볼 거야. 뭔지 알지?
저기 사플 한다 지금. 저기 사플 한다.
What's up?
이제부터 도망 못 하냐? 지금 끝까지 도망가.
너 혹시 발로란트 처음 하니? 너 무빙이 왜 이래?
아니, 어려워. 안 보여.
맵은 보이잖아. 이 캐릭터 손이나 이건 다 보이잖아.
이거 봐봐.
너 왜 무빙까지 처음으로 들어간 거야? 저쪽 지금 사플 하잖아.
뭔 사플이야. 되돌아보는데 지금.
사플 하네.
아, 좀 뛰어라, 좀.
쌀.
종일 뛰고 있는데.
어딘데?
미안!
아니야. 저거 브라핑 형.
뻔해.
뻔한데 입장했어.
민혁아 다 보인다.
없는데?
민혁 다 보인다.
근데가 어디 쪽에 있는데?
뒤에.
우리 뒤에.
진짜
미안해. 내 미안해.
easy bro.
아니 민혁이 조준선 없이 하니까 그냥.
뭔 택티컬이야 형. 졌어.
우리 항복하는 게 어때?
아니, 형.
우리 취해지지 말자고.
버키 0히트야 0히트.
아니 조준선만 없앴는데 왜 게임 센스가 0이 됐냐고 지금.
근데도 안 맞긴 했어, 여태까지.
시원하게 칼빵으로 가자.
버키를 안 써요.
너 혹시 발로란트 2시간밖에 안 해봤니?
샷건을 안 써요, 샷건을.
이렇게 돼갖고 쏘면 될 거 아니야.
그래?
왜 쏘지도 않냐고.
아니, 썼어.
저희 준비했습니다. 다시 시작합니다.
예. 우리 1킬만 해볼까? 혹시 거기 힐팩 드셨나요?
아니요 저희 안 맞았다니까 한 대도 지금까지.
형, 0히트라니까. 진짜 0히트라니까.
너 그 자랑이야?
걷지 좀 마라 좀. 아니 나 뛰고 있는데.
뭘 뛰고 있어? 발소리가 안 들리는데.
저쪽이 걷고 있다는 소리야 지금.
우리는 움직이지 않고 있어 미안한데.
와. 내가 죽었던 곳. 어딨죠? 제발 한 대만.
가까이서 한 방. 가까이서 왼쪽 클릭.
한 대 맞췄어. 맞췄다고. 죽었어. 우와! 안 돼! 빨리 올라가서 먹어. 지금 위로 가. 제발. 안 돼, 죽이지 마세요. 나이스. 마모.
아니야, 우린 1점 땄어. 1점 땄으면 된 거야.
저 마코 선수가 하면 어떨지 궁금하지 않아요?
그쵸? 답답하면 니들이 뛰던가 딱 해야죠. 좋습니다. 너무 좋아요.
보여줘야지 또. 또 신내 있는 사람이 좀 해줘야지 이제 그렇구나 하고 이제 받아들이지.
예?
준비됐나요 거기?
네, 저희는 뭐 준비했습니다.
혹시 누가 하고 있죠?
제가 하고 있습니다.
중구택 씨 가야 되는 거 아니에요?
아니죠. 전 답답하지 않다니까요.
여기는 완벽했기 때문에.
아니 이 낙대 많은 사람이 이 훈수
가? 죽여? 그럼 네 얘기일 거 아니야 왼쪽 클릭하면. 나 못 할 것 같아.
할 수 있어.
피가 없어.
아니 할 수.
나 할 수 없어.
아니 할 수 있어.
난 할 수 없어.
아니 방금 로프 탔어 저기.
나 계단에 있어. 왼쪽 클릭? 낙댐 받아도 이기잖아.
It was pretty easy. 아휴, 주택이 형이랑은 낙서하기 싫은데. 그쪽은 저도 하기 싫어요.
수고하셨습니다. 수고하셨습니다. 수고하셨습니다.
나 저 안 합니다. 가. 안 갑니다.
뭐 하냐고.
Week 3 continues here at VCT Pacific, live from the COEX Shinhan Card Artium. 2 more matches for you guys today, and we get closer and closer to locking in officially our playoffs teams. What's up, guys? I'm Mika Fabs, and I am here with William and Achilles. What's up, gentlemen? It's quite a rainy weekend.
Yeah, we had a huge downpour last night, but thankfully today it's cleared up just a bit while we're inside.
I was caught right in the middle of that last night, actually, literally.
How was that? How was your first downpour in Korea?
It was a bit fun.
Yeah?
Yeah, not too bad. A bit fun, I would say. Why are you looking at me like that's a weird thing?
No, I don't know. I was just thinking, pina coladas getting caught in the rain, that kind of thing.
Exactly. I do love pina coladas.
Well, there you have it. But yeah, we're getting into that summer season in Korea, which means that rainfall comes along with it. So it's going to be plenty more of that, so get used to it.
That's a bit ironic. That is a bit ironic. But of course, a few more weeks to go, and we are getting closer to our finals week. And I do think that tickets are available right now. Our ticket sales will open rather really soon. That will be tomorrow. So do get yourselves ready.
Yeah, I'm on it. Yeah, I mean, if you want to get these, you're gonna have to be fast because like all the playoff ones too, they're almost all sold out, even though we don't know the matchups yet. So people are making sure that they can be there for one of the biggest matches that we're gonna have this year at Pacific. So make sure you have that time. Make sure you run it through Google, for your time zones.
Set a calendar.
Yeah, there you go.
Set a notification. Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
Use your tools.
Exactly. Wake up early if you have to. I think we've all been there at some point in our lives
stay
for
up
various
late.
things.
Yeah.
Or stay up late. Exactly. Depending on where you might be coming from.
TLDR, get the tickets.
Yes.
There you go.
I agree. That should be a reminder, actually, straight from Achilles. And speaking of which, we do have 6 slots to playoffs, and look at that, 5 of them are already locked in. And I think surely everybody is saying that this should be a Gen G? Question mark?
I mean, you know, they say that they're currently the best team in the world, but I don't see them locked in for playoffs. So I don't know who to believe, quite frankly. The numbers tell me otherwise. Yes, they should be favored. Obviously, they had a break last week, and they will be playing later on today. And, you know, as soon as they win that, they should be in very good position to lock themselves into the playoffs.
Yeah, just need the 2 victories to be able to make that happen. For the likes of GE, T1, Zeta, they are all preying on the downfall of Gen G in that second series. They need them to lose that one to keep their hopes alive, T1 and Zeta especially. GE, though, depending on how things go in the first series, might be in with a pinch.
Right. So a lot of things are, you know, dependent on this, and Bleed, you know, has a lot of pressure on them right now because a lot of teams are like, hey, maybe do us a favor today or something. But of course, all of these matches still, you know, you still do accumulate those championship points, which could matter at the very end of things.
Yeah, I mean, listen, and at the very end of the day, you don't have too many chances to be able to play on the big stage here at Pacific, so obviously you want to make the most of whatever you can get. Now, all things considered, Gen G should be fairly safe for champions at the very least because they do have a lot of points, although, you know, obviously you can have some weird scenarios happen as well.
They're basically a lock.
Yes.
So, you know, if they drop this match today, I don't think that they're going to be concerned about champs. I think they're going to be more concerned with their gameplay.
Yes.
And,
yes.
you know, how things are going to look when they do get over to champions. But yeah, they're in a very strong spot. They and Paper Rex have just been racking them up, obviously, because they've been the ones, you know, taking the win over in Shanghai, taking the wins here in Pacific. So they've been accumulating quite a many few. DRX, though, also nipping at their heels, but now Talent is catching up as well as RQ.
Yeah, and Team Secret, right? And
yes.
I think that's the really crazy part is that, I mean, if depending on how they do in playoffs, obviously the points could be how maybe one of these teams makes it to Champion Seoul.
For sure.
So your remaining matches, you might be locked in for playoffs, but you got to make sure you're getting any steps you can ahead of your opponents.
Exactly. That 4th, 5th, and 6th place is going to get really, really interesting in the days to come, right? And it could be, it's interesting because it could be any one of them at this point in time. So, yeah, we do have to stay tuned for that. That's going to be really exciting, especially since, like, you know, these teams have shown massive improvement, especially at the start of Stage 2.
Yeah, I would say all three, especially from 4th or 6th right now, have been a very steady improvement. I would say maybe Team Secret a bit of a bigger leap than the other two. I think the other two have been a bit steadier throughout the whole year. But yeah, Stage 2, they're adjusting pretty well to the meta. They're finding out their own styles, right? They're not just copying someone else. I think that's great to see.
Yeah, I mean, I think for Secret, it's more impressive just given the overarching changes, dropping a coach, having Dummy come in who, you know, first time here in Pacific, you know, being in that tier 1 position, and has seemingly really risen to the occasion, much like Wild Oreo as well as 2G.
Yeah, they're an example of how, you know, major changes like this actually paid off for teams, because sometimes it doesn't pay off a lot, and we'll see that actually in the matches to come, right? Because you have like a lot of teams that have major changes and it didn't exactly pan out just yet or in this short span of time, right? But speaking of changes, of course, we do have a lot of big ones in our game itself, and because of these changes on the recent patch, we have Neon front and center for a lot of these teams as their duelist of choice these days.
Yeah, I mean, these are some big changes for the players' hairstyles going on over
I love it.
all three of them.
It's so fabulous.
I am going to say that I think Governor pulls it off pretty well, actually. Maybe that's why he's been playing it so much, 3 times so far. Very, very high averages on the scoreline as well. I mean, you can just tell he's comfortable. You can tell why head coach Frost liked him on the Neon, why he was so ready to show off Governor's Neon more and more, especially now with the patch. But the real question is it these players or is the Neon just really strong? I mean, I would say the Neon is strong, but I think
it's both.
Yeah, it's probably a mix of both.
Yeah, a little bit of both. I mean, Monette surprisingly didn't get to see him play it yesterday. I was expecting him to actually pull that out, considering that he did look very, very strong on him. You see, he played it once, 292 on the ACS. It was a dominant performance from him, but opted to move over to, you know, playing that Omen once again, playing the Raze on the opening map of Split. So we'll have to wait a little bit longer to see more of that from him. But, I mean, with Polvi getting ready to play today, I'm anticipating it's basically going to be nothing but Neon.
Yeah, Polvi looked very comfortable on the Neon. More than anything, I think he seemed very confident to make those decisions when he wanted to overextend and when to not do it, right? That was one of the things there was some criticism for, but he seemed a lot more on pace with the rest of the team when he was playing that Neon. So looking forward to seeing that show up again today.
It suits his style. And, you know, look at him. I think, though, with this hairstyle, I would have bought it more if maybe his, like, you know, his stash was blue as well.
Oh, they had to dye that as well.
You know,
and then it would have gone well with the jersey, and you know, it all would have worked out.
You got to go with a full Neon, right? I do think Governor looks very comfortable, though, in the photo and, of course, in his playstyle as well. But looking over here, we do have our top operators kills right now. We do have Saya player on top here.
This isn't too surprising. Saya, even last year, was always hovering near the top. Yeah, I mean, the guy likes to get the operator in his hands. When he does, he's usually going to be good at least for a kill, if not 2 in a round. I mean, we saw it was Saya and Depp, I believe, battling for those top 2 positions in VCT Pacific last season. But Saya player, I mean, he's been playing up nonstop. Now he's been pivoted over to really being a bit of a chamber merchant for the side of T1. And of course, it just comes with more operator kills in your hands. I'm not sure if we're counting rendezvous. If we are, then tour de forces. I used to be a chambermain. I know these abilities. Come on now, brain, work with me. Either way, if we are, yeah, of course he's going to be way out in front.
Yeah, and they've really been making sure they can buy him the operators as well, right?
Yes.
So that's been the focus. But to me, my eyes go to Devi. I mean, if you've been following Devi and Paper X, you know that he's a good opper, but you also know that he's usually not the main opper on this team because there's so many of them that are good with it. But just now in Stage 2, they've really been feeding him these operators, making sure that he's the one who's anchoring at long range so that something can be a bit more mobile. And, I mean, he's right up there in the top 5, taking his spot just across the board.
And I got to ask Alex about this the other day, and I said, like, oh, where did that come from? And basically, he was just like, oh, Devi just said they want to use the op, so we just said, okay, you go ahead and Ilya, use a Vandal.
Classic Paper X.
It's just Devi was feeling it. He said, yeah, just give me the operator. They did, and it pays off.
Perhaps it comes to this, like, the stance where he, like, leans back.
Yeah.
And, like, maybe it's like, okay, I can aim better with the op. Like, when I do this, perhaps that gives him superpowers as well.
Maybe. Just kind of distance yourself because you're already zoomed in, right, with the scope. Maybe
Yeah.
That's
It's forced perspective in real life, right? But
Uncle OP.
Uncle OP. And I think that, Jeremy, as we mentioned before, that, like, he's really been stepping up as well. Sure. He lands in second there. That's a big surprise. But of course, going over to Saya player, he will be playing in just a bit. So we're gonna see what our 2 teams are up to, T1 and GE, as we send it over to Jen for our arrival interviews.
Izu. You guys really need to win today to keep your playoff dreams alive. So what's your mindset going up against GE today?
Maybe it's only GE. No worried.
Okay. Not worried.
Yeah. Fighting Bleed.
You need Bleed to win too. Okay. Good luck. Hello, Blaze King. Now today will be do or die for you. You guys need to win this one, and then you need Genji to lose, and then you need to beat Genji in the upcoming match against them. Now T1, Izu actually said, oh, GE, it's only GE, no worries for T1 today. Anything you want to say to them?
I don't know. Like, we just gonna beat them and then beat Genji and then qualify to playoff.
Yeah. You guys won more matches than them, so yeah.
Yep.
I feel that it was a missed opportunity to fire it back and say it's only T1. But
Blaze King's taking the higher road, right? He's like, well, I'll show you in game. I like that from Blaze King. Also, I just want to clarify, there's a lot of people that are confused about like T1's playoff chances. They're like, well, the head-to-head to Gen G, they can't possibly win. There's a weird world where there can be a 4-way tie, at which point the head-to-head's not going to matter because that only really counts up to the 3-way tie. So it could happen.
And I'm a little bit concerned for Izu because something tells me they had a very similar approach to the game versus DFM. And that did not go their way. So if you want to just shrug off a team,
true.
That's when you better put your money where your mouth is.
I'm pretty sure that a lot of people are clipping that and saving it and perhaps preparing a few social media posts for like if it goes well or if it doesn't. Because those words, it's only GE. That could be very, very differently depending on how this series goes.
Yeah, I mean, listen, he obviously joked about, Bleed needs to be able to beat Gen G as well, et cetera, but you have to win your first match against GE. And yeah, here you go. Here's all the scenarios, which is crazy, but both of them basically also have to rely on Gen G losing. So right now, they're just giving it their all. That's what matters for now. And then you sit back and watch match number 2 today.
Yeah, I mean, the pressure is on. The window of opportunity for all of these other squads that aren't Gen G has been narrowing. I mean, we already saw 2 more teams eliminated from playoff contention just yesterday, and it could very well be the case happening again here today if these teams cannot get their win. So for Global, needing to have this win, needing to look dominant, needing to get some momentum, some wind in their sails ahead of that match against Gen G, as well as just preying on their downfall.
Yeah, I mean, because here's the thing is that GE has a better chance of actually having their own destiny in their own hands, right? T1 is basically, it's out of their hands no matter what. Of course, you just have to meet the minimum requirement of winning your matches. But GE, there is a world where, you know, if they win today and, you know, Gen G already loses today, they have a good shot, or, you know, maybe they're able to still take down Gen G, whatever it might be, even if you lose. So GE has a little bit more room, which is maybe going to make them a bit more relaxed. I mean, who knows?
I mean, it's easy to hold T1 up to such, you know, really high standards, right? Because they have the pedigree, because they did qualify for champs last year as well. They went to Shanghai. However, you do have a team that went through many major changes, right? And it was like, you know, it was very recent changes as well. You know, you do switch out an IGL. You do have, and moving over to Xcurate, and then you have Stacks coming into the roster as well. These are things that sometimes need to simmer a little bit. You can't expect results in a few weeks.
No, they really do, and I think that one of the biggest things that was damning for T1 coming into Stage 2 was just the schedule off the rip. I mean, you have your first debut match with Stacks in the lineup, and who are you going to play against? Rex. Yeah, so like, it's really unfortunate just the way that all shook out, because I think overall, you know, obviously the move to get Stacks is a good one. He is now being unlocked a little bit more to continue to play Flash Initiator, set up for his teammates, but also focus on his own fragging, which he has been putting on display for the most part. I mean, we have that you know, that breach ace that he was able to get in the first series. So I think overall a positive move in a positive direction for T1, but things are just so dire because everything prior to that was not great. You had to go up against Paper X right off the rip, so it becomes a tough road.
Yeah, and I think, you know, we can talk all we want about Stacks, etc. He seems to be getting comfortable, especially now that he's not the primary IGL, etc. But the key players that we have on the screen, that's where my eyes go, because Povey, of course, it's for obvious reason. He's a primary duelist. He's the one, whenever he does pop off, he's able to actually create a lot of space for GE, which they could make use of. But on the side of T1, okay, maybe they're pivoting to Izu on that primary duelist. I personally like that. But at the end of the day, it's still very clear that the game plan relies on Saya popping off, getting that operator into his hands, getting into a position where he can duel. So I'm wondering, how do you make that work if you're not able to force a chamber on every map?
Just quickly backtrack. I'm a dummy.
It was
versus Gen G.
Yeah.
Sorry. Other
team. Put you on the spot.
No, please call me out when I'm being stupid. But yeah, just had the revelation, had to double check it.
Yeah, but you know, regardless, I feel like, you know, this series, it's gonna lean heavily, as you mentioned, on the key players, right? Because you do have Saya player who was up there with the op kills, and then you have Povey who's now really embodying the Neon, as we mentioned earlier, right? And Spin did mention as well, you know, I believe in the press conference that they really are loving this Neon. They like how it feels for the team. It looks very, very well. What are our maps going to be, and is that Neon gonna come out on that? Because Spin did mention as well that they haven't, you know, shown all of the cards that they have in their hand.
Yeah, I'm sure they haven't, and I would hope they haven't, and that's going to be a big question mark for T1, right? How do you try to maybe ban out the maps where the Neon's going to be potentially comfortable, etc.? Oh, Rossi taking a new position. He's been having some fun on social media here and there.
And he has. Now moving in, going in for the map draft, and then he's going to be coming for our jobs.
There you go, yep. That's just step by step.
I think he's a caster all of a sudden.
It would be interesting to see where he ends up in the, you know, the next few weeks. He's making his rounds all the way in VCT Pacific. But yeah, we're seeing our first bans over here. We're banning Bind, and we're banning Sunset as well. First map is going to be Icebox. G's pick, I think it's quite good for them.
I mean, yes, but this is also a very good map for T1 for the most part.
Well, yes, generally it is. Obviously, also Stacks plays really well on this, but the ISO comp, they didn't pilot it that well, right? As soon as their opponents were ready for the ISO, you saw that they didn't really have a second line of ideas, so I'm wondering, did T1 fix that, and also is GE just relying on the same composition, the same plays coming out?
Yeah, we'll have to see if there's going to be any further development, but I mean, this was a map that, I mean, obviously T1 fried on when they were over at Shanghai, but then also played a very close set versus Secret, with that one going 14-12 over to Secret's way. So I think they're still going to be well versed, but the Lotus pick is no surprise whatsoever. And with Haven banned out, T1 seemingly still wanting some more time to try to prepare that map. It's going to be Ascent as the finisher, and this is where T1 did get run like a buck by DFM, so if the prep is good from GE, maybe they could just get this one done. But overall, I feel like T1 are in a pretty good spot here.
Yeah, I would say that probably the Icebox pick is the biggest question mark or the biggest surprise. Not because GE's not good on it. It's actually GE's best map, I would say. And this is where we saw Lightning Fast just absolutely going on a run whenever he was on that battle stage. However, now does the comp change? Are they still finding ways to maybe sneak in the Neon on here? I mean, what's it going to look like? And again, my biggest kind of worry for GE is, are you relying maybe too much on T1 showing some weaknesses with the ISO, being a little bit over-reliant on the ISO? Because I could totally see T1 maybe not even playing the ISO at all today.
Yeah, I don't think that they're going to be sticking with it, given that we are on 9.0. I think that this is something that a lot of teams are maybe going to look to stray away from, unless they have really good set executes ready for it, even with, you know, the more limited time to be able to get that double tap shield up.
And that's my question for this match as well, right? T1, as we mentioned, they're going through a lot of changes. They have some composition changes as well, whereas GE, this composition, this team has had time to percolate, right? So how is that going to factor in? You have stability on one side, and you have T1 that is still possibly grasping as we enter these last few weeks of stage 1, right? They're granted, they are still T1, right? They are still only T1 in that sense, but again, is this the Eureka moment in a sense?
Well, I think my biggest question is GE looked very comfortable last week when they were playing against Bleed, right? And I think a big part of that was that their calls were really coming together and their teamwork was really on point. It doesn't matter if their opponents were weak or strong, because in the past, even against weaker opponents, they would start to falter a little bit. So if you can keep that consistency, I would actually say on a teamwork level, GE might have the edge, considering that T1 is a star-studded lineup, but like you mentioned, Mika, they're still going through a lot of changes.
Yeah, I think the biggest glow up that we saw from GE was Benkai, just going from, you know, that opening week of being back as the IGL, being caught with util in hand constantly, the drone mistakes on Ascent with that Sova, etc., to just absolutely pounding. It was just like this complete night and day shift from Benkai, and it was like, wow, I'm seeing like classic, you know, PRX 2022 Benkai with this guy coming out here and fragging, and it looks really, really good. If he's going to be able to have that performance, one of the things that we've talked about ad nauseum since last year, since SK Rossi was one of the ones who actually brought it up, was when you have an IGL that is leading the charge and fragging, it really inspires the rest of the team. So if Benkai's going to be able to have that today, then perhaps for GE, they can, you know, continue to step up from the rest of the players.
And on that note, let's bring up our predictions for this series. I believe we're quite split here. Even on the panel, we are quite split here.
I'm surprised that we're so split because I'll just go ahead and say it. I do think that if GE won, it should be considered an upset just because of how the teams have been playing, right? What their games have looked like overall and the successes that they found. Although GE actually has a better record, I would say that T1's peaks have been higher throughout the year. However, I think it's a very likely upset, again, because it goes back to the whole teamwork thing. I'm just looking forward to a GE that's finally kind of shaken that monkey off their back where they weren't able to ever perform up to the level of their scrims. I feel like they might have unlocked that.
The big thing for me, I think that T1, I think that they just, across the board, have like really good firepower, and I think that they're going to look to go out on a high note, but also keep themselves, you know, in theory, in contention for making that playoff spot. I think that this is going to be a game that they throw absolutely everything at. Now, the other thing that I have to consider now is that Rossi was there for the map draft.
Yes.
Which is not something that he's done. That's usually Carpe.
Yep.
So does that mean that there's going to be a change in the starting lineup coming into the series today? And right now I'm running through my mind and iterating on it. Does that change my prediction?
Yeah, that's a good question, right? Because they did hint when they picked up Stacks that it might just be a rotation of the rosters. So are they going through more iterations?
Potentially, but we'll save those questions about T1 for a little bit later as we do have a special guest joining us on the desk. We have a Spin from GE over here. Hey, Spin. Thank you so much for joining us. You may
welcome.
Take custody of the talking Tactibear over there on the couch. Welcome. So, a few questions for you. First off, I mean, you know, there are only 2 matches left for GE. It's a bit of a difficult position to be in, so I'm really wondering, how is the team taking this all in? How are they coping with the pressure? And, you know, just really keeping their minds set on each series, each game.
Honestly, I don't think there's a real way to do it. You just think of the next game. Like, it's a pretty straightforward thing to say, but I really don't think anyone in the team is thinking that much ahead about like the potential scenarios and whatever. If we win the next 2 games and then we don't make it to playoffs, that would obviously suck, but we'd have finished with a good record and we'll be kind of happy with our performance. And we've done what we can in this split.
Okay, I do want to ask a little bit about the overall team environment, because something that we've heard you talk about and something I think a lot of us have noticed is that GE surely is playing better in their prep, in their scrims, because the ideas look good, but the execution used to falter a little bit on stage. That's something you've mentioned before in press conferences as well. But I'm thinking that maybe this was a bit unlocked now, finally, in last week's matches. You guys looked a lot more comfortable in the server. Would you agree? And what do you think caused that change for that comfort?
Absolutely, I agree. It was our best performance so far in the season. I think a lot of people would have still had Bleed as the favourites in that game, and we just showed that there was no reason for that, really. I think we performed very, very well. Yeah, we've had some struggles coming into the first game. So early on in the first split, we really struggled. Had a very slow start, lost the first 3 games, and then losing the first game against Secret in this split was a real shame. But I think we picked it up quickly. But it's just unfortunate we couldn't really come in with that kind of momentum. So we built a bit now. Obviously, we have 2 to win. So winning this game gives us more momentum, and then obviously you play the final bosses after that.
Well, to zoom in a little bit on the changes from the first week into last week, one of the big, I think the starkest difference that we saw was Benkai, because off the rip, struggling a little bit, moving back into an IGL position, being mistimed a bit with some of his util. What did you say to him in that downtime when you were getting ready for second week to make him just go off, because he was absolutely cooking in that second series?
I'm not sure I can go into it too much, but
sure.
But essentially, he just felt like his confidence wasn't there yet. Like he wasn't feeling quite sure of himself. So we had a talk about that, and I basically said to him that the main thing he needed to do was just talk a lot. And then as soon as he started doing that in the scrims, the results started getting better. The performance of everybody else started getting better, and then his own performance started getting better. And I said to him, when you talk a lot, you tend to frag. So just do that, and it worked out.
Kind of counterintuitive to a lot of people, I would say, but it's interesting. I think that just also goes to show that obviously you have to know your players very well. You have to know the patterns. I do have one more follow-up question about today specifically. We saw you guys picking the Icebox. Obviously, you can't go in depth, but I just want to know, is this more because of your strength and confidence in Icebox, or is it because of what you saw from T1's Icebox?
It's definitely our confidence.
Okay.
So we've always kind of had that as a strategy, I suppose, in the vetoes, that we always want to just pick the map that we feel best on. We've actually changed our strategy going into these last couple of games and just gone for the first map, gone for Team A, even if we win the coin toss, which is usually teams go for Team B, the veto advantage. But we felt like going into a strong map first, we tend to perform better, so we're aiming to do that.
Well, I think that, what you mentioned, confidence, really inspiring your players, it's really been working well as we've been seeing the improvements coming for the whole team, right? I think we do have a question from our audience, so if we can bring it up, let's see, what's this? How much of G's potential has been displayed on stage, and would it actually work against top-tier teams? What do you think about that?
I think the way we played last week, if we played that well every game, I think we can beat anybody on stage. I think it depends, right? Some teams might have a higher peak, you could argue, and so if they perform at their best, maybe you don't win. But I think bringing that best performance puts us in the best position to win. I think if we play like that today, we win, 100%.
Okay, so basically what we're gathering from this is you're very, very satisfied with the performance of the players on stage last week.
Absolutely, yeah. I think we've performed our best. We could have been a little bit tidier.
Sure.
We could have finished, 13-3 or whatever, but 2 clean wins. And the comms were great. The way that the guys were playing and the way they were speaking to each other was really great. So yeah, happy with that performance for sure.
I do have one final question before we send you off. I'm wondering, as we mentioned last week, it was quite a big high point for GE. Do you feel that this team has, reached that kind of point where it's like that aha or eureka moment that this roster has finally done, has finally come together rather? Was that moment, or you feel like it's still coming?
That's definitely been the case in scrims. So over the past 3 to 4 weeks, I'd say, we've really started to hit our stride, and we're playing the best VALORANT we ever have. So that's obviously great. Converting it on stage isn't always easy, and today we've got a big audience, so it's difficult, but yeah, we're able to perform at that level for sure.
I got a final quick one, if I could squeeze this in. There's obviously been, the changes in the team itself, Benkai moving over to IGL, etc. But you yourself have had some changes, and I'm curious, across 2024 thus far, have you been changing your hairstyle and your facial hair to try to find the lucky buff? Because we all know about the bald buff. Have you just been going through different iterations to figure out which one is going to be giving the team the best chance to win?
Honestly, when you have a hairline like mine, you don't really have a lot of choice, so you kind of have one of 2 options. So I've just gone for this one for now, and then when I get bored of that, I'll go back to bald, and then we'll see after that.
At least you opted for hair. Clinton, he
Hey,
just keeps it
not
that
a lot of people can pull this off.
No, honestly,
yeah, you're rocking it. You're rocking
I love it.
I say
Well,
keep
thank
it.
you.
Yeah, I say keep it. Well, Spin, thank you so much. Good luck out there. The
Best of
guys are
luck.
looking good, and we hope
luck.
that momentum continues. right. Thank you very much. Well, I think it's good to know that GE, are really having that upward trajectory, so to say, because, you mentioned the confidence and everything. It's also the individual players. They are feeling like they've really found that sort of home where they can really improve from there, or that foundation, rather, that they can really build on.
Yeah, and I'm just happy to hear Spin talk so positively and happily and with hope about the team, right? Because so much of it used to just be kind of frustration, not about his players, but just overall the team, because they all knew they could be doing better, and they just couldn't translate it on stage. So now that they've finally done that, once more, it seems like Spin's a lot more comfortable.
Yeah, it was good to hear that there was, at long last, that satisfaction, that feeling of okay, we have put what we are capable of on display on stage. So very good, and I'm just hoping that does continue. I'm hoping that the series ends up being a banger.
Yeah, and I feel like, as you brought up, with a hairstyle like that, I feel like, you have a pretty kick-ass coach cheering on your players.
No, true. Like you said, not many people can pull that off. It looks good on him.
Right?
I have all the respect.
I can't name any other esports people with that kind of hairstyle, right? It's very, very, you can count them on your fingers. So it's very limited indeed. But again, this is quite a big one for GE. This is, I feel like, their test. As Spin mentioned, if they do bring out the GE that we've been hearing about in scrims, then perhaps this is that moment for GE. Might be a bit too late in the season, but still it's a GE that will be proud to end stage 2 with.
I think that's something that a lot of people often forget, because we get caught up in the week to week. I mean, both as players, but also as fans and viewers, where we're just looking at week to week and just talking about playoff chances and do they make it? And if they don't, well, then it's champions and then your year is over. Like, what do you do? But also, you have to recognize that all of these teams are kind of in for the long run in VCT, right? You're always trying to build up one more set until you get to a trophy. And so, as long as you can find one more step above that you can find your footing on, I think that's a pretty good look for GE.
No, I completely agree. And I think that if this ends up being something that's a much more long-term project and you're continuously working with this core of 5, it is just going to keep getting better and better. It's been rough at the start, but a solid finish would still be incredibly good for them. Being able to make that run, to have the chance to go into the playoffs already, I think is a lot better than we would have anticipated given how things had begun at the start of the year.
And this, I would say the same for T1. If this iteration of T1 is going to be that, that reset, that foundation, then I would say that, how they are right now shouldn't be that much of a surprise. Perhaps they're still finding that groove, but you're looking at me I'm suspicious of you, Mika.
You say this iteration. Which iteration are we talking about?
We're talking about the one where X-Spirit was in the IGL.
With Stacks
with
playing.
Stacks and with Rossi as, the assistant coach, I think.
Okay, but is Carpe playing, or is it Rossi?
With Carpe playing, and with Stacks, not IGL, but X-Spirit, and pretty much.
It's confusing.
Is it the one where Data's doing the interviews, or where is the
Oh, yeah, that's actually a good question, too.
There's a couple different ones we can
And then who's talking in the timeouts?
Right.
Is it Data?
Everybody's a flex on T1, essentially.
True,
but, yes,
true. Which could be a pro, but so far we haven't been convinced, so hopefully they can prove a bit more to us today.
Hopefully that's so. Both teams are looking to do exactly that. As we kick off our matches for today, it's going to be T1 versus GE up first as we send it to the stage.
Global Esports.
Undefeated, that's why they call me undisputed. I'm ranking up another season. I've been up on my stats. Now would you look at that? Undefeated, locked and loaded. We about to blow. Caught him with that left, I leave him tapped out on the floor. Sounding itchy, sticky, swishy, watch me bank a score. Up in the boat.
Kicking off our first series of the day, it's T1 and GE, two teams that are looking to end the season strong. No matter what the standings might say, no matter what, you still want to win. There are still points on the line, and of course, the massive fan bases for both of these teams.
I mean, Global, you can see there at the bottom of the screen, need this victory, then also need to take down Genji, or pray that Genji fall in both their series, but we are asking the question, and now we have it answered. Carpe is on stage. Rossi on the bench for this series.
Wow.
That is a big surprise.
That's a huge surprise just because Rossi seemed to be one of the most consistent players for T1, both in terms of just the frags, the comms, whenever you see the replays, whatever it could be.
But also the attitude.
Yes, exactly. But at the same time, once Carpe wasn't IGLing anymore, he was putting up some great numbers. He was really finding space and the timings to support his teammates. So I will say that Stax and Rossi probably have the most overlap in their strongest agent pool. So overall, I think the comps should be fine, but I'm curious to see, are there changes on Icebox? You know, is it still going to be the ISO? Those are the big questions for me.
Yeah, I feel like, again, this iteration of T1 is yet another one that we have to start from, especially since Rossi, hey, that explains his earlier post, I believe, on Twitter, where he just tweeted a picture of a bench. Now we know exactly why. It was a bit of a teaser for what we're seeing right now. But is this GE prepared for this kind of T1 is going to be my big question.
Yeah, I mean, I think GE is probably just not going to care, right, who was on that stage, because comms shouldn't be affected too much. You prepped for it. You prepped your own game, as Spin said. I would love to see GE focus on that. Meanwhile, over on T1, let's see how the comms are now with this new version. We haven't seen this version.
No, we haven't, but we have seen T1 catching other teams off guard when they have made changes to the roster. When Xcure first moved into that IGL position, teams are caught off guard by their aggression. Does that happen again today?
Well, all of our questions will be answered as we step into this series. Let's kick it off with Paper Thin and Aserai.
Thank you so much, panel. Again, my name is Aserai. With me now is Paper Thin, and we are about to begin with this grueling, very, very important and so many stakes match between T1 and Global Esports.
Yeah, it is a must-win because, yes, you still have to rely on what happens with Gen G later, but you might as well try and get this win here and at least keep your chances alive, keep your hopes alive. Two teams who I think in my mind are pretty evenly matched right now in terms of their relative strength. Yeah, Carpe coming in is a bit of a surprise to me. Yeah. I mean, who knows exactly what the reasoning is behind that. It could just be a map-dependent thing where they need him to play a certain age and a certain role, and there is a bit of a change as well. So Izu over to the Jet. You're going to keep Saya player on the Chamber, but we are going to move away from that ISO. Tried it last week. You know, it almost worked against Team Secret. They took him to overtime on it.
Yeah, true. I think the only real issue there was Izu didn't really have any means to get access into the back of the site without just, you know, running in and hoping for a big contact. And you can't usually do that against teams like Team Secret, and maybe against Global Esports, it's not really the best thing. Another thing that I also wanted to point it out was Carpe. This is the first time we're seeing him back in T1 after a month. So the last time that he played with the team was back in Masters Shanghai. So it's been a while since Carpe has played a game. I mean, sure, it's a month, but in Valorant competitive time, that's a pretty long. That's a pretty long time.
That's an eternity.
Yeah,
especially with the condensed format this year. Like everything happens so fast. So certainly, really curious to see him piloting that Gecko. How that's going to look as we're jumping into Icebox for our first map. I'm very, very curious. I mean, another thing that just as like a broader picture perspective for these two teams, other than, you know, this is a must-win moment for them, but like the map pool is so similar, like in terms of what they like to play, what they're good at. So really kind of curious how this is all going to work out. I mean, with Global, you know, a very similar setup to what they've run before. They haven't played an Icebox in a little while, but yeah, they were very good on it for the most part. They were beating teams like RRQ, Zeta, etc. So they're no slouches at all. They're just going to leave Saya player all the way in spawn while they've got a 4-man push towards B, trying to take advantage of this weak side setup. Meanwhile, GE had like 3 players stacked up in a corner there, trying to mimic the old, I don't know if they're setting up like a tower like we saw with 100 Thieves at Shanghai or what over there, but
yeah. Fair enough. In any case, that's going to be a clean plant here for T1.
Spike planted.
Yeah, okay, just going to be a 5 versus 5 retake. This is going to be quite interesting. Saya player might have to start moving in with the rest of the team because there's no flanks coming in from GE all the way through their spawn, so he needs to be there for the 5 versus 5 unless they're okay with right now this just out of numbers contact in favor of GE. Polvy's already pulled the trigger on that tailwind, gets the first pick, but immediately Lightning Fast and Blaze King do get the trades. Shot not connecting. TPs, gets punished, and it's all down to Stacks. Defuse still coming in. Ben Kai challenges, and very close, but Stacks, even though he had the valiant effort, that's still going to be GE picking up the round.
Yeah, just pretty difficult there for GE. Once back yellow control is taken by Blaze King, makes it really hard for T1 to kind of hold their ground. They used the snake bite really early to T1. You can see it right there on the ground, right where Lightning Fast went. So they don't have that to delay a little bit. Maybe if that's still in the bag, Stax can finish the job here. I mean, I like what Stax did using the wall, but this peek so well timed by Benkai. Just bought just enough time.
Just showed a little bit of that pants, you know? Yeah.
Showing the leg.
Yeah. Oh. Ow. Oh, yeah, I was about to say, did he not see? In any case, though, gonna have that heal from Lightning Fast. Polvi has been getting better and better with the Outlaw and the Operator in the past few games that Global Esports has been playing. We'll see how much value you can get off of this one, but so far it's been a hit and miss, actually all misses. No connections whatsoever just yet. And this is still going to be the push from T1. Izu finds the first pick already, but GE, they're here, they're helping out. Able to stop the plant from the wingman. It's all down to Sayaplayer and Stax. Wall still kind of separates them from the rest of the site. Blade comes through, gets a little bit of information that Russ is here, but they can't really find any meaningful contact just yet. Sayaplayer, he goes down, so it's just now on to Stax. Oh, there he goes. Falls down to Russ.
Yeah, so, I mean, I think there for T1, they kind of identified some of the pain points for some of the teams going up against GE. You know, that Polvi position with the Outlaw was at least knocked further back and forced out the heal, things like that. So, yeah, you know, the expected result for GE, but I like what I'm seeing out of T1 in terms of like their anti-strat and their ability to kind of understand how GE is going to try to set up their defenses on that site. And this is kind of part of the map where T1 found more success against Team Secret. I mean, on their attacker side, they were doing a really good job. I think they were like 9-3 or something like that on their attacker side. So really, this is where you want to get some more damage done for sure as T1. However, it is a different agent comp setup, so some different kind of ideas going to be in play. That Jet does give you, I think, a little bit more comfort for making some of those executes in a way. It didn't feel as comfortable
here
on the ISO.
Exactly.
Yeah. Definitely agree. I think the other thing as well is if it gets a little bit too hot for Izu, he can always just use the Tailwind to get out of the site, and then they can maybe hit another or just take a break and then hit it again. In any case, though, there's the execute already for T1. Also wanted to say, Operator in the hands of Sayaplayer, so he's going to be using that. Interestingly enough, though, he is joining the rest of the team onto the side itself. They might have left the flank a little bit too wide open for Russ as he's already encroaching on Raptors. I think GE's just waiting for Russ to get any meaningful contact first, and then they start moving in. It's about to be here. Shots from Izu going to connect first. Backs away a little bit. And he's just making a clear-cut amount of kills for this one. Russ, the only one left standing, can't really do anything against Stax, and that's going to be a clean one for T1.
Yeah, and I think you're already seeing some of the benefits that the Jet will give you over the ISO. Like, you can make that fast execute a lot cleaner, you know, and like you're talking about, you have the ability to pull back a little bit better potentially as well. You don't have to commit quite as hard, but just good setups overall from the side of T1. Stax was up on pipes watching for that lurk from Russ the whole time. Made it really difficult for Russ to really find that meaningful engage to kind of kick off that retake, that flood retake that you want to attempt as GE. And so it just kind of gets cut down piece by piece. Good hold from Izu behind the box. That's a typical spot, but definitely had a great setup for it. Now T1 getting stalled just a little bit. GE getting up on top of 410 here. The Dizzy, everything connecting onto Polvi, so he has to back up. Give up a little bit of space. Carpe just gets the opener.
Yeah, unfortunately for Polvi there, just could not find any position to really get any second kills or anything. Great pop shots though. Benkai and the rest actually able to get a couple of kills here, but that's going to be frag after frag. Dust settles, it's going to be a 2 versus 2. Stax as well as Sayaplayer backing away for the moment. Stax still has a fragment, so he can use that for the post plant, but this is troublesome. The res comes in, Benkai's back into play. Numbers slightly favoring GE. They're all actually coming through on window here. Now dropping onto the site. I wonder how long this wall is going to last before Sayaplayer gets any kind of contact with that wall. Okay, that's about it. Unless he can break that wall and maybe stop the defuse. He just has to back away. Great shot though, but again, that's going to be GE just very clean on this icebox.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think you're also seeing some of the power of Sage. Still why a lot of teams globally are leaning into Sage onto this map. We saw it in the pistol round where you're able to use the wall to protect the defuse. Here, same thing. And the operator just becomes completely worthless because you can't take down the wall quick enough. Headhunter's not going to help you there either.
Yeah.
So this is just really good understanding of the situation that GE has, the understanding of the comp they're going against, and how they can punish it with that Sage wall. So really good stuff from Lightning Fast. Gets so much value in that round with the res as well.
Yeah.
Just tremendous work from GE on their defender side.
Yeah, I wholly agree. And another big thing, I think, on this one as well is GE is trying to get that first bit of information on where Saya player is peeking at. Right? It just if they know Saya player is there, he's holding the operator. No one from GE will try to peek it. Maybe just Fully because again he has that exit ability with the tailwind, right? But everyone else, they're chilling. Ooh, slapping your face with the null command as well. So Thrash not gonna get the site.
Yeah, great timing there from Russ. Does a really good job nullifying this attempted execute. But that's I mean that has to be somewhat expected from T1, I would think. You know, oftentimes KO's going to be playing there. Now they're going to respond in kind, and Polvy's detained.
That's unfortunate. We'll see, though, if Polvy can survive. Izu gets the double kill. Spray down is beautiful. Third for Izu. Setting things up. Repositions. It still hits the 4K. Izu's flying around. Cannot escape Blaze King's clutches. But it's still going to be Blaze King against the world. T1. Saya player now gets a bit of value off of that operator. And they strike back very hard into A site.
Yep, love this from T1. I think fully expecting, you know, that 0 point is going to come. Wait it out, pop a null command of your own so they have no hope of really countering you with any utility. You get that immediate detain, and the great punish here from Izu. That smoke to cut off the angles. He gets the info while he's dashing, comes on in, knocks 4 down. That's what you need out of your duelist. And Izu delivers big time for T1.
Yeah, and again, this is what we're exactly talking about. It felt like he was comfortable, but not as comfortable as he was on the Jet compared to last time's ISO. In any case, back to the drawing board here for GE. Only player with a weapon, a hero Vandal, is going to be Polvy, while the rest of T1 already has gotten their way. Ooh, onto the B side. That is just a pop shot through a smoke. This could actually start something good for GE on this retake.
Absolutely, you have the Viper's Pit as well to potentially work with. You have a good angle to potentially get it down. Never mind, it's gone. Oh, Polvy though!
Yep, he's not done just yet. Goes right on top. Izu by himself now, and he cannot escape the clutches of Russ. And that is going to be that. Polvy, great heroics from him as he comes around the corner in yellow and basically catches 2 on T1 looking at the other corner.
Oh, just better weapons. Brilliant stuff from Polvy there, man. Like, he really just shut that round down. Found a perfect timing after that op shot to go for his move. Starts knocking players down. The opener from Blaze King. Whew. All right. This right there, the timing. Right as Saya player's trying to exit, and then immediately updrafts on top of yellow. Just gets so much damage.
I love it.
That's how I felt about it too. I was like, whoa, that's pretty good. Saya does have the Tour de Force. There's the Blade Storm for Izu. So some ults to work with.
Oh, this is close. Polvy's not going to see him. He's right on top of him, though. I don't think Izu did get that same information as well. This is just him charging in right in the face of 2. And Izu, find access to the back of the site. Russ trying to re-encapsulate the situation, falls down in this quick pinch. Oh my god, he just gets it in like 2 seconds as soon as he finds that contact on Polvy.
And again, this is something that the Jet's going to give you, the ability to kind of change directions, change the pace, you know, get up and over your opponent. Something ISO absolutely cannot do easily without going on ropes and things like that. So, you know, just makes it that much more explosive in rounds like this. And again, he gets that little bit of extra info onto Russ. Yeah, Russ is able to get 1, but then T1's ready to trade him right out. So all those things put together make it much, much easier for T1. Saya player, yeah, has the Tour de Force to watch, just in case anybody's coming out from screens, but you can see it on the map. That is going to be a save for Blaze King and Benkai. Cash, well, not too bad, though, for GE. Should be able to string the buy together, no problem at all for the next round, but man, T1, I mean, when Izu is popping off in these rounds, it is fun to watch.
And this is much necessary because right now, Saya player hasn't really gotten that impact that we were kind of hoping for. To be fair, though, of course, he's staying in the back lines for now, and on the attacking side, that's not really how Chamber gets those, big plays. So we'll probably see him on the second half. In any case, more on the second half. But in any case, you're absolutely right. Izu's been doing so well. 13 kills already on the man. And yeah, so far so good. Question now is, Global, how much are they willing to put in to this A stack that they are doing? Well, that's a question. Answered already. As Polvi, as you spotted, just immediately rushing out onto Raptors. Could not hit the shot, though, against Saya player.
Yeah, and T1's had a really good read on how Polvi likes to play on this map. He's really aggressive in general with an operator or without, but with that operator in particular, we've seen it where he's trying to push angles early, and T1's been able to punish that a couple times. So credit where credit's due. So far, T1's game plan, really good job of identifying some of the tendencies of GE, particularly on this A site. You do have Xcurate, though, all the way over in B by himself, just chilling right behind green. So he's got a little bit of info. Hasn't really heard any noise, had any contact. Just looking for that lurk, but there's the option here that T1 could pull back if they don't like what they see on this A site.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially with the time still kind of favoring a safe possibility of going for that rotate. It's going to be crucial. Hold on. Saya player just hits one nasty shot, followed up by Izu, using the wingman as a bait. Sure, the lockdown's going to be there, but matter of seconds, broken down by the fragment as well, and T1 had this completely locked and loaded. Xcurate now hearing the retreat, spots the one, takes away the operator from the hands of Bankai, and Blaze King not going to feel the backstab as he just falls down quite quickly to it. 4-4, and T1, very strong round as we saw.
Yeah, and the response now from T1 is really, really good. Starting to really dissect these angles, and Saya there just barely able to win out that battle. Polvi just missing that shot. That breaks things way open for T1.
This feels like risky intuition, right? You just have to go for that pick. He also took leg damage, so that could have been him not getting that peek first as well. Sure, again, that's still not going to hinder T1 from pushing into the site, but this is what we were kind of expecting from Saya player, even from the past couple of weeks when he was just picking up this chamber. It's just absolutely strong, and you see the confidence still brimming into, well, this first 2 rounds against GE.
Right, exactly. But that's what you're going to need. You're going to need that confidence to get you over the line here as T1. And so far, I think it's looked pretty good. I mean, you can tell Izu's way more comfortable on the jet, for sure. I feel like the plan around the Gecko utility has been a little bit better. Now they're getting to the point where the walls aren't coming into play as much in those defuse situations because they're just kind of knocking so many players down on their way through to getting the plant that there really just isn't good opportunities for GE to go for those flood retakes like they would like. And GE now has to consider how are we going to pilot this as we go. It's an eco here with the hero rifle in lightning fast hand this time. It's Polvi of the blades.
All right, he's getting closer to Saya player here, and Saya's alone. Ooh. Quick reactions from Polvi there. That's going to be the operator taken down, but that also could be a signal right now for T1. Not miss any time, or not waste any time, and just push it into the A side and start planting things. Look at where they're planting the spike right now. It's right on top of 2F here, so they're going to be probably playing for somewhere farther away. That wall from the Sage not going to be able to help them this time, kind of save somebody or delay somebody from hitting them while they defuse. So we'll see how this goes. This lightning fast is already on that contact. Izu backs away, and they're just biding time for the moment.
Yeah, still a snake bite. A little bit of util to work with here. Stax has his molly.
Oh, here it comes. Great flashes all together, but Izu's whiffing. That's going to be a quick pick. Big flanks as well. You can already see Blaze King coming around the corner here. Xcurate falls down, and it's all down to Stax. Can you really stop anything at this point? He's whiffing as well, and that is going to be GE overwhelming the opposition. Time. Oh, wait, hold on.
Wait a minute.
Did they bait enough time? It's going to be closer. Oh, 0.48. Oh my gosh.
Well, I mean, if GE could play like they do on these Thrifties, they'd be having an even better half. I mean, it's still pretty good defender side, though.
Yeah.
To be honest. And again, they get aggressive on a little bit different part of the map. Catch Saya player a bit off guard. That is a filthy shot from Lightning Fast, the first one.
Yeah.
Follow up, him and Stack's a bit whiffy, but big time in spin. Very, very happy there.
Yeah.
Now you've got another res for Lightning Fast available. Op still for Polvi. Op in Saya players' hands as well, but a Thrash again for Carpe. Secure has his ult. Let's see if T1 can scale their way through this time. But they're going to position the Gecko a little bit differently. You're going to put him in the corner, up by the rafters. Let's see if they're going to lead with the Thrash again. Yep, there it goes.
Yeah. Wow, nice use of the blade as well, just for a little bit of that confusion, if ever. Now they spot one. The second one also hit by the Thrash there, so Benkai's not going to survive for long. And great execution all throughout for T1. Sure, G's going to be able to get the couple of refrags. That's going to be enough, not going to be enough, rather. Drop down from Carpe. Blaze King now trying to gauge where he needs to go around here, excuse me. Close up. Look at right above to see if there's anyone kind of peeking. But everyone else from T1 just inside the Viper spin. I wonder if he's going to pop a couple of shots here while you can already see Polvi making noise for him. Still, no reaction from T1. They know that GE has to get inside the utility. The dropout from Blazeky, great heroics. It's 2 versus 1. Polvi, did he have the spike? No, he did not. And just as soon as he taps right through, Saya player just pops a couple and takes him down.
A great attempt. Great, like, kind of sussing out of where the Viper was likely to be there by Blaze King, kind of understanding his counterpart's tendencies. He gets that drop down, gets that kill, gives him a real good chance. The opener there really nicely. You know, expecting the peek on the back of the Thrash, expecting that they're going to probably try to clear it pretty quickly. They've got a lot of those angles covered. And also this time, you know, not using the Thrash from pipes, you're going to be more likely to dodge that 0 point, so it's not as big of a deal. You don't have to delay. He didn't have Stax' ult to follow up with it. So really good understanding of the map and the situation by T1. Both these teams doing a great job. Good back and forths, making good counter moves. Credit has to go to the IGLs as well. Benkai and Xcurate calling some good rounds.
I wonder who's going to be... Ooh. This is going to be...
Oh, that turret.
Very risky. Polvi's about to go for the peek, and Xcurate just not having that reaction time. In any case, though, great catch from Polvi. Yeah, it's not over as T1 slowly creeping their way up onto this A site, but GE's very quick into this. They realize this, and they already stacked A themselves. Mosh pit on the corner, but Russ gets that quick little trade. It's going to be risky. It's going to be difficult. And it seems like, again, GE's just getting pushed back by T1. Still has to wait. Big flash from Blaze King, and it's all down to Izu. Spike dropped on rafters. Comes around the corner here. Gets spotted by the alarm bot. And Blaze King's just repositioning for high ground. Again, pinning down.
30 seconds left.
Down Izu.
Yeah, GE knows they can wait him out because of that spike position.
There it is.
Yep, no problem at all. Good cleanup from Polvi. 3 kills in the round for him. And just
last round before
really quick reactions from GE. And Xcurate there just not quite ready for this. Great shot. Great reaction from Polvi. Russ there swinging to bail out Lightning Fast. And Saya's kind of on an island there with the way that the toxic screen is placed. There isn't really any ability for T1 to bail him out there. So kind of just that positioning with the rest of T1 not able to get further ahead to cover him. You know, trying to use that utility to flush Lightning Fast out of the corner.
Yeah.
But that kind of leaves Saya player isolated. GE's able to punish that.
I was about to say, I thought like, oh, T1's been doing good on that A site push. They have so many kind of variants of how they approach the site, but so far GE has also different kind of setups, different applications on how they want to go about things. Any case, though, that does push Benkai away as we see the Dizzy being utilized here. Russ hasn't backed away just yet. Now that he gets spotted, he will drop down from his perched right on top of the site. And a very defensive backline defense here for GE. As soon as they say that, though, they start moving closer and closer. It's going to play well for them as Russ and Lightning Fast just get peek after peek. Pick after pick as well.
Insane.
Null command, not done. And Stax, ooh, spots 2 of them exiting the site, no kills. That's tough.
Yeah, it does feel like at times a few of the T1 players have been a little bit off. They haven't been able to be explosive onto the site, get those early picks. If you allow GE to play for these retakes, it seems to be a little bit more favored towards GE with the way that they're able to work together. This angle there, really nice for Saya. the res right on the back of it.
Yeah, that's gonna, again, at least now they know where Saya player is kind of, you know, hunkered down on. Blade comes out. That's gonna give information for GE. And they should start coming into the site right now. It's gonna be very important for them to come close as soon as possible. Saya player falls down. It's all on Xgrid's hands. He hasn't really gotten any value yet. And he gets pinned down by Polvi. And that's gonna be GE finishing off this first half with a 2-round advantage, 7-5.
Yeah, absolutely. Really good back and forth, but I think GE, once they kind of figured out that if they could dodge some of these initial setups, just maybe play for one pick and then a lead, you know, and a peel back, winning some of their battles on the extremities, Blaze King doing a good job lurking, you know, all of those things really coming together to give them that slight advantage.
This is why I'm thankful for you being my casting partner right now, because it looked very hard to kind of dissect what was the plan going on for, you know, for both of the teams here. Sure, T1's all about that contact. They're wanting to get, obviously, the operator shots from side player, but if he can't, what's going to be the offense here? But GE's been, as you mentioned, doing so well at just kind of segmenting themselves without losing any of their resources. Sure, there'll be times where it will happen, because, again, they're going up against T1. But so far, so good on how GE, again, was just, again, defending that A side.
Yeah, and it was the timeout. I really feel like that timeout kind of changed the ideas for GE. It felt like Spinning Big Time kind of got the read and got them back into playing more the way that they wanted to overall. Yeah. And just really impressive shooting from Polvi in a couple of these rounds too really helps. And Xkira just completely stuck in that spot. Not a lot he can do there, but pistol round, big important one now. T1 would love to get one back. Come through, see if they can even things up on this defender side. But this has been a bit of a pain point for them on this map. A lot of teams, to be frank. This has been pretty attacker-sided with the recent iterations, you know, especially with those double initiators. You have so much ability with those geckos to clear space. But Global Esports doesn't run that. They run something a little bit different. They run the kind of old standard, the old tried and true Icebox comp still. But, you know, it's about getting that, again, potentially could be about getting that Sage into place. Get those walls up, get those plants down. You know, and I'm curious to see how aggressive T1 is going to be to disrupting the plants themselves.
Yeah, no, I 100% agree. Kind of interesting here for Blaze King. I don't know if he made a mistake with the throw on his orb, as you can see right there. He does nothing on mid except for just that teeny tiny bit on their side of the spawn. In any case, though, GE not wasting any time, immediately start pushing in, and oh, there it is. The wall gives them access into the back. That's going to be a kill. Saya player now kind of pincered in. He might actually get caught here if he's not too careful with how he kind of, again, goes in for this offense. Drop back of the site. Right in front of them is going to be Polvi. Not going to get any refrags whatsoever, and this is just full control for GE. All down into Carpe's hands. Spots out Polvi right then and there, but again, has to deal with so many. Does have the wingman in hand, but unfortunately cannot get in position, and that falls down to Russ. And GE just keeps the ball rolling.
Man, Polvi's been really good with his movement. That dodge there on that Dizzy, so good. Gave no opportunity for Carpe to follow up off of his push out of kitchen. Really good stuff here. That's a snappy shot from Benkai. Absolutely nasty, but Polvi just all over the place. Covers Snowman, gets back up on top of the bridge, knocks a player down, dodges the Dizzy. Buys time for Russ to come through the grates and take him down. Just really good coordination right now from GE. And, you know, you can see that in the pre-game interview with Spin, like, the confidence was brimming from him. Like, so happy with the way his team played last week. Obviously, he should be. But that confidence so far seemingly has carried over for GE.
Yeah, he was talking about how as long as they get these 2 wins, he'll be happy as can be, right? Oof. Any damage, though? Looks like no. So Izu going for the heroics, not going to get that value for the moment. Wall gets propped up here on A, excuse me. As the rest of GE now just waiting for that contact. Yeah, the preemptive flashes actually might give them out of position. Izu gets immediately refragged, but he does catch Polvi. Now this might actually make GE second guess, but this is fine because if you look at it, Blaze King's already gotten access to B, but Saya player also has control of B long for some reason.
He's going to get at least one. Oh, maybe not.
No.
That jump from lightning fast.
I don't think they know that Blaze King's already here. Yeah, he's probably just going to fall, get a pick onto somebody. Excrete by himself.
30 seconds left.
Good pick first, but yeah, that will also be a
Last
big
player
thorn on their
standing.
side. Blaze King just not having any of it. Just quickly regroups, gets the pick. And now it's all down to stacks. First contact. Ooh. Slots. Cannot get the conversion, and that's going to be lightning fast with the 3K. And GE just consistent on Icebox.
Yeah, looking really good there. Great awareness of the fact that Xayah player could be there. I thought he might just get one, but lightning fast actually, jumped over and broke the crosshair angle. Made it so that Xayah was going to have to readjust to hit a shot. Just, who knows? If he just walks around that corner, I think Xayah's probably got him, but
yeah,
because he takes that angle off that box, jumps a little bit.
Let's fly here.
It's a big win for GE. And now Benkai is the outlaw on this attacker side. Izu going to go right over up the pipes, dodges the 0 point, comes up short. For now,
Careful.
GE just really taking their time, pushing his 2 around this corner. We know, everybody knows how defenders-sided teams love to push these pipes, so see how ready they are for this.
Tries to run away.
Spike down A.
Trade for trade though, but this is not going in their favor. Excrete actually gets spotted out by Benkai on the outlaw. Xayah player might need to start pushing out if he really wants to help Izu on this one. Or maybe bank on the fact that GE goes around the corner, regardless of which Blaze King's got a good position just to find anyone that is going to come out through B long. Izu now, I think he actually just got a couple of pop shots onto Blaze King, and Blaze King just smartly backs up into A. He's by himself. Xayah player does get that kill, which is pretty big. At least gives a bit of leeway for Izu here.
One enemy remaining.
Slowly creeping up, and
Spike
Benkai,
planted.
master of the outlaw in this round, leaves it all to Izu for T1. Can dash into the site. Goes over the wall, and this is perfect. At least he puts himself in a better position. And unfortunately, does not have any information where Lightning Fast and again Benkai were kind of positioned at falls.
Yeah, I mean, it's just sort of the tried and true bait and switch from the pipes position, right? You put your duelist up there, the other 2 players make contact, and then the duelist tries to swing down from above, but it's just they're just outshot by GE.
Yeah.
Lightning Fast and Russ come up huge. Benkai so accurate with that outlaw. Lightning Fast a great reposition. Lightning Fast always so steady on the Sage on this map. Has been a real shining star for them throughout the year, particularly here on Sage on Icebox. Really slow orb. See if anybody's going to contest the alt orb.
Yeah.
It's a little confusing when Sage's abilities are, oh, okay, well, Polvi just picks up one. Right out of the corner is Izu. It is an eco for T1, but it's always a little confusing when Sage's abilities are all called orbs and there are other types of orbs on the map.
Yes, fair. I was about to say, but to be fair as well, technically, she is not an ice-powered Radiant. She's crystal.
It's crystals?
Yes. That's why it's called a barrier orb and a slow orb. It's crystals. You know, you don't want to step on broken glass.
But aren't like crystals slippery? Like, anyway.
Maybe if it's jagged. Anyways, this is getting a little bit out of hand. Both our conversation in this game, as GE's well ahead into the lead. Xayah player has not gotten any value off of this chamber of his, but he gets the 1-for-1 trade. Not the worst. Carpe now into the corner, cannot compress his shots to get the pick onto Polvi here. Stacks now coming around. Conversion only good for 1, and it's all down to Excrete. El Capitan, almost the collateral there, but again, these trades from Global just so clean. I have no words to say, but how good Global has been playing this entire Icebox map.
Yeah, I'm with you. It's really, really good stuff from Global Esports. Everybody working together as a squad. Even though T1's hitting their shots, just finds the angle there onto the hidden player. Xayah player gets one, an immediate trade. I love the way Polvi played that. Just a little bit of a stutter step off of the box, off of the pipes.
Yeah.
And then a dash right back to break the angle so Carpe couldn't take him down. Little things like that, little micro adjustments that Polvi's been making on this jet have been really impactful. Doesn't always look so flashy, but the results are very, very good.
Very true. Sticking to the fundamentals, I think, is what we're seeing right now be played by GE. Lava Polvi is just like, wide-eyed looking at his monitor. Anyways, first call in a timeout for T1. Interesting as well that this was the first timeout that we're seeing for T1 after so many rounds garnered by Global Esports, not only in the second half, but again, just first half as well.
For sure. And I mean, I think in general, you know, for T1, you're definitely trying to win today, but I think there might be some of that idea of let the players play, see if they can figure things out a little bit.
Yeah.
You know, give some of that trust to Xcurate to try to come up with some new ideas, try to force some adaptations. Because really the best place to learn is on stage.
Yeah.
You know, the scrims are one thing. That's great. Playing ranked is great. You need to do all those things. But really the best experience you can get is playing in these matches and, you know, being forced to adapt.
Yeah, seeing what works and whatnot. Great tag, though, onto Russ, but with Lightning Fast being there, he can always just get the heal back up, and Russ, if he had his ultimate, that would have been something else. Xcurate gets that contact as well. Now no more heals. Gets the push in, side player assists, gets the pick. Lightning Fast does fall. That does give access to GE here on Kitchen. But can they cook something up as they're trapped and can't really escape? Slowly creeping up. No contact whatsoever. Carpe, if he gets a little bit too antsy, that's way too many players of GE for refrags. Possibility.
The discipline looks good for T1. Nobody's overcommitting to an angle, trying to go for a solo push.
Teleport's
They're
ready.
just really blocking GE as best as they can. Wall eventually crumbles. Let's see how GE wants to maneuver. Not much space for them on the map unless they fall all the way back to spawn. And there isn't a ton of time left. Only 30 seconds on the clock.
Carpe. Oh, gets spotted out by Blaze King. There's going to be the pick for Izu here. Cannot really get the multi-kills, but Stacks will. Now it's Blaze King 2 remain. Stuck on mid here on Boiler. 17 seconds, and he's just patiently waiting for someone to creep up on him, but as long as that spike was spotted on mid, hasn't been picked up.
10 seconds left.
T1's just going to be fairly composed and not really go overly aggressive.
Yeah, a good read on this round for T1. Finish for Saya with the op. Takes down Blaze King. They get 6 on the board, but I mean, so I think that's just a good read right there, right? It just looked like, you know, with the way that especially Xcurate was set up by the tube, I was like, oh, okay, he's just watching the tube. Like, you know, with that positioning of that Poison Cloud, he's like, okay, kind of know what's going on here. Did a lot of damage, got the shake on a Poldy. All those things come together and they can just kind of collapse on top of them in Kitchen and just keep them completely stuck there.
Time for a
However,
field test.
now I'm curious what comes after this. Because, I mean, again, T1 playing so contact heavy, and that's worked in GE's favor because they're willing to go for the trades, and they've been really good at getting those trades. So you're going to have to kind of outmaneuver, outthink GE a little bit here. And again, they're going for aggressive plays. They try to do the pop flash up and over tubes to set up Izu. Doesn't really work because GE wise to it. They're just holding back, waiting it out. So a bit of utility expended by T1 for no value. Stacks down one flash. So GE baiting out utility nicely. Continuing to take their time and try to figure out, you know, what the real plan from that timeout was here for T1 beyond just a great read on that previous round.
And this is great, though. Like, even if T1 doesn't really overly aggress after that round play that they did, this does make GE play a lot more passive than what we've seen. Usually they'd attack around a minute in, but now they're kind of baiting a lot more of the time here. Side player is by himself. He really wants to hold on to Yellow for as long as humanly possible. He's going to get the catch onto Polby, denying the dash on this Jet. Now he's alone. The catch off. Lightning Fast almost gets popped off. Carpe backing away, does get the kill. 2 versus 3. Russ getting rezzed. Not really out in the same position. Stops the defuse, or excuse me, the plant on the spike. And now Benkai forced back by the Snake by 2 versus 1. Coming around the corner. Close. Great contact. Has time to plant the spike, but he's waiting. There it is. That's the real plant. Xcurate knows it. Swings it out, and Benkai just cannot readdress the angle.
Oh, that's really well attempted by Benkai. Honestly, he played that about as well as he could. Able to isolate one player, recognize the time on the clock, knew that he was either going to be given the opportunity to stick the defuse, or if they peek him, he's just going to have to hope that he can outshoot his opponent and win right before the timer ticks down. You can see there's about a 1.5 seconds left. So if Benkai hits those shots, he could have actually taken that round. But
yeah,
great play there by Xcurit at the end. A lot of ults for T1, and I like what this adjustment now. We're seeing the bigger picture ideas from T1 that they're pulling back. Sure, they went for an aggressive play early, but immediately, if you looked on A, all 3 players peeled back to like rafters and to screens and are playing to kind of wait out GE a little bit, forcing adaptation now out of Benkai.
Yeah, so also going to debate a couple of flashes for the front of the site. The lesser it is for the back of the site, the better it will be. Carpe, though, oh no, I don't think he knows it. They're right underneath him. They're just about to come through on Jail, and that's going to be the first pick. He's down. Wall activated already. Blaze King coming around the corner as well. Saya, or rather Izu, very far from the team as with the big flank upcoming. But because of the pick onto Benkai, they're not going to realize this as that sentry not going to get any kind of information whatsoever. The pinch is coming ever so closer, but the kill's coming as well from Saya and Xcurit. They spot out Blaze King with the flank. Now they know that one is on the side itself. They have to start isolating. Izu finds the one. Another one is going to be quite crucial here as Russ hides himself, but Izu spots him. It's a deadly game of hide and seek. And now Blaze King, a very long game of tag. I don't think he's going to have enough time to really stop anything. He is close. He's popping shots, but the angle just not to his advantage. Well, no, all right. Next round, we're good, we're good. I thought he was going to chase him and get the pick.
Yeah, but you could see that T1 is willing to give up a little bit extra space, other than Carpe, but that's okay. That's a one-and-done position. You know, he doesn't realize there's other players under there, but immediately there's cover to help him, and this is huge for Izu. The fact that he gets these 2 kills completely changes the destiny of that round. Now GE going to be rethinking things a little bit. Curious now. You know, we've seen a couple rounds in a row from T1 where there's been like an early setup for like a pick. You know, with Carpe in that position, and then the pipes the round before with the flash over from Stacks. Do you try to punish that now, or do you just kind of like think, okay, we're going to keep baiting you till, and then let's work the map a little bit more. Let's see if we can make it a little more, you know, less ambiguous what we're doing. I think probably talk about Blaze King. I think he took a little bit too long on that lurk through Kitchen. Didn't really find necessarily the value that he liked there. So I had a good read on him. You know, knew that he might be coming from that angle. I saw the ping on the map well before Blaze King pushed out of there.
I feel like it's one of those things where the macro should go your way because you read it right, but the micro is one that kind of changes things. Because it feels like T1, when you look at, you were talking about how they pocket themselves on certain positions. This is the first time I'm seeing this, that you don't really get spotted on top of 410 with 2 players pushing right underneath you if they hug that right side on A main, right? So those kind of just little intricacies, I think, is what T1's banking on.
Right.
You know? And
absolutely.
It's working. Sure, again, it's round by round, case by case basis, but so far it's working pretty good for them, and they got themselves that counter momentum against GE, and they stalled them at 11, excuse me.
Yeah, there's like an infinite amount of trick plays. Just got the spot on a Polby, but
yeah, close.
Yeah, not gonna mess with
They're doing it in. They're doing it in. Okay, let's see.
I think they might have a read. You know that because you saw Saya, there could be a player here.
Oh my god, there it is.
Great read.
Saya player will not get caught. Does get the trade though. Don't really have anything else. There was also the kill on the other player with Izu finding that contact onto B main as the lockdown gets used on A, but no pull of the trigger yet for GE.
Close enough.
Oh, fragment. Does it break?
I don't think it's in the center. Nope, it's not.
Whoa! Where did that come from? Okay, he's going to get hit by the detain, sure, but I want to see that. I want to see how he got the kill with the headhunter in tow. Polby. Okay, he gets spotted. I don't know if they know that he's already back on the site, but they're just waiting for him. There he is, spotted by Xcurit, down as well, 11-9, and T1 slowly but surely picking up the pieces of this half.
Yeah, just good reactions from Saya, starting to hit some shots. He's 18-13 now, and you talked about it on the previous half that maybe that chamber doesn't look as flashy on the attacker side, but he's really starting to find some impact here on this defender side, and the fact that he's able to keep this op in his hand. This is a big whoa, that is disgusting. But this is a big win condition for T1 throughout this year, has been getting an op into a player's hands, whether it be Xcurit or, you know, Saya, whoever, and then working off of that. And teams that can play around that, like Gen.G, like others, have done a good job shutting them down. But so far, GE now starting to struggle against this. They're going to have to go onto an eco.
Oh, this is the first time as well that Izu's pocketed himself on Nest. They don't really know, and he just kind of lines up for them. 1-for-1 trade, but it's actually falling to the wayside. GE just T1 just cannot find any refrags whatsoever. They fall back, and this is not going too hot. Coming around the corner here, stops him. Stacks, newest member. Explosive as can be, does get a couple of picks. 2 versus 2.
I got the spike.
Now Polvi is taking a bit of damage on that snake bite. And you can see the hesitance right now for GE to really plant that spike, not knowing where Saya player is going to be coming from.
They have no idea exactly when the timing is going to be coming from T1 on this retake. Just worried about.
They're low.
Yeah, they're super low too.
They're doubling themselves up. X-Grid, I wonder if this is going to hit 2F. Oh no, it doesn't have to, because again, the spike was planted on default. In any case, gonna have to start diffusing that spike. At least they know that X-Grid is there. The thing is, they don't really know where the other one is. Great catch onto Benkai, now falling into the hands of Saya player. But of course, he's gonna have to find one first. He gets found out himself. Little bit iffy of an approach there from T1, and GE just punish heavy.
Yeah, it felt like X-Curate
fix it up.
maybe just a little bit forced in that position, maybe a little bit uncomfortable with how that ult works exactly.
Yeah.
You would have liked to have gotten that a lot deeper, right? You would have liked to have gotten that pin to reach a lot further, so you had a lot more space to work with in front of you to get the defuse in case they try to play off of you. But instead, Benkai just works it against him nicely, throws the nano down, pops it right away, puts himself in the corner, and reads that there's going to be a push out. Because again, you're not feeling comfortable there as T1, and you start to realize that that angle can be spammed pretty easily. Yeah. And you've got to do something, you've got to get ahead of it so you actually can give yourself the ability to get that defuse.
Yeah, another thing as well is it kind of doesn't help Saya player's situation as well. You know, you're an operator playing on a Viper Spit. You're mitigating the range that you can see at the far angle. There's, again, kind of these pseudo angles because of the intensity of the Fog of War inside of that Viper Spit. So unless Saya player picked up a rifle on his way onto the site to help out X-Curate, it kind of didn't help out X-Curate's situation as well. So, yeah.
I agree. It was running through my mind there that maybe Saya should just grab a rifle off the ground.
Yeah, exactly.
It was running through my mind.
Yeah, and they had access to it because, again, there was a couple of T1 players that did fall at the back of the site.
Yeah.
Anyways.
Now he's got his ult.
That was a slip-up, I think, for T1 as well. Because Izu had, like, 3 kills to rights there, and then he just whiffed very hard after that.
There was also some whiffing in there from T1, let's just be honest.
Yeah.
Like, it's tough. Some of those angles are pretty tricky. They're pretty narrow. You gotta kind of change your vertical instead of your horizontal, so anybody who's played knows that that's the more difficult angle to adjust for. This is a pretty good execute, just scaling nicely through, or GE. T1 immediately goes out with a thrash, catches Colby, but I think he can drop behind there, gets spotted momentarily. I think he's going to get out.
Lightning Fast though cannot, and he actually drops the spike as well. Viper Pit will be used, but as we can see, and as T1 can hear, there's no planting on the spike, and no one has tried to replant it again. So the thing is, they can just sit pretty at the back of the site first while they are waiting. X-Grade right on top. And again, patience is a virtue here between two teams. Whoever cracks first.
Well, you've got all of Benkai's util, so you can kind of set up in and around this pit pretty well, I think, to guard it. Throw the alarm bot around one of the corners or something. Take your time to figure out exactly how you want to navigate this. Use that to get a little bit of info, but Russ just walks into Cardbay's open arms.
Down A.
Yeah. They've able to spot out the last player. Blazing's just falling back into his ultimate, but unfortunately he will still fall. That was, yeah, they fall.
Yeah. I think there just GE felt like they had to get some frags before they felt comfortable enough to try to go for the plant. That pit didn't cover a lot of the front of the site, and they kind of ran into a similar problem that we saw with X-Curate's pit, where you don't have a lot of room to maneuver in the front. Oh, Lightning Fast gets caught by that detain as well, so that's devastating.
Yeah.
I mean, Colby did a nice job there baiting that thrash out. He played on top of the wall, so if he gets hit by it, he could drop right back down and then just kind of slowly bounce his way back. But the fact that 2 get hit there is really devastating for GE. Still, though, a couple more rounds to play with. T1 2 away from overtime, trying to see if they can do what Team Secret did or do what they did against Team Secret, get to overtime, and this time have a different result.
Two-pronged approach here. That's an early use on the res as well, so they're not going to have any access to that as well. I did like the double push that we saw from T1, where Izu was the one making noise, so Saya player's op goes undetected. They still should be aware of this. They're about to go for that contact, and he gets away with the rendezvous. Yeah, now they kind of want that res possibly in their hands. Benkai getting a little bit too antsy, wanting to get that pick. Maybe an advantage for GE, but blows up in its face. 3 versus 5.
This is very tricky position now for GE. Able to use that smoke to walk through, but...
Window.
Yeah, Blaze King
ahead. Pops a shot. Trade for trade, though. Not the worst right now. They are getting positive net trades for GE. It's Saya player on the site by himself, forced back. And the thing is, they can plant this spike at the back of the site or on top of 2F on B site. So Saya player can't really contest all the way from B long. It's going to be Stacks first, but look at how very much proactive Blaze King is. He's already waiting here on Kitchen.
What a play from GE.
Yeah. Stacks, though. The timing. I don't think Russ knows about this. Side player will get traded, though, if possible, and he falls down. Now someone's going to start defusing that spike. Well, someone holds. They don't know where he is. Blaze King spotted out right now. Stacks knows that he's right above him. Blaze King making the noise. This is a very stressful situation for both, and he hits the headshot first. Stacks' time to start halving that. Blaze King makes it and actually just pushes in. Stacks wanted to go for the full defuse, but denied. Blaze King absolutely got read to give them that first map.
And that little setup they had with the poison cloud underneath the tube, they put 2 up at the window, 1 below to make sure that they can get the favorable trade when they go for the push. That was so good from GE. That broke that space open for them to get into Kitchen and to get that defuse. Really nice teamwork. That was a big part of this map for them in general.
Yeah. Anyways, I believe we are going to be passing it on to our panel. Guys, you know what to do.
Do we at this point, though? Because I thought that, well, clearly you were in the right with your thoughts, but I thought this was going to go another way. Then again, it was a very, very close map.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, it's not over. Yeah, it's not over yet. It's not over yet, but obviously the first map, it got a little dicey.
It was a statement. It was a statement.
It was a statement. I would say, actually, I mean, T1 really trying to strike back there towards the end might have had GE getting a little nervous, because in the beginning, getting a 7-5 on their defensive half, GE should have been absolutely ecstatic with how it started out.
No, they really should have. I mean, because their defense on this map has been the big weak point for them, despite Icebox overall being a pretty good map for GE. The defense has just never really held up too much, but being able to have that 7-5 at the start, it was looking like they were going to be able to run away with this. They start streaking in that second half. T1, a decent rally back, but just a couple mistakes here and there, letting some of these rounds get away from them, preventing them from going into overtime, preventing them from just even getting the win themselves in avoiding overtime. And I think that last little round there going to be hurting them quite a bit, not pulling off the spike, not hearing those final few footsteps coming through after Blaze King already gets chipped down to 33. Could have made the difference if Stacks is able to find that kill, but I mean, it's really good start here for the side of GE, because I think that they widely know what to anticipate with Lotus coming up next.
Yeah, I think that, that comeback, that slight comeback that T1 had was just a little too late at that point, right? They still had some momentum, but they had just, it was like, what, 11-9 at that point? So they had like precious few rounds to be able to make that mistake. There were some great performances, though, from GE. They managed to, sure, they looked a little shaky in a lot of rounds, but there were some amazing performances. I think that Polvi, for example, there's just something manic about him as a duelist.
Yeah, I mean, Polvi definitely getting very aggressive again now that he's on the jet. Maybe getting a little bit too aggressive every now and then, but let's look at the numbers here, right? This is where the heartbreak comes through for T1. 14 first kills, and you couldn't convert enough of them to close out the map. I mean, that, and I would say on the same time, that tells you a lot from GE's side, right? That they're working well around that. They're still being able to win the 45, so you even have the Sage for some of these as well, so.
I mean, not only that, but the 3 thrifty rounds that are there for the side of GE. I mean, just putting on their best Gen G cosplay, saying like, oh, we got pistols, we're gonna kick your ass. Like, they just managed to do it time and time again. And I mean, Polvi, a really soft start from him. I mean, at one point it was like 0-4.
Yeah.
And I mentioned this while we were sitting in the green room. I was like, oh, Polvi doesn't have any kills. And then he immediately killed like 3 people in that round and just started heating up. Still some struggles when it came down to, you know, taking angles against the likes of Saya player and Izu with that operator. That's still a bit of a pain point here for the side of GE. But, I mean, the man, when he's got a rifle in hand, he still manages to just go out and fry.
He heard you. He heard everything you were saying in the green room at some point. But yeah, I see it because like in the first few rounds, it was Izu that really, you know, took our attention.
Yeah, and obviously we saw him on the MVP scoreboard there as well, right back in the zone as Jet. And it just seems like maybe the answer for T1 was to make T1 Izu become T2 Izu, go back to his tier 2 roots back in Japan, because he was very comfortable on this Jet. And I'm loving, again, maybe it's too late, but I'm loving that they're really leaning heavy into, okay, make the rookie comfortable because everyone else has the experience to still be able to hold their own. And now you're seeing that come to fruition in the numbers. But again, like you said, Mika, I mean, I think when you look at this objectively, you're probably looking at the first half as T1 and being like, we had to have gotten more rounds there.
Yeah, I think, you know, 6-6 on the attack even
Could have been
probably would have been a better position for them. But to have that many pain points on the attack is a big surprise because that's where T1 has widely thrived when it comes down to Icebox. You think back to the series versus G2, which grants the last time that they won on this map. But that was 13-1 and it all started with that attack just going A over and over again. Everybody on the team being on point. That was severely lacking. And I mean, overall, just it was a fantastic job here from GE.
I also love how it looked like GE, they really had their preparation for Saya player. They knew that they were going to bring the chamber out. They knew that he was going to bring out the operator. I mean, we did see him on the board as like, you know, the top player for operator kills. GE looked very well prepared for that with the way they were swinging and the way they were willing to trade for these types of kills of Saya player. I think that's also why they were able to like really poke and really get in there because they were able to nerf that, you know, that side of T1.
Yeah, I think a big part of it is also just giving the respect, right? Saying that we're not ever going to try to duel this 1v1 if we can help it, always going for doubles or, you know, maybe trying to get ahead of it even when they were on defense, like Polvi getting very aggressive on belt, things like that. But now they might have to do it again here on Lotus because there's a good chance we're going to see the chamber return here for T1.
But I'm curious, what iteration do we get? I'm suspecting that it's probably going to be the Neon from both sides. So I think that we're going to be getting this really fast-paced clash between the two squads, eventually with those breaches as well to just go ahead and, you know, try to escort those Neons forward into the sites. Whether there's going to be any further changes around it from there, we'll have to just wait and see.
I'm all for it. I am all for it if we're having that head-to-head. But if you're coming down to like, you know, Izu and Polvi, I would say that like, you know, Polvi is just better activated at this point on the side of GE. Izu, I would say, probably still needs a bit more. He still needs a bit more practice. He still needs to get, you know, those foundations in being a duelist. Polvi is just like, you know, they're just unleashing him.
Yeah, and the thing is, I mean, you can just see it from the compositions they play with the Neon as well on your screens right now, where GE is just focused on Polvi, right? It's, okay, how do we set up the Neon? Everyone is focused on setting up the Neon. That's how a lot of these teams have found success, whereas T1, they were trying their own style of, okay, how do we get even more hyper-aggressive with a double duelist, just go speed, 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 which can be good, but now you have to make sure your duelists are somewhat self-sufficient at the same time to actually make that chemistry work out.
I mean, it's double duelist, but it's also triple flash because you have that breach, that sky, as well as that omen for the paranoia. But that does, when you're on the defensive side, really leave some glaring weaknesses in your defense because you are lacking that sentinel. Even just the chamber having that trademark to set up on B while he's posted up, you know, peeking out towards Mound on that C defense. That's something that's a lot more than what you're going to be having here when you're running that double duelist, triple flash composition. So I'm curious if they're going to lean back into that. If they do go for double duelist, do you maybe sack the sky to go for either a fade or the chamber, or do you go for even just, you know, a Cypher or a Killjoy, something that's a little bit more standard for the map?
Yeah, with that kind of composition, it only says one thing, right? You're basically just going forward. You're going all in for the kills. And with that, it is time for our Guess and Gain game, which is our very question. Who do you think is going to be having the most kills on map 2? Is it going to be Polvi, or is it going to be a side player? Or we also have a third option, neither one. You can choose your own adventure. You can choose your own player. And with that, you may double up or double down if you choose
So we have to choose, for us, we have to actually specify who it is.
Yes, if you pick your own player, I mean, it's...
well, so Chad actually got off easy here by saying neither one.
Yeah,
I mean, you're betting on 8 out of the 10 players in the server.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think mathematically that does lend itself to a decent guess, but it's definitely
This is a tough one.
This is
It's my
this is
first
a
day
pretty
back.
tough
I'm gonna
one.
play it safe just a bit.
This is a pretty tough one. I'm in silver.
With
Okay.
no...
Oh, this is tough. This is actually
The
so
biggest,
tough.
The biggest quandary is just who's playing what. I almost,
Yeah.
I'm gonna look back.
Yeah.
Do I have time to look back at
Are
Polvy's
you
record from the
consulting your
last time?
the Oracle of Kilios over here, looking into the future just
Yeah,
a
I'm
bit?
just sorry, I'm checking some stats real quick here.
I'm gonna give you 5 more seconds to write down
Okay.
your answers, gentlemen.
4.
5, 4. I don't see you scribbling.
Okay. Oh god.
Ooh, interesting choices. All right, let's reveal on 3. 3.
Wait, why did you? What? Oh.
Yes.
Yeah. All right, 1, 2, 3.
I said Polvy.
We have Polvy, and we have
I went with
Izu. Izu, okay,
Listen,
a gamble.
He just had amazing kills. We have to actually choose who it is, whereas the chat doesn't get to because they can't actually all vote.
You have to specify
Yes,
it
you
for
have to
neither
specify.
one. Oh.
So really, this should actually be like triple up or down, in my opinion. But we'll let the production figure that out.
Yeah.
Well, in that case, I'm glad I stuck with Polvy.
I'm playing it safe. That's why I said I'm playing it safe just a little bit. But I do think that, he's, again, that renewed confidence from GE. As we go into Lotus, of course, we are expecting that Neon, which GE have mentioned that, it's been looking so good. It's been working well for this team as well. And lo and behold, we do have it.
Okay, and T1, they're going to stick with the very, very traditional version, but now with the chamber. So now we went from 3 flash versions to no flashes. I mean, obviously you have the Omen, but...
Yeah, just the Paranoia.
Okay.
So no Breach. Saya's on Chamber, and then Carpe's playing Viper.
So you have to, T1 has to play the map a lot now, right? You have to really play off of timings and taking space and controlling. You have to take space first because that's how you're going to control it, right? You have to commit things like the Seize nade combos to then just hold on to pieces of the map, which quite frankly, I mean, sometimes the calling on T1, this is where they struggled here on Lotus as a 3-site map.
I mean, of course, we have to mention that this is Carpe's first time playing Viper ever. This is a debut for him.
It could be very good, or it could go the other way. We're going to find out as we step into Lotus. We're going to pass it on over to our casters in matching outfits, Asarai and Paper Thin.
Are they? Oh, yeah, kind of.
Yeah. I think we're 2 peas in a pod, We look like twins, when they show us on camera.
Yeah, that's
Thank you for that pass. Okay, so this is where it gets interesting, because again, they were talking about it already. There's not really any flash options for T1 here. Sure, side player's still going to be on that chamber, but I mean, he can get just, fault line, basically CC'd or controlled by Benkai here, who is on that chamber on GE side.
Well, and, this is concerning for me for T1 going up against this comp, because I think Will makes a great point on the desk that you need so much map control here.
Yeah.
You have no ability to really stop the Neon except for stacks. And maybe a good Paranoia from X-Curate. But other than that, you're going to have to rely on just raw firepower, and they're not winning the early battle.
Well, he's winning a little bit. X-Crit's winning, actually the 2. Trade for the moment now. And there's no time wasted here by GE. Immediately tries to go for a push on A. No, they back away. As they open the door once more, they're backing up onto Rubble. Maybe to go back somewhere on B or C, but that's being contained by Saya players. Stax and Carpe still here. Hasn't heard the TP just yet. A wiggle on both sides. I saw what I saw.
Just having a little fun.
Yeah. Now they were serious. Their faces, I was looking at the cameras.
Serious mode. Yeah. Well, I think Benkai was probably looking at the map, and Lightning Fast is trying to get into his, send his smoke. So
yeah. Saya though,
he's got to hit these shots here. This is something that Saya started out a little bit rough.
30 seconds
Had a
left.
few good moments as the map went on. Oh boy, great cam to check.
Oof.
Forces the TP out.
Yeah. Wonder if he's gonna commit to this by himself though. Fully blinded. And this is just excellent utility usage from GE. They've already forced out the players here. Saya's already way back onto Waterfall. It's gonna be a full-blown retake on either side. Good damage already onto Stax. Does have a lineup with the Haunt here. Pushes right in. Here's the reload, but Carpe's just not getting that conversion. This is rather unfortunate, and we're left with Saya player still in the 3 versus 1. There was nobody that got knocked out. Oh, this is just horribly wrong for him. He can get backstabbed. Reload for Lightning Fast. Repositions for now. The jump out. But again, too low for Saya to tank anything, and that's going to be GE picking up the pistol.
Yeah, it's just, like you said, great util there. Benkai nailing the flash, the cam to check to force out the TP. doing all the right things at the right time. In the early fight, the fact that Xcurate wins that, pretty nice for T1. Slide in with Polvi. I thought he was dead to rights, but he was just getting the paranoia, like the tail end of the paranoia there. And then, you know, the worst part about that is even if Saya wins that battle, there was still the aftershock available for Benkai. So like you've got another layer of util that he would have had to deal with. It's another pistol for GE. That's all 3 pistols so far going their way.
Oh, they're getting closer and closer. They're going to drop this and start to go for that heavy contact. Carpe does get a pick first. Here comes Benkai around the corner. Now they know the shenanigans of T1. GE plays a lot farther back now, using their ranged weapons in spite of this. And Carpe and Izu starts to back away immediately. Look at where Izu's placed up in of himself. He's already at the back of B. Carpe still holding here on tree. But GE, they still have the numbers and the weaponry.
Yeah, great little trap play here by T1, using that toxic screen to set things up. Carpe got a snake bite kill in there as well. The good news, though, for GE is you're able to grab all the rifles, and you're good to go.
Yeah.
Try to rotate around. No real ability for T1 to stop this, as they're just going to continue to plant their feet at A. And that makes a lot of sense here on the eco. So, let's see exactly what T1 wants to do at this point. You know, the pressure's on to you. Do you want to try to go for it? You know, got a couple kills already. Carpe's got a Sheriff. But with 3 rifles in hand, for GE, feels very difficult.
Spike planted.
They're gonna come from the spawn side though. That means you gotta clear all this util, and that's gonna alert GE to the presence of T1. So they can go for these kills, go for those orbs, prevent the death to the spike if they so choose.
We'll see though. Carpe is pretty mean with a Sheriff, so if you can use Izu as some sort of entry point here onto the site, that could be something.
Out of charges.
Great stun for Benkai just to kind of slow things down. Wall right up in their faces, and yeah, T1 are just halted right outside of C. And of course, GE, smart play. Not really going to go for the push. That's going to be another solid round here for GE.
Yeah, I like what you're saying. Don't give Carpe any ability to take over a round with that Sheriff. Seen it few times in Pacific through the last couple years. So absolutely a good one. And lightning fast, 4-0 to start. Hot start for him.
Fun.
Oh, that great setup. Snake fight is so good. Yeah, no. This is a really good setup for T1, and these are the kind of things they're going to need to be doing to win this map, right? Like, you don't have a lot of inherent utility to shut down the neons. You're going to need to do it with positioning and kind of outthinking your opponent and controlling territory.
Same thing right now for GE. Immediate control onto Rubble.
Caution here.
Izu inside the smoke, just waiting. Lightning fast about to rim one out. Paranoia from the looks of things. And that's going to be Stax getting the pick onto Polvi. And this is a rough game. Yeah, because of, again, the double controller, they have to push out. Can't really do anything. Blaze King thought that he maybe could get a catch onto Waterfall. And the hyper proactiveness of T1 giving them some pretty good picks on GE players. We're not done just yet, though.
Enemy remaining.
That is going to be the first takedown onto Benkai. Now it's all in the hands of Russ. Nope. Hang on. Liking the pocket of this. Not sure if Russ is going to be aware. And Excurate just hard reads the 1v1.
Yeah, and this has kind of been the game plan here for T1 today, is to challenge GE. Go for these contact plays, go for the aggression. Get the nice shooting there. Stacks with a good re-aggression through the cyber cage. Excurate that's in a bit of a off-angle position, so it feels like it could be pretty similar to some of those rounds in Icebox. There's just a lot of fighting early for control over this space, because both teams kind of need it to make this map work the way they want to. Sees nade off the rip, but this time Polvi's not dashing for that rope spot. A good shot from Saya.
Wow, Saya really wants to take that fight and beyond. Stax, though, risky positioning, actually gets caught by Lightning Fast, who just peeks through. Vulnerable and everything through the toxic screen. Not really going to matter this time. Blaze King now tries to find a bit of contact as well. by himself outside of B main. This is just full confidence that we're seeing here for GE. No push just yet, but you can see how they kind of want to approach this, slowly inching away from A.
And I'm a bit surprised that some of the game plan for GE early isn't a little bit more contested for C off the rip, potentially as well. I get wanting to fight for A to show a little bit more presence, but a little bit slowly rotating over this direction off the fault line. Xcurate says, okay, I got to buy a little bit of extra time. Not being super ambiguous about this is Polvi, just going for those pre-fire angles. Xcurate all alone still on this C site. Paranoia being thought about. Have to find the right timing for it. And oh my god, this position from Lightning Fast!
Oh, he actually cancels it. Xcurate, I thought he was going to go for the push, honestly. He's going to be the catcher already. Does get the first pick, repositions, does get caught out through the smoke banks. Benkai finally gets the pick, but it's Saya player also able to get a pick by himself. Blaze King and Benkai now rummaging through B, and Izu pops out for a nice little surprise. Nasty as can be, and Blaze King just has to forfeit this round, equalizing 2-2.
Out. Snappy from Izu. Oof. Great reaction. Great read of the map. Great read of the timing there. Xcurate working that position to a T. I mean, they even get the spot on him, but it just didn't feel like GE ever felt comfortable enough to try to punish that position. Early play for Saya. Very, very nice. Great anticipation of the slide angle there. Saya right there to shut down the push onto the site. Izu ready to make sure that the round is definitely going to go T1's way. No plan available. This is kind of what I'm more considering here. I mean, without a traditional Sentinel, just the Chamber, you have a lot more opportunity, I think, to punish this mound area. Really make T1's life a lot more difficult. At least get the space. A bunch of pings now coming out towards the A site.
Yeah. Especially without a Cypher for T1, right?
Right.
Makes it even much easier to push on that C. The only thing they really have to fear is, we're talking about it, you know, those quick first contacts when the Paranoia's impact is at its most, when you hit somebody with the Paranoia. So
right.
Obviously after that, then there's no more Paranoia.
Or the Fade Util. Like, those are the two things you really got to worry about.
Yeah. Saya player, though, really wants to hold his position here. Can always TP out. Wonder if they're going to chase him through the wall. In any case, that's going to be a no. Polvi does get taken by a shot, and this is just full-blown crossfires being set up by T1, and it's working so well for them. Actually, it's already dropped onto the site. Unsure if they know that he's here, pocketed himself. Now spots that Benkai around the corner, falls down.
30 seconds left.
Cypher ult used as well. And Blaze King, great catch onto Xcurate. 20 seconds, now knows where they are. Has a safe position to plant the spike. Does get hit by the trap there, so he's going to be slowed for a little bit. Gives access to Carpe and Saya to come around the corner and almost gets the first hit, but Carpe just a little bit too quick on the trigger.
Yeah, I mean, I really like these kind of staggered defenses that T1 has in their back pocket if they're not able to like take early map control. Yeah, like, they're willing to give up this space, but they're going to fight you when they want to. They're doing a good job of picking their timings, picking their moments to commit. And it helps that Saya can kind of use himself as that early warning, that early alarm.
Yeah.
When he has to TP out. He's been really good about that. You know, even if he doesn't necessarily find a pick in that round, he still gets the info on what's going on, where GE is leaning, and that allows T1 to react nicely and decisively.
Yeah, and I like how I pointed it out because that's exactly what T1 was doing the last time we saw, you know, them doing on Saya player. Lotus, I think, was the biggest example of that, where they're kind of just banking on the fact that Saya's just a really godly chamber that he can always, as you were mentioning, get all that information, hit some shots if he has the operator, sure, bigger threat levels, and then just kind of play around for that. It's super risky because, again, you don't really have any fallback utility. You have to play within the moment itself, right? So it's hard. Again, it's risky, but T1 slowly somewhat is making it work.
Absolutely. And now they've got an Odin as well to help kind of control some of that space potentially a little bit more.
Yeah.
That's something that absolutely GE is going to be aware of. And let's see what the setup is going to be like. Sometimes you can throw some of those haunts out from B.
Ah, there it is.
Towards A. Yeah.
Here.
Here you go.
In the next 2 seconds. Ah, there it is.
Yep. The haunt from B. I like that setup. I mean, that's kind of the El Clasico, right?
Yeah.
Didn't
hiding behind Robo.
Yeah, exactly. Didn't get damaged, but... Oh, that's a great paranoia.
Oh, Carpe actually putting a smoke right in front of him, so he has some fallback positioning to play around with. Now there's 2 smokes where he can just kind of pocket himself too. Good damage altogether, but it's not really the picks that they were kind of hoping for. Blaze King running rapid onto the back of Tree here as he's just down to 9. Still the numbers advantage favoring GE. Stacks back with the haunt. Still also has a Prowler. If he throws it out right now, that will spot out Polvi. But he's waiting.
We get the Nightfall if he gets 1 kill here.
Also true. Smoke's fading right now. Stacks backing away. Paranoia as well. He's about to get hit by like 4 people, but does he hit by 4 people, or he's the one that hits 3? Oh my goodness, Stacks with the 3K and T1 with the retake.
Yeah, I like the change up here from GE in terms of just, well, okay, if we're going to play a little bit slower and give them time to kind of think through things and react, we're just going to push the tempo. You know, once we have an identification on a position, we're just going to say, okay, let's close in on that, eliminate the player. You know, they give themselves a really good opportunity. But Stacks just goes absolutely mental over here.
What do you got? I think he's telling us the syllables, the vowels, you know?
Yeah. There's a lot of vowels in Korean, though.
There is?
A lot.
Ah, okay.
18.
We're going out. 18.
It's a lot.
Okay. Now this is where we're seeing the operator come out from Saya player, and well, I mean, he's gonna be control. Oh, okay, there it is. He saw a foot. That's all he needed. Someone break it for me. The chase is real. He's not gonna be able to get another conversion here, but the thing is, okay, Izu. Okay, that's not too good. That's not too hot. Smoke though at least gives him a little bit of separation here as X-Grid gives them some cover. But Izu's showstopper getting slapped out like that, not to the plans of T1. But you know what? They can always go for improvisation, and there you go. Shots through the smoke, enough to get another one against GE.
And Russ just ripping Izu out of the air there. That's unfair, but it do be like that sometimes. And they're reconsidering B. I mean, they don't have any info on A, so you got to be worried about, you know, someone tucked behind the rocks, behind Rebel. There's a lot of tricky positions to have to worry about, and this is kind of the old fallback here is, well, you know, there's probably going to be some kind of trap in the corner, but Stacks takes a lot of damage. Go for that seize to try by a little extra time.
30 seconds.
Very early on the use on the Nightfall as well, though. But if it did had 3 tracers on B, that gives a lot of information for T1 that they're still here on B, and they might actually go for that rotation. They might not know that X-Grid's gone around the corner here, and they do. They get that refrag, and Saya player goes in! Headshot on both ends! Operator to Headhunter. What do you choose? Why not both?
It's all these bait and switches in this round for T1. Off the rip here, yeah, Saya gets the early peek, but then it's just to like bring people in towards these setups. And at the end around the door, it's Saya again baiting for X-Curate. He only gets 1, but Saya's good for 2. 3 on the round. What a performance there from T1. I like these ideas that, you know,
they will break against
it's hard for GE if you're just kind of like cutting players down along the way and just forcing them to push your space. GE can't really find these openings that they'd like with this comp. Haven't been able to get that value out of that Neon. It's been very quiet so far. It's going to be a catch on to Carpe with the dart. Let's see if GE wants to try to punish us a little bit. It's all classics though, so this is going to be a tough round for sure.
Yeah, his smoke's already depleted, so he has to wait for some time right now before he really starts moving in. Rest of the T1 players have actually rotated onto C here. Smoke from X-Grid does assist Carpe enough, but Carpe also forced to use the snake bite, his only one for this moment. Now pulling trigger. That's going to be stunned on X-Grid. Cannot really pop a shot as he was stunned by the fault line. Polvi comes in, gets the pick. Nice use on the fast lane, and that's going to give him some coverage as he tries to reposition inside the smoke. So much pop shots, so much damage, and around the corner, it's just a big, messy fight. And out on top is going to be T1.
Yeah, well, I think that's actually a pretty good hit from GE that time. They get a lot of util to land, and they give themselves the ability to get pretty deep into the site. It's just you have all classics, so
yeah, what you can really do in terms of firepower.
Yeah, it's just so tough.
But still, though, that was close for comfort. I really like the cascading uses of the smokes there, so that there's really no visual confirmation for T1 that we have to shoot here, here, or here.
Right.
Both timeouts.
It looked better in that round. And yeah, the second timeout already for GE. But this is, again, it's really interesting that this map has been really good for both teams this year.
Yeah.
And, you know, especially GE with the Neon, you know, Polvi, we're picking them up before the match and the pre-show. And
yeah.
So far, it's been completely nullified. And it's just these really disciplined positionings and utilization of their utility by T1. They're showing a lot of different looks on their defense. Sometimes they challenge you at the point of attack. Sometimes they wait for you to get a little bit deep into the site, and then they hit at you.
Yeah.
It's been really tough for GE to get comfortable and get a read, it feels like.
Yeah.
So maybe this round is it.
It just feels like it's always free damage, right? I mean, I'll just say it as here. Big difference between Neon and Arrays is Arrays can go vertical while having that, or sorry, horizontal while having that verticality, right? Flying up in the air like a jet. With a Neon, if you get like hit by a stun, hit by a paranoia, hit by a snake bite, you're taking all of that while you're going into the site.
That's true. It's very true. So a lot of that timing for Polvi seemingly disrupted. Saya,
oh boy.
Polvi. What a spot for Saya.
I mean, you could see that Polvi's aware of this. He's just slowly encroaching ever so slightly. So it's going to be the battle of the aces. This is a mental battle, ladies and gentlemen. This is a standoff.
Well,
they can't see each other, but I'm pretty sure they know what's up there.
I think he has an idea. I mean, you have the paranoia, potentially, or Benkai might just die on the swing out. Yep.
Spike down.
Yep. Izu's on the assist, takes down Polvi as well. Lightning Fast alone. Goes in, but again, dude's just a bit too snappy, a bit too crispy on the shots. Rust getting access onto that B side, spotted out by Carpe right now. As he comes in, X-Ray gets spotted as well. Rust pushing through. Heroics actually paid off. 1 versus 1 for now. Jason Izu might fall down into this, and he actually jumps out with a classic. What a mad lad. 2 versus 1. Blaze King, spike in hand, and now he's going to rush into the A side to maybe get ourselves here a 2 versus 1 on the clutch.
Well, the real question for me is do you pop the showstopper here as Izu to make sure that you're guaranteeing this round? Blaze King, nowhere for him to use that neural theft. All the bodies of T1 are over towards B and C.
Ooh.
This is tricky.
They won't know where he is as well, though, right? So it's a game, a dangerous game of hide and seek. But they're slowly getting contact already here, so they should know where he is for the most part. Yeah, there it is. That's that first. Wow, that's so smart from Izu.
They're reading things so well. And again, it's these bait and switches off of Saya players' positionings that are just really destroying GE. And this time around, to make matters worse, you got the early pick on a Benkai, so you're losing a lot of that deep utility to set up Polvi right off the rip. And he just swings out and dies to Izu. Okay, you're able to clear some space in towards B. But at the end of the day, it's too little too late. And it's just a great game plan from T1. I mean, they really understand how to work the map.
Yeah, 100%.
There.
So smart in just how they approach things. Anywho, set up again. Nade into the opening. Ooh. Good enough for Lightning Fast to just, again, TP across, or else he would have been a very unhappy day.
Yeah, they still take a little bit of damage out of it. Rust down to 70, Lightning Fast at 91, so. And look at this. This is the same setup from T1. When they give up that rubble control, they're looking to hit you right as you come around that corner. Saya gonna stick around.
Oh, he knows Russ is around the corner as well. Oh, he doesn't know if Russ actually went to mount, so he's a little bit afraid of it. Izu bringing out the pain, able to escape even though he was hit by the tethers as well. He's safe for now, and Saya player What a tricky guy to go up against, as he can just pocket himself in so many angles, and if he has the rendezvous out, he's going to be able to TP away. In any case, second fallback, does get stunned though, so he'll give access to Blaze King. If he peeks right out, he might be able to spot out Benkai, whiffs the shot.
One enemy
Now they know where exactly they are. Blaze King, no real safe island here on C. Tries to run away, nade right in front of his face, and this is just bombardment from all angles, from all cylinders, as T1 6-round lead against GE.
This is a masterclass here from T1. Every concern I might have had about this comp is gone.
Truth.
They are playing this so effectively. Saya's really dialed in on that operator. But it's the way that they give up space, and they on purpose. Yeah. And then they have a follow-up. As soon as GE feels like they're comfortable, they might be able to try to take some map control, see if they can set up for the A hit or the B pivot, and then T1 just hits them and just knocks them out of the park. I mean, it's just incredible. So a bit of a fake early and an immediate change of direction. So now this utility has to make Saya uncomfortable. Paranoia didn't hit him. He's able to stick around. He misses the shot though.
Oh, but look at this. That smoke coverage on Lightning Fast. Do they know that he's going to be inside of the smoke, as he did use them from the shadows? They are. They're not aware of it. No way. He drops down. He gets 1, 2, conversion, Lightning Fast. This man has a mind made for the Omen. 3 versus 5 right now. As control of the C site immediately lost by T1. Now there's a big flank coming in as well from Blaze King, as he's picking them off one by one. Izu alone on top C, throws the nade, could get the catch onto Pulvi here, but he's pocketed well on the box. Not really falling down. He doesn't even know that he's there. Yeah, he should go down to Pulvi. And now it's only up to Saya player. Gets just pummeled. There's no even real need for Blaze King up until that 1 kill against Carpe.
Round in the half.
Well, that's the old talent play right there, where you TP onto that smoke. And if I'm not mistaken,
he even jumped on top of it inside the smoke too.
Yep.
Trick shot.
Just great stuff there. Having to dig a bit deeper into the playbook now, or GE counter this. Really great defender side from T1. 1 more round in the half. Couple big ults, yeah. Tour de force. Carpe has the Viper's pin. They're just going. Oh.
He's just around the corner here. That smoke gives him some leeway, but popping shots through it actually blows up right in his face. Coming around the corner here. There's the first pick on Excurit. Cannot get that second kill, but Russ is very critically low. Snakebite thrown out. Lightning Fast jumps through, able to survive. It's a 2 versus 2, but the HP's very much heavily in the favor of T1. Spike has been planted though. They do have control of the back of the site, and Spike is planted out for open. No more paranoias. There is a tether in the hands of Russ here. But again, table could have actually turned. Down onto Stacks, last player standing. It's the back of the site. The double up from GE. He's actually coming around the corner. I don't think, oh, now they know. Just barely nicked it. 1 more in the pocket from Russ, actually catching Stacks. What a round from GE.
Yeah, finally able to find a way to break through that chokehold that T1 tries to set up around that ult orb on A. But it took a long time. And is 4 rounds on your attacker's side going to be enough for GE on Lotus? Statistics would say probably not. Yeah. However, this is Pacific, and we don't really like statistics.
Yeah, and to be fair, to the credit of GE, I feel like their defending side is still formidable if you put into account how good the improvements have been between Blaze King and Benkai, that also loves to go for those spams.
Sure.
So that's something to just, point out there as well.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's not going to be easy for T1 at all, I don't think.
Yeah.
Could be wrong, but really a lot of support for T1 out there. I'm not sure why we're cooking Phoenix. I think he likes to live in the flames. Maybe that's why he's cooking.
That's true.
That could be.
Brother is heated. Okay, so how do you do fusion between Sky and Sage? That's still just Sky or Sage. Or Skage.
Skage?
All right, I'll take it.
I don't understand that one fully either.
Yeah. Wait, maybe it's because lightning fast?
No, but that was wasn't it a T1 sign?
But I don't remember.
I'm not. I'm not putting any more thought into that.
Okay. You know what? I love our audience. They have. Such,
it was a cool picture.
Yeah. See, they have such beautiful minds.
Goes there.
They're well ahead of us.
Oh yeah.
Light years ahead. Well,
to infinity and beyond.
Absolutely. T1, even though they lost the pistol, doesn't really feel like they did on that other half. Now coming over towards this attacker side. A lot of pressure at Mound for GE, really gambling on that position. Blaze King's util set up deep into A. Izu watching for this push out, expecting some aggression, but he's going to pay the price.
Yeah, just he actually crouched for that too. He wanted to take that fight, but too many players from GE on that perspective. Look at where this camera is.
Camera taken.
Oh, Carpe was aware. So that will give them some access onto this A site. Carpe, by himself right now, does deal some good body shot damage. And now this is just going to be a slow burn, a slow siege into the A site. Benkai setting up the stun already. Maybe something for Polvi on the back of the site, not sure. In any case, Spike has been planted. Good utilities, though, for post-plant if ever. Nice shot from Carpe. Excurate follows right back up as well. Saya player comes around the corner. It's all down to Excurate. And how does Blaze King hit a shot? Clutches the round, puts himself into the 4K, and of course, a very well-deserved defuse to get him 1 point away from the neural theft.
He's just up there turreting from the top of the rope, just knocking people down. T1 trying to see if they can go for trades, and Blaze King just stands his ground. Starts knocking players over. Great push out, great early win. Good follow-up off the stun from Benkai there. You can see he's just, every time a T1 player tries to go for the trade, he's just ready for it.
Yeah.
Let's go!
You deserve it, man. Blaze King deserves it.
This should do.
I think he's one of the calmest and most positive players we've seen on GE. Bar none.
Yeah, well,
everybody's very
not
positive.
the calmest. I think Benkai's got him beat in the calm department.
Okay. But I love the energy on
Yes,
Blaze
the
King
energy's
regardless.
good. Yes, I appreciate that. Ooh. Ooh.
Yeah, that was also a pretty injured lightning fast as well. No pushes from T1.
Yeah, they're just really trying to figure out where they can find some open space. Hopefully get this plant down. Still have a couple sheriffs though. Carpe Excurate sitting with the ever so slight buy-up in the pistols. And everybody just kind of moving around. Stax has the haunt at the ready. One blast pack for Izu. Smokes for Excurate, and that's all you got to work with. So it's just really just trying to use your eyes and ears to figure out what exactly is going on with GE's setup. But Polvi's here on the backside of this toxic screen. Maybe seeing if he can catch a trailing player, but everybody using it correctly. Get behind the door and see if they can get this plant down. I can already see GE rotating pretty quickly over here, and the longer this takes, the more difficult it gets for T1.
Polvi's popping shots, none connecting, but that was a bit too close for comfort. Now Carpe very close as well. I think he wants to bait himself for Izu here if he can.
What?
Or maybe just be a nasty sheriff player. Again, we've talked about this. Man is on a mission. Lightning fast coming around the corner here. Expert inside the smoke, spotted out by Blaze King. Down to Carpe and Izu.
Last player standing.
Good tag though. Not going to be enough, and Russ spots out Carpe there for the takedown. And GE, ever so slightly, ever so slowly, are building up back that lead.
Yeah, for a moment there, I was like, is this going to be one of those rounds?
It was close.
That shot from Carpe is the narrowest of angles.
Yeah.
Man. But, GE holding fast. Ooh, nice angle for Benkai there, too. Nice piece of work with the Guardian, just going fishing for Blaze King, but just having a heck of a start to this map. He's got to have the neural theft available. Yep. I was going to say, he's had enough kills that he should be well on his way.
Yeah.
That's a nice boon for them. A couple Guardians and a Bulldog, but you never know. Find the opportunity to get that ult going early. Some some damage to T1. T1 is so far fully committed to this A hit. And still though, Blaze King on A with that Cypher utility. It can be tricky. Russ gets nipped in the heels by the Prowler, but he's out.
Blaze King taking some damage to the wall here, through the smoke as well. Forced to actually push out. I wonder if that Aftershock's going to do any damage. Looks like no, so it doesn't even stop the plant on the spike. Saya player here falls to Russ. And he hasn't been really winning these 1 versus 1s. Now Carpe coming around the corner, waiting right now for a lightning fast. I guess he's just waiting for somebody to peek out through Baby Door here. Not gonna have anybody. Smoke's about to dissipate as well. Flashes come through. Great relay bolt, and Volby just charges right in. Could go for a straight out conversion. Not gonna happen as Izu and the rest of T1 managed to mangle this retake of GE.
Yeah, great hold on this attempted flood retake.
We won't lose.
Izu just in that spot that you see it all the time, where players just aren't quite ready for it, because usually there's other, things you have to consider on the backside of site, right? Players that are near tree in that area or coming from the stairs or things like that. Makes it really difficult to initially deal with that player that's going to be tucked underneath that rope, and
yeah,
works a treat for T1. So timeout for T1.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense. How to build up their lead now that it's going to be global with their gun round. Either for, well, probably both. How they're going to set up and how they're going to counter the setup of GE.
Yeah, I'm pretty curious about it. Autumn maybe calling an audible early. Maybe saw something that they can use against GE. Not exactly sure though. I mean, there were a couple early losses for T1 in that round, but they recovered nicely. So,
yeah,
hard to say exactly what he's thinking.
Well, I guess you could say he's just automating the way that T1's approaching this.
I love it.
Okay.
The best part is I can hear Achilleos groaning from the
all the way from the green room to the hallways. Okay, let's get to it. Hobie's just sending it. Oh, he actually gets patched through the hunt, but does it himself as well. Still net positive here for GE. And look at this. They're not able to fight back. They're stuck right now, and the damage is done. 2 versus 1. Stax backs away. Blaze King already at the flank. Benkai keeping him pressed in. If Stax can beat down Benkai here, that's going to open up the A site. But does he know that Blaze King is coming around the corner? Flick from Stax. And now he's afraid. A little bit aware. He's going to be able to move just in the nick of time before he gets stabbed in the back. I don't think so. And now he hears it. Neural theft. There it is. Just for a bit of that confirmation on where the placement is going to be. And he's chasing him down. He wants blood. 1 versus 1. Comes around the corner. 61 HP, 4 stacks. Hit. And this is just a game where Blaze King has all the information, and he has it in the bag. 9-7 is GE. Spectacular round.
Oh, yeah, I mean, this is just one of these rounds where GE's just saying, okay, T1's just been going A every time. That's fine. We'll fight for that. And they come out ahead on it. They get completely stuck behind the rocks. Can't really ever comfortably push out. And Stax able to find just a little bit of open space. The haunt as well. Really nice from Russ. Reveals a position for him. They've got him just stuck back there, and they're willing to challenge that. They've got the better position. They've got the better hold. Stax fights tooth and nail to get out of it, but Blaze King has has so much info. That neural theft.
Right there. Knowledge is power.
Yes.
That 101 position, knowing the exact position of your opponent is, well, a sure win for you.
When it puts T1 on an eco too, so that's a massive victory. Polby looks like he's going to just rely on the lightning fingers. Go for the old Palpatine strat. See if he can find some value out of that. Everybody else, rifles for the side of GE. Stax has that Nightfall, though. Carpe 1 away from a pit. I mean, there's a world where T1 can use Stax's Nightfall to scale, pick up an orb along the way, or just use the plant to get Carpe's ult and just see if they can go for it.
They fake open the door here, and look at that quick rotation already from GE.
And they're just waiting for position. And Russ just too fast.
I wonder if they're going to realize that this is like a double fake as well, a double pump fake from T1. They're about to come into Baby Door. Russ got the kill. But still no contact on T1 for the moment. So this is just...
Camera taken out.
Again,
Cage triggered.
Just no picks whatsoever. You're going to have access onto his A site. Should be able to plant the spike in. Polvi, a little bit aware that he is marked, but can't still go for some aggression right now. Russ actually getting the flank right in. Izu coming around the corner. That Frenzy not going to really get him any more advantage other than just the one. And Stacks right in front of him is like 3 people. He can maybe go for this conversion. 1 good kill. A flick is going to help him out a lot more here. Hold on. 5 bullets. My God, around the corner is going to be this guy. And Stacks!
Not even sweat.
A hero! It all falls down for GE. He gets the collat, he gets the kill, he gets the flick, and he gets the absolute godliest of clutches in this game.
Oh, now that's just a Stacks classic right here. The man in the clutch has been so good throughout the years of that collat. Monstrous. The 4K. Incredible. Stacks once again adds another highlight reel to his vast collection that he's accumulated over the years. Unbelievable.
Welcome again to T1 Stacks, my God. Side player brought out the operator. Or, well, Marshall, I think? But outlaw? Looked like an outlaw.
Not for very long. Whatever it was, it didn't last long.
Yeah.
Polvi's got an outlaw.
That's true. See how this goes. Send out. Ooh, lightning fast. Spotted. Great intuition there from Izu just to rip it out on the top of C here. Polvi. So he was an outlaw. In any case, that's going to be C controlled by T1.
But it makes a lot of sense, knowing the economic situation of GE there. Try to go for that. GE just able to punish it with one of their rifles. Now, sits up on top of the box. Izu gets one. Oh, Russ though.
That's going to be difficult. Izu, he's somehow managing to divert or actually get away from all of this kerfuffle that GE are throwing at him, and he actually gets the big flank. Could even go for the ace here if Stacks doesn't get that kill, which he will. And T1, 11 rounds in, GE's falling behind.
Yeah, we are 2 rounds from going to map 3, from going to Ascent.
Oh yeah.
T1 here, great read, using that prowler to follow, set up the ult for Izu. He just starts knocking people down. Stacks still feeling it, holds the mound, holds his ground. Now you go over GE into a buy round. Feels like the must win.
Yes,
the cash will be a little bit short. Oh, what a shot from Zaya. This time he's got the op.
Okay, there it is. I think he took the body shots just to make sure, I think, that he can find where the final slide of Polvi was. Still a good shot though altogether. Izu, same thing. Gonna be underneath here. They might not have to exit out right now. No, it's just Extra actually backing away for the moment. Now Blaze can come around the corner here. Very brazen as he falls to Extra and the rest. There's 3 remaining players right now for GE. Russ as well. He actually gets tagged, but that's a tag and a pseudo HP reduction because of the ultimate. Lightning fast coming around as well for the flank, and he does get picked off by side players off. And Russ might have to actually just exit out of this one as, well, he's got no option to really do anything. Excrete's out for blood as he really wants that revenge, but Russ is going to be holding on to this Vandal coming into the next round.
Yeah, absolutely the right play there from Excurate, understanding the situation very nicely. Even though he dies, if he can rip this rifle away, does more damage. Carpe's going to get it anyway. Final kill going T1's way. We're able to knock all the guns out of GE's hands, and it is map point. Looks like we might go into Ascent.
Probably are. What a very good final map to put ourselves in. Stellar round all out
so
after
impressed.
after that clutch round from Stacks. Everyone from T1 got reinvigorated.
Yeah. He does that, man. He's done that so many times throughout his career, where he's able to find a clutch and all of a sudden, whether it be DRX or in this case now T1.
Oh. Ooh, quick flick. Quick scope as well. That's a trade in. Lightning Fast immediately pulls the trigger on his ultimate there just to see if he needs to be at the other position. Still, he's going to be able to pop smoke right in front of him. Jumps, gets spotted, throws out the paranoia, but he does get countered out himself. Goes in, repositions. Does he know? Do they know that it is going to be rubble? Doesn't matter. Izu shuts him down. And this is T1 marching slowly, surely into the A side. Colby's here though to deal with them, as his teammate gives him that ultimate to play around with. Nade puts him down to 60. T1 doesn't have to really go for this just yet. Can force GE to cook a little bit more into the site, but they have to be cautious as Blaze King, position of power, is around the corner here, gets taken down by Carpe, and we're still neck and neck. HP advantage still of GE. They're running around. Can they transition?
They're going to hear all this.
They will. Izu might get actually taken by Benkai, and that it is. Body shot down. All up to Carpe in the 2 versus 1. Polvi already fast, coming around the corner. Oh my god. Aftershock will force him out a little bit. You can already see where Polvi is expecting Carpe to play the aggressive angle. Carpe's not biting into it up until the very last moment.
Yeah, this is a good job by GE being really reactive, cutting off T1 at the point of attack. I mean, Benkai's ult used to just buy time to make sure they can get into position to just sort of mirror the movements of T1 in this round. Big ult invested, but the value found. See Polvi here gets that big kill as well to make sure that T1 can't scale into the site. Great job by GE. Still a long way to go just to force overtime. Did get the op for Polvi. So a buy should somewhat be able to be scraped through.
Yeah.
You might have to cut just just half armor and a bulldog. Yeah, I was gonna say I think you have to cut just a little bit for Lightning Fast there, but I'd say okay. Neural Theft for Blaze King. Saya player is gonna go for the Tour de Force. Execute does have his ult. Let's see if they're gonna try to throw in some trickery like we saw GE on their attacker side.
Oof. Blaze King's got the operator. I wonder how this is going to go. Does he have a fallback weapon, or is he just going to opt the entire round right now? I wonder how this is going to fare out, as he's not really going to have that auto rifle capability. Carpe finds one. There it is to open up the door. Invitation to fight. That's only going to be the trade for trade for now. HP abound. That is going to be Polvi a tad bit low. Lightning Fast trying to go for the wall bangs, but can't really find a plant. That's going to be Excurate. Safe and sound, and now the post plant is going to commence! Oh, the payload delivery in the face of Lightning Fast, a second time presented to you by Izu. Polvi gets the catch onto Izu here, 2 versus 3. Numbers still in the favor of T1. Good damage altogether, and this actually might be, well, they can't really save anymore. I was about to say, 12 rounds already for T1. Time is not of the essence. Activation on the Neural Theft gets some information in, but this is just time bought by T1. The push out, Polvi alone picks up the rifle, but he will not have time. He will not have a chance as T1 pushes us to map 3.
Yeah, this is so impressive for T1. Looking great on their map pick, had a great plan to deal with the Neon, to deal with this comp that GE brings. And it seemed like from the get-go, other than the pistol rounds, they shut GE out of this map.
Absolutely. Even though through the heroics that we've seen from Blaze King, it's still not going to be enough when you have players like Stacks bringing those clutch moments. Anyways, panel, what an insane round from T1.
definitely insane. And we are going into a map 3. Did you have this down when we, like, entered the venue today that this would be a going into a map 3, or was this a 2-0 for you guys?
I thought it'd be pretty likely, actually, especially for
Really?
me,
Okay.
since I predicted GE winning. I didn't think it'd be a very easy 2-0, just because obviously T1's firepower very formidable. So I think a 2-1 for me is not too surprising. But I would say, especially after the first map, T1 being able to bounce back, that's good news for T1.
Yeah, definitely.
For me, after seeing this, just the roster change up for T1, I was like, well, this probably goes to 3. So, but it's a good rally back here on Lotus for the side of T1. I mean, was a little bit concerned because Lotus has been this map that they continue to lean on, that they have a ton of tape on. But they decided to change things up. Carpe comes in, plays Viper for the first time, and overall looks quite solid while performing on that. And they're able to get the win all the same. I thought that GE was maybe going to have a really solid read, just given that they could study this map so many times over. But yeah, just never really got the full firepower coming out from that Neon. Polby was really struggling to find value here.
Yeah, it did feel like that GE maybe had a good answer pred for the Chamber, but not so much for how they would break through T1 being prepared for their Neon, right? So I think maybe just one step short here for GE on the prep.
Yeah, I like that you brought that up because, like, they were definitely focusing their fire on Saya player quite a bit. And it feels like they almost, like, had that tunnel vision in a way. And yes, bringing up, like, Polby, obviously, yes, and game aside, it was a bit of an underperformance, but I feel like, GE actually had more cohesion here, but T1, they just had, like, more firepower when it counted, and just like, as we saw in those last few rounds, it was just like GE crumbling a little bit in those last few. I guess the pressure maybe got to them.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit of an inversion compared to what we were seeing from Icebox. Granted, no thrifties this time. But, GE, they come out, they managed to get themselves 12 first kills in these rounds, but how many times did we see Saya just getting picked off outside of A, pushing up towards Rock and Rubble, but then T1 just goes on to win the round? It was happening continuously on their attack, and a lot of that just had to do with the efforts of the rest of the squad. Izu as well on the entries was just looking incredibly solid. So this was a very good turnaround performance here from T1.
Yeah, I think that's a big part, is that Isu getting more and more comfortable now that he's just consistently on the duelist, not having to flex around across different roles and different agents. So sometimes, he's doing it when he has to do it on his own to go in and create space, but he's also waiting a lot for right setups, making sure that he's just checking that one angle that he needs to clear as the entry and trusts his teammates to be really covering him from the back. So overall, I think T1 working with the composition, despite having, Chamber not a true Sentinel in the same sense of Killjoy or Cypher, they worked around that composition quite well.
Yeah, and I think, I was going to say, I think the thing that really needs to be discussed in addition is just both of these fades, because Russ, really solid performance for the side of GE. He was very much keeping them in this game with some of his moments. Lightning Fast as well with some really nice performances. That TP up onto the box, the drop down while he was lurking within the smoke to be able to pick off those players just, at CT side to side. At C, I can talk. Was really, really good. But then also Stacks, the 1v4 clutch with that Guardian in hand was just absolutely gorgeous. So the fades, I think that they were the big standouts for me.
No, I love that you brought that up because I feel like that was also such a big, the morale boost of that, of a 1v4 is massive to a team, right? When you need that signal to be able to rally back, to suddenly go charging, and that is your signal, especially for a player like Stacks.
And obviously, listen, we all remember some very memorable moments of Stacks in the past, but it started to happen not as often. And recently, I'm sure you've all seen the clip where Mako talks about what Stacks told him about the pressures of being an IGL, and Mako referenced, surely Stacks is not the IGL right now, because otherwise he wouldn't be making clutches like this so confidently. So now that we see that the pressure's off his back a little bit to just play the game rather than having to read the entire game, Stacks is putting up some great performances here on T1.
Yeah, I mean, here it is, speaking of the devil. It's the instant snap, the lineup. I mean, they want to push him. They know that he's decayed down, and they just perfectly align for him to be able to get that double headshot. And then by this point, I mean, he's already willed away at him, so it makes for a really easy final chest shot to go ahead and take him down. Really good. I mean, that's just classic Stacks.
Yeah, and obviously they lined up, sure, but at the same time, you have to really give credit to Stacks' movement there to line that up himself, right? It's because he's counter-swinging away from that, now counter-strafing out of it once again, that he gets that opportunity. So again, it's just when you have a star player like that that's able to just focus on the game, he's gonna bring home some rounds for you.
And that's the thing, right? For T1, all of these guys are star players.
Yes.
All of these guys are capable of performing at that level. And I feel like it's really just more a question of the chemistry and the cohesion that the team needs at this point. GE might have that as their edge over T1, but again, it's like, it's 5 players that are able to perform in this way like that 1v4.
I mean, even then, it's still in that regard, rough, and I think that T1 is in a solid enough position. I mean, we got to talk to Data after Sax had joined all the way back in week 1, and he said that, you know, him just kind of getting accoladed to the team environment, it happened almost instantaneously. So there was a couple things that needed to work on that were primarily around comms, because Stax needed things slowed down a little bit because his English isn't as strong as the likes of, you know, Saya, Carpe, etc. Because, I mean, he didn't spend years living in North America.
Sure.
So aside from that, he said, you know, he's just really fit into the team almost instantly. So I don't think that that's even that much of a concern.
Yeah, and I feel like, you know, as we mentioned, we did have, like, you know, players like Izu, for example, who really popped off with 24 kills.
Yeah, we've talked enough about all the supporting acts, but truly, you know, the real star of this game was the top
William.
fragger. Yeah, it was actually me. It was actually me.
You nailed
I should
it.
really get like quadruple upgrades here, rank ups.
Yeah, get yourself out of silver.
Yep. Okay. So just to make sure
man.
everybody's on the same page, we had the viewers actually did have a nice try. I would have said neither one. It was almost looking.
Yeah, the viewers
that
got
way.
it.
Yeah, it was almost looking that way. But we do have Izu and we have Polvi. Polvi was a 20k Achilles.
Yeah,
it was.
Polvi started to climb right back up. He was having a rough game in the first half, but
he was. But you know what? Like I thought that with him going back over to the Neon, that this was going to be huge. Jet has been where he was struggling previously, and he was cooking on Jet on Icebox. I said, okay, now he's going to go to Neon. He's going to go absolutely crazy. He's going to dominate this lobby. But I got let down by the Lorax. He couldn't come up with the kills.
Or viewers, where do our viewers go?
Oh man,
our viewers go
double up.
They go up.
Yeah,
There you go.
They guessed correctly as well.
All right.
The viewers know.
There you go.
You all know.
Nice job. I do like that, you know, that gamble on the neither one. But of course yours was like an excellent pick. How'd you do that?
Yeah, no, I got it correctly.
You believe.
Have we? Is this the final current ranks? Yeah.
Currently, yes, it is.
Okay.
Yeah. We're not doing too bad.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I only really care about my own rank. I don't really care about everyone else's. So
you'll just say that to make us feel better,
yeah,
but
there you go.
It's really your own agenda, right? But right now we are heading into map number 3. It's gonna be Ascent here. What are we feeling, especially since we've seen both teams here at their best possible form today?
I mean, I think this is going to be a banger coming up here on Ascent, because now we've seen that both teams are feeling pretty solid in their own conditions, right? The chemistry is now getting there. They've been warmed up. Most likely not going to see any picks change here, right? I mean, it's still going to be the Ascent that we know and love, and so it's an all-out brawl.
I mean, that's my big curiosity is there going to be any development here as far as the comps are concerned, or do we just go with stock standard? I think as far as the stock standard alignment's concerned, it's good for T1 because you have Carpe in the play the Sova.
Yeah, but that does mean that the last time T1 played this is where they put Saya onto that Jet, right? So, okay, so they are going to go with that.
Okay.
And then they're going to put Izu onto the Killjoy and making sure now Xcurit doesn't have to keep shifting around as he's trying to focus on the IGLing, so he gets to stay on the Omen. So it's yet another shift here for T1.
Yeah, and I feel like, maybe perhaps this is a, comfort zone, just default, don't do anything crazy.
Yeah, I think this is probably for the better, right? If you're going to have to still swap, I say Izu, go onto the Killjoy. You can still just focus on your own aim. You can really play as an anchor, and Xcurit now gets to not have to hop around and use all the different abilities while he's still trying to call the game.
And for the side of GE, they need Polvi to really be able to lean back into that Jet performance from Icebox. The operator's still going to be a bit of a concern. Outlaw as well, coming into this map where you often do on that defending side want to be getting operators into your Jet's hands as often as humanly possible. But if he can improve in that regard and then just also maintain his rifling performance from Icebox, Global, they're definitely in with a shout.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a huge Sova battle, right? The Benkai versus Carpe. How much info can you get? How much of a fake can you put onto the other team? And obviously for Benkai, how well do you call off with that information?
Yeah, massive tests indeed for all of these players right now. As we head into our third map of the day, it's going to be Ascent, and it's going to be Paper Thin and Azurai.
Yes, it's going to be us, not me. He's not here.
He's not here today.
Yeah. But anyways, map number 3, here we go. And the panel was talking about it, that T1 has been shifting players. It's the same comp, sure, but the people behind it have different. This is something that I wanted to also point it out here. The last time what we saw T1 was that upper final semis match with Gen G, where the one player that stood out the most there, Rossi, isn't playing right now. He had like 22 kills in that one game alone, which net them the Ascent win. How's that going to go without him right now?
No doubt about it. It's definitely something to consider. I'm curious about Izu on this Killjoy. What that's going to look like, especially on this defender side, where Killjoys usually are just feasting. And Carpe, though, going to be over here with X-Curate. On the B side, Stax playing in mid with the KO. Stax, obviously playing so much KO on this map throughout his career. A little bit of contact, Carpe under pressure. Gets the first kill, traded immediately out by Polvi.
Ooh, X-Curate, ouch! He immediately repositions. Great paranoia, actually able to stop them dead in their tracks on fast lane here. Or, excuse me, lane. But they can't really push up into the site, but that's not really the concern right now for GE. As they're re-aggressing, coming around the corner. Great shot from Polvi. Mid is exposed. Saya player hears the footsteps, pockets himself in, and this is just great contact altogether by GE. Dust settles, it's only down to Izu, but he's coming around, spotted by Benkai. And now they can start just marching their way up onto B. Izu, I think he's overreading the situation, might be thinking that they're going A, but no. Other side of the map, it will be.
Yeah, nice little recon dart there to make sure that they could come back into the site a little bit safer. Izu goes for the gamble, but plenty of time still to work with. Player's pretty weak. Polvi just down to basically one bullet. Benkai just going to hold this angle. Izu's going to have to go huge. He's going to make this happen. Did scoop up a ghost. The opportunity there.
Does have a turret, though.
One enemy remaining.
Okay, he can get closer and closer. Benkai still has a recon dart. It overshot a little bit. Now he spots out where Benkai is. Benkai knows that he's off the spike, and he is just toying with his food. Great clutch, and that's going to be the round taken by, well, GE.
Yeah, and the really good sign here for GE, obviously they're doing great on pistols. I don't think they've dropped one today, if I'm not mistaken. But the other good thing is that Polvi's coming in hot. And that was a thing that really hurt them on Lotus, and credit to T1, they had a good game plan around shutting down the Neon with those bait and switches and things like that, but now that he's on the Jet, can't quite get away with that as easily. And Polvi's just kicking doors in, and that is something that absolutely GE would love to have to get this map win.
I love the call just to push on market, because again, they already know that, well, they don't know what's waiting for them on B, but because of that paranoia hitting, that also stopped them again from pushing out lane. So great decision to just kind of chill out. They already have good control. They separated the defense on B and A if ever there was. And again, just great readjustment altogether by GE on that pistol.
And a 3-2 split here. I think trying to suss out where the stack of T1 would be. Not the player, but the gamble stack that you typically see, but T1's pretty well fanned out. We have a Sheriff for Carpe. Yet again, a little bit of confirmation here from Blaze King, using these nanos to check and clear. Oh my god, that push!
Oh, he heard the reload. It's like, yes, free kill for me. Thank you, Blaze. They're just going to push this out. Wow, so they're actually going to just push this out. A couple of kills there already, favoring T1. Firepower is still pretty strong from the leftover players of Global Esports here. Question now is, how do they kind of bridge the gap so their pistols do more work for them?
We've got the Recon 2 shock darts. Turret for Izu as well. So kind of try to clear this top angle.
Thrown out as well here. Yeah, no, they can't really do anything when Russ is just able to mow them down that quickly. Harpe coming around the corner, slowly but surely goes for the wide swing, gets spotted by every single player of GE remaining. And this is GE again, showing what they got here unsent.
Yeah, and they're doing a good job in these anti-ecos, keeping the big guns in their hands. T1 will throw some punches, but GE able to absorb them pretty nicely. Just a great play here from Russ. Just holds it down. And the T1 players trying to make a swing off the back of the recon dart. Russ having none of it from the dice position. And here you go, Saya player with the early op now. 4 T1, saved up to go for it very quickly. It's going to be the glass cannon though. No armor behind this. Already trying to put some pressure down. Turret will be there. Get the confirmation. X-Curate tucked into wine.
Ooh, I don't know if they're going to figure this out this early, though, is the question. There it is. Oh, no! Does not hit onto Benkai. I think he went a little bit too antsy on that one, especially when he lost stacks on A main. And this is just a lost cause on this side. I mean, with that glass cannon in the hands of Psy player, they just really have no means to retake.
No, yeah, it's got to be a save. And I think there for Xcurate, you're still seeing some of his uncomfortableness with playing the Omen, where he's kind of using utility there, where he maybe could have found a time to swing.
Yes.
Gotten a couple players at least out of that. Potentially made this a different round for T1. Maybe made them feel a little bit more comfortable potentially going for the retake. Instead, it's GE who can go hunting the extra cash and knowing that the money is going to be depleted for T1. You can maybe look around a little bit. They're not going to go super aggro, but Blaze King, my eyes are on him to see if he tries to go for anything. Instead, they're just going to be content to take their win, take all their rifles back over, and just make those pockets even deeper.
Yeah, pseudo timeout as well, right? When you can just play that save the weapons game, use that rest of the round just to talk things over, what went wrong, and yeah, that's where it got a little bit tricky, as you saw there with the replay. Stax was not expecting them to be that close, especially when they just heard the spike, or not the spike, but rather the orb on A main being taken by Benkai.
Yep. Just able to cut their sound well enough to confuse T1 there. This time, hop over towards A. Let's see what Sai can do. Oh no, the smoke. That's a toughie.
Now they know. Flash does get out the audio cue from both the Tailwind and the op shot, so that might not be a position that GE's gonna want to keep fighting for.
Here.
Yeah, that smoke can be a little bit tricky to get it to set up on the one-way. Shock dart to clear the alarm bot. So GE doing a good job, making sure that all the space that they want to take is going to be available. Carpe, a lot of work to do here.
Risk. Such a big risk. There it is, right in front of them. He's able to convert 2 right now, but that is going to be the 1-for-1 technically, as they can bring up Rust back up to full. Saya player whiffing the shot. That's going to be a big one as Polvi gets access onto market, leaving only Izu by himself. What can the Sentinel player do? Paranoia does hit him, but he's alive for the moment. Swings it right back out, gets the conversion, but he's alone by himself. Drops down, falls back into place. Spike is on lane here.
30 seconds left.
Spots out. What a flick from Izu. And he's made this digestible, clutchable even. 2 bullets. Might need to go for a reload. And he just wants to go for this fight, and he's actually able to hit some nasty body shots. But Russ, a little bit too smart on that one. He knew that he could just go for those wall bangs on triple.
Man, that got really dicey. Izu doing what he can there on site. It's that first kill really quickly, and able to spray down through the wall for the second. Carpe with a good push out here. I mean, that's pretty decent value.
Yeah.
So good. Polvi got 3 on the backside of all of that. That flick onto Polvi is coming into sight is absolutely insane. Oh, what a transfer for Polvi. Disgusting.
If Izu had a little bit more HP. Oh, they spotted Xcurate. They're just going to throw it, send it at him. Yep. Oh, he's able to dodge most of it, though, but now he's in trouble. Throws at the Paranoia, but that fragment's going to claim his life. No escape for the IGL. That is 1 down against T1.
And this is seemingly part of the game plan here for GE, is to be really aggressive past the orb. And it's really causing T1 fits. They can't contest this angle as well as they like. And Xcurate is getting abused over here. It's really tough for him to do anything that he wants to do. Some slip-ups with the utility as well, so right now GE has found a weakness in T1, and they are punishing, and Russ just punishes Saya player. Sets him down as Saya tries to get aggressive. Polvi's got the blades out. It's going to be a change in direction for GE. No real info off the back of this, just 2 kills over there. You've got to assume that the B site's going to be a little bit weaker, just a sheer numbers game. And they're going to be guessing correctly.
Yeah. Izu's got a
30
setup
seconds left.
play here to kind of maneuver against. But the problem is, this is like 4 players coming into B. Tries to play, again, devil's advocate as they start pushing in. If he can maybe line some people up, but It's only just going to be full Polvi going down. Yeah.
10 seconds
Gotta
left.
save now.
It's going to be
Spike
difficult.
planted.
Yeah. Save, and this time I would expect somebody to go hunting for GE. They have even more money. I mean, Russ is going to be maxed out. Blaze King probably as well, so definitely. And let's see what they want to do. I mean, GE's still waiting to see if there's going to be any counterpunch, but T1 has no ability to do that, and this has been just an explosive start for GE.
Yeah. Or rather, T1's just going to call the timeout, right? Because at this point, they need something to kind of, I don't know, cut that momentum. As well as just, I don't know, just shift something up. This is 5 straight rounds from GE, and they have not shown any signs of slowing down.
You would think so, but Autumn's been pretty, how do I say this, judicious with the timeouts.
Fair.
I mean, again, it really seems like he's trying to give them a little bit of freedom, the players themselves, to figure themselves out. But it's going very much GE. This time, going to try and anticipate an A hit. That KJ utility, Paranoia, is going to back off GE. Sai gets one of the classic, pulls the blades.
Okay. They might have to respect him here because he might be able to just, again, go nuclear with the Blade Storm right now. Able to get 2 off of the conversion, but X-Grid gets read like a book as he tries to push his own smoke. The pop shots from GE just devouring him. And 2 for 2, not the worst thing.
Well, they still have a pretty good opportunity. They can get stacks over here in time. Drone should give away a decent amount of information.
Spike down.
They'll shut
B.
this down. Okay, you're gonna get the spot on the
player
Carpe.
standing.
Stacks. The kill right as Blaze King was trying to push out.
There it is. Swings away. Oh! Benkai's been really good with these. Now his Benkai senses are tingling.
area.
Telling to himself that the flank is big probability, possibility. He slowly creeps into the site. Spike will be picked up.
30
Izu's clearing
seconds
everything right now. Does not hear anything. Well, and oh, the spike is actually here on boat. That sucks.
I have the
or on
spike.
switch rather. So he's gonna have to come around the corner right now. Is he gonna make noise as he drops? Yep, there it is. Start corralling all around him. Good pop shot here from Stacks, and Izu just goes in for the finalizer.
A desperately needed round for T1. They're gonna give Stacks the extra charge. Izu already has his ult available. And this is just Carpe buying a little bit extra time. Good push off this Paranoia. Russ struggling to try to figure out where he's getting shot from. Carpe gets a big one. Stacks catches Blaze King just wandering over towards the switch. And now the timeout. And now it's T1.
So there you go. There's your judicious timeout from Autumn. I actually don't know what
He waited one round more than I would have expected, but maybe he's trying to mess with the post timeout win percentages. You know, after they won a round. So
yeah, this was exactly what he did from last map as well. Right?
Yeah.
To kind of keep the ball rolling rather than to stop the snowball of your opponents. A lot of balls in this timeout.
I'm just curious what he's gonna say to them exactly. I think just in general, like anytime they try to get proactive towards the main, towards A main, it's been shut down.
Yeah.
B main's gone okay. You know, Carpe's done a pretty good job there, or Saya in the previous round. So
Yeah.
got good setups for that, but I think maybe just kind of saying, hey, let's play a little bit further back on A.
Yeah.
You know, if they are gonna hit A, that's fine. We'll hit them as they're coming through the door, maybe, or something like that.
Turn out.
Don't forget you have a lockdown.
Placing swarm
Carpe's
grenade.
one away from a Hunter's Fury.
Placing swarm grenade.
No real ults to speak of for Global other than lightning fasts, but
Yeah.
obviously that's situational typically for an Omen on Ascent.
We'll say though, Lightning Fast is pretty damn good at making those hyper aggressive from the shadows, as we saw in Lotus.
I'd love to see it.
Same here on Ascent, right?
Yeah.
Saya player though, first on the contact, no support whatsoever. Polvi comes in ever so slowly,
Enemy
and he catches him on the jiggle as well. Patience is a virtue.
Yep. And this is more what, you know, I think Autumn was thinking about. What I was definitely considering during the timeout is like, okay, let's just let's pause the brakes a little bit here. Let's slow this down. Let's force GE to make adaptations, because when it comes to the site holds themselves, they've been relatively decent for T1. They've put up, you know, huge kills.
Right
now you've
here.
also got this Odin to toy with. Carpe, and he's going to line him up. Oh, Benkai almost goes down.
That's so smart too, waiting for the contact of the turret, so that's when you actually rip out that
30 seconds
Odin
left.
Slayer. Any case, TB from Lightning Fast all the way on switch here. Not really deep enough on the B site, so that's going to allow Izu and Carpe to just kind of double tandem at the back of the site and start dealing with the offense here of GE. Yeah, there's not really much that they can do at this point.
Timeout works a treat. And T1 just playing really stock standard, steady Ascent. Saya player holding the angle well. Off angle position works. TP doesn't really get them that extra ability to push that space like they would want. It's just shut right down by Izu. Izu's 9-4, so great debut so far in terms of individual presence for Izu on the Killjoy. Yeah, the map hasn't been going great for T1, but he himself has been devastating when called upon.
So T1 now feeling a bit more of a heavy presence outside of A main. The setup from Lightning Fast. Eskrid is in a bit of a bad spot. Fragment put right on top of his face, but Stacks assists. There's going to be Carpe as well, ripping out the Hunter's Fury. Punish anyone that's going to be, well, just holding on that A main. Does catch out Russ and Lightning Fast, and Benkai is down to half.
Yeah, this is really clean now from T1. Stacks with some great support there to bail Xcurate out. Took a lot of damage. Got hit through the box once, and then the Fragment, I think, chunked him down a bit. The combo with the Hunter's Fury. Izu. Whew. Has to fall back.
This is going to be a fight between him and Blaze King. That's going to be Blaze coming out on top. Options available here. That's a Killjoy kill, so that means that utility for the Sentinel not or deactivated for the rest of the round. Big thing.
And immediately Benkai's punishing that. He's already through
30
market
seconds left.
where the alarm bot normally would be. Polvi's trying to go do something, but is swatted away by Xcurate.
Oh yeah. Carpe's in a great spot though. They start pushing him in. He has just a wall bang at the back of the site, and I mean Benkai's low enough, Blaze King's low enough that this is going to be a death sentence against him. There it is.
10 seconds left.
All he has to do is play those wall bangs. He's starting to plant though. It's going to be a good question. Wow. Take it all back. Great tandem there from Blaze King and Benkai here. They play a lot more proactive, pushing out on lane as well as the stairs. Trying to get some separation right now. Be the first to get kills. Not going to happen this time as there's still 3 players of T1. They're fighting back. Yeah. That was close.
No, it was. Closer than I thought it was going to be, for sure. That one pick onto Izu, Blaze King hit some really nasty shots in that round to at least potentially give GE some hope. But it's dashed away. Oh, Stacks just got him through the smoke. Ridiculous.
One enemy remaining.
Xcurate there with 15 HP. Just no problem. As now it's GE's turn for a timeout. I mean, I think this is a good opportunity here to snag a few more rounds away from T1. Maybe this is an opportunity, I think, to potentially dial up one of those set executes, or try to go for the early mid aggression, you know, see if you can go for that B crunch through main and things like that.
Yeah.
No matter what, it's going to be tough. T1's short up their defense, so.
Yeah. I think a possibility here would be to try to see how well Saya players hold on A short is with that operator. Because they kind of shifted him, or because T1 did shift him there a lot more, I think that's going to be one of the kind of big crucial points. It's not going to be weak in any mean. in any case, right? But if they can take down Saya player there, the defense on A site might actually get crumbled up a little bit because they do have those crossfires that works well against A main, but you have a crunch coming out through A short that changes the dynamic completely.
Absolutely. Looks like though they're pinging into boats. Is that? Yeah, they're gonna try to set up for
right here.
Hunter's Fury from Benkai in some respect. Go for the lockdown, but got to deal with the Odin. Izu has a counter lockdown. Kind of curious. Exactly, G wants to play this. Oh, that's some great spam onto Carpe. Down to 50 HP. So that's step one. Cleared a little bit of space. Xcurate trying to play close at A main, but 0 points going to back him off a little bit. Everybody just really trying to get what information they can. Not much given over to T1 here.
Great. Big play there from Benkai as well, as you were mentioning. He can get pop shot again. Oh my god. They want to go for another one. No, he's gonna break it. Null Command activated as well, but Bolby gets caught midair! Oh my goodness, Stacks! The read was just perfect. Saya player for the peek out on A short, and the pinch to crunch is gonna be perfect as well. Not done just yet as Benkai still fighting through this. The armor plating on tiles saving him from the wall banks of Benkai. The Saya player retreats for the meantime.
30 seconds left.
5-1. Benkai trapped on tiles here. Can go for a swing. Shock Dart going to be used to force out Saya player from his position, but it's not really going to be as good as I think he wants it to be. It does give him some leeway to start moving around with the 13 seconds. There's no time to really do anything else other than just fall down.
Just a great reaction there by Stacks. Throws out his util, pops his ult, steps up, knocks two players down, shuts down the Hunter's Fury as well.
Yeah.
Make sure there's no way that their lockdown's going to get cleared. And that forces the rest of GE back into Saya's sight lines, and he makes him pay. Great combo there from T1.
Yeah.
It's got a big smile out of Stacks too.
The biggest one there as well was Polvi was about to dash through. It's the it's that standard B main updraft dash, right? And he got caught midair and couldn't really do anything in that position out in the open. Anyways, double kill for Saya player. Give him a triple. No, it's him and Izu just helping each other out. You know what? This tandem has been solid on B main. Why keep them apart? Why change it up? You don't have to, as they get themselves a quick, clean wipe of GE.
Yeah, GE just can't find any answers. Tries to go for a pacier hit. Saya's just ready. What is that?
Can we slow that down and show it again?
That was absolutely filthy.
That was texture levels of snappiness.
Yes.
Whew.
Placing sentry.
Okay, you have a no command for Russ.
One suppressed.
Some options. You're only going to get the spot on the lightning fast. Doesn't tell you a ton as T1. Trying to use the drone. It is going to see Saya. You are going to identify the op, so let's see how fast GE wants to rotate off that info. Looks to be pretty quick. They're going to pop the null command. They're going to try to break in.
Yeah. Can't close the door too, so that's going to be troublesome. Dashes right in. They're trying to save the back of the site for as long as they possibly could, but no, GE just, again, overwhelms. Sheer brute force. Saya player comes around, gets flanked by Blaze King, and it's all down into the hands of Izu. Again, he's been adapting way too much on the agents here. A bit too far on the side as well. He's not going to be able to do anything.
Round before the switch.
GE taking back that lead ever so slightly.
But all it took was that little extra piece of info there.
Yeah.
They found the op and they're like, nope, we're going the other way.
Just quickly set it up.
Yeah, which I don't blame them. And great read. Great call from Benkai.
Yeah. 100% agree. And another big one as well here is just how good that Paranoia was from Lightning Fast to just kind of assist the rest of the team, right? It made the Jenny player uncomfortable. It exposed Xcurate that was holding on Hell. It's just one of those things that when you're able to cascade it correctly, there's just nothing that the A players can do unless they have some support from short, which they did not. Because again, that's what I was mentioning. GE went for the crunch on A short.
Exactly. Well, let's see what ults are available. Well, potentially the blades for Sai if he finds a kill. So that's something that obviously GE doesn't want to have happen for a bunch of reasons. Colby could get his as well. Not as important with the rifle in hand, but definitely something to consider. Execute, oh my god, this is so dangerous. Yeah, okay, he knows. Caught.
Wait, he's coming back. He's about to get shot. That was awkward, but he still does have some teammates on the A side, and thankfully, it's an operator in the hands of Saya player. 3 kills already. Excret being the sacrifice here for T1. Still, though, Blaze King,
I got the spike.
man of the hour, man of the series, 2 versus 1. Nanoswarm going to give him some access onto the site. He's a little bit afraid of what could be at the doorway, but no one's home. Can't close the door. Be afraid of at least what's on Heaven. And he can play for this 2 versus 1 as he starts planting it down. Carpe could get caught out here. But Blaze King being tagged right there. It's all about Wallbang City, and that's going to be Blaze King knocked down. And it's just equal, 6-6 as the first half ends.
Still, normally, you'd be like, that's a great half for GE.
Yeah.
Like, 6 rounds on your attacker's side on Ascent. 5 off the rip to start the map. That's a ton of pressure on T1 on this attacker side. Now, certainly they can get it done. Certainly they've got some players who can kick down doors. Sai's been having a pretty good day. That op, once it finally got in his hands, proved to be devastating. However, GE's been really good on pistols. That's something to really be concerned about. Can T1 finally take a pistol here? They haven't taken any.
That's true. They've been backing on the fact that Sai player can just hit some nasty shots with the twice in a row chamber he's been playing, but I don't think we've seen those ridiculous headhunters from the last time. Anyways.
Well, yeah, it's been like op play for Saya, right? Like really, that's what's doing a lot of the damage.
I understand nothing, so I cannot relay. Try to read it. Okay. If anything just catches your attention.
I'll do my best.
Okay.
I can read it. I just need a little bit of time, and we don't have enough. Like, they go so fast.
That's true. Everybody right now is in a race against it. GE and T1. As we are preparing ourselves into the second pistol. You've mentioned it's going to be a big thing here. T1 has yet to get any of these pistol wins, and it's kind of hurt them, as we saw on the first 2 maps. It gives GE just that kind of 2 to 3 round boosts, and you never really want to give that in a game as close as this.
Oh yeah, exactly. And I mean, GE went from 50% win rate on their pistols to 56% today.
Ooh, nasty.
It is crazy good.
Yeah.
I mean, and last year they were our pistol princes. They were just dominating in that regard. So seemingly back in form with that. Russ right at this corner, gonna get a ton of info off that knife.
Also spots out the alarm bot on Arch here. So the push is going to commence. Benkai, not any big damage with the shock dart. That does slow them down ever so slightly. Door, I was about to say it could still be open, but not going to happen anymore. So it's going to be a 5 versus 5 on the retake. Pistols about. Paranoia thrown out by Lightning Fast. No one's still going to be on the site. And look at that, 4 people tagged up by the KO Blade. Side player and Izu holding that hell angle to jump out. And they are just falling down little by little, bit by bit. The crossfire is just so efficient for T1 at this point. It's all down to Lightning Fast. 3 seconds before he starts getting his smoke here. He could actually go for the conversion on Izu, but it's just a tad bit too confusing as he was getting barraged by in the front and in the back, and he's going to lose that fight.
Hey, they did it!
That's true. Congratulations, T1, for your first pistol win.
I mean,
this series.
Better late than never, and especially in this moment, couldn't have come at a better time, so take what you can get.
Oh, yeah.
And I like the plan there from GE. It's just T1 just kind of never really stopped. They were just like, oh, you spotted all of us? That's cool. All right, you got shock darts? That's cool.
Yeah.
We're going to go plant now.
And again, even though they started waterfalling onto the site, I mean, there was some like 3-man crossfire that we saw at the bottom of A. Ooh, did that even connect? No, it did not. Okay, wallbangs on to Benkai here as he tries to run away, and he's going to be able to get back into safety. Sure, injured as well as dazed, but he's still going to be standing alive, and that's going to be important as the round continues because now T1, they're going to have to just recompose themselves.
They pinged this angle out, but Saya was so close. However, Russ, off of that drone, wants to shut that down, wants to cut the info. Oh my, Russ.
Yeah, good fragment. Wow, okay. Stax is in trouble, actually. He's pretty low already in terms of HP. Pushes out from Russ, picks up the Spectre. Stax somehow manages to actually get help through the smoke, and Saya player goes ballistic as he does get pick for pick with the Marshall. Very close for comfort. GE almost maybe making a difference there with the pistol.
Yeah. Man, Saya arriving just in the nick of time.
Oh, yeah.
Carpe on the entry, gets one. And then Izu covering the angle. Yeah, they knew he was in there. Saya just goes hunting, finds his prey. Odin for Benkai, though. Very early investment into the Odin. So T1, we saw the early op investment. GE's going to opt for the Odin. Lightning Fast got to get out of there. Got flashed. Couldn't find any connection. Well, maybe a little bit of damage to execute it, but not much to speak of.
You can keep going for this A site, if ever. Sure, rifles all abound for GE, but no shenanigans from the Odin.
Yeah, just a good util dump. Could do the trick.
That's just there. Saya player now pushing himself out. Does not get the pick onto Russ, but you can't see that, again, there's no access for Polvi here. Might not be enough as Lightning Fast was still holding at Hell. He will get refragged immediately by Carpe here, who gets the fadeaway headshot onto Polvi. Blazing once more, but don't forget, this is the 3 versus 2 favor of T1. And we have a lurking Izu in the depths. Both players of GE feeling very uncomfortable.
But Izu should hear.
Yeah. If he just stays his hand here and waits for his teammates to push up onto A main, they might peek out on A short prematurely. That's where he can really do some damage. Benkai with the double man spray down. This is risk. Odin against 50 HP is not too good. Oh my god! Did he see the corner of his shoulder or something? And started shooting through the wall?
Or just that big brain of Benkai's.
Just the instinct?
Just the instinct, yeah.
Wow.
Man's got the ultra instinct there. Might have seen something, I'm not too sure.
We'll probably see it here.
Yeah. That looks so good for T1.
Truly, but they just can't really kind of break through on A main. Oh, there it is. Yeah, he spotted a teeny bit of that, of the foot of the KJ. That... In the POV of Izu, they just did not look like Benkai saw anything.
T1 doing so well there, but they can never comfortably get into the site. Even though they get the favorable trades, there's no access available. GE's able to just hold on long enough to punish them. Try to swing out quickly, and that Odin there. Benkai putting it to good use, and what a great investment for GE. Bit of a mid-exploration here for T1. Polvi holding the off angle, goes for the swing, and Saya just takes his head off.
Yeah. Polvi really wanting that that mid-control so that at least his teammates won't lose this short one. But nice little pop flash there, actually slows them dead in their tracks. The TP already from Lightning Fast as he tries to get out of harm's way. X-Great going in for the pinch as well. Does not want to challenge Russ just yet as he's waiting for the rest of the team coming out through A short. Now Russ, no flashes, all about that contact, gets immediately shut down outside the generator. And it's all down to Benkai. Big wraparound, but it's a 4 versus 1, and they're covering all of their weak points. Yeah.
Might just be a save at this point.
Yeah. Oh yeah, has to be. He's already running away for it.
100%. But yeah, this time around, T1 is able to convert off that early success. It got a little bit scrappy at Tree there. I thought for a moment GE might be able to kind of turn that fight on its head.
Yeah.
Got a little bit sloppy. But hey, T1 incredible firepower on this team for sure. When they can get all the pieces working together, things go well. It is just going to be another round going the way of T1.
Yes.
Izu? Hello?
Wait, did he just?
He did.
I didn't even realize. I was looking at like, do they have money? How much money do they have?
I know,
to
right?
the
You're
next
looking
round?
at other stuff, and then like, I just caught it out of the corner of my eye, and then I heard the crowd go, "Oh!" And I'm like, "Indeed."
Izu. Never change.
That happens.
Yeah. Oh, I thought that was gonna be a timeout from Autumn saying, "Izu, what are you doing?"
Yeah.
Last time out though for Global Esports, at least on regulation. They're having some trouble once again, needing that that extra voice with their coach.
Well, now you got to figure out a way to shore up that short A defense, right?
Yeah.
That's been killer. That's what T1 has been just brute forcing their way into this A site.
Yeah.
So, you know, Russ has been doing his darndest. You know, the KO, you're often called upon to hold that position with your flashes, just play delay or go for those picks. But T1's been able to kind of beat them to the punch in those battles. So what's going to be the change up? Do you just stick the Odin over there? Heck yeah, you do. 'Cause everyone else has to save.
They don't waste any time as well, right? That's why I think GE were just kind of misread the situation, like by half a second, maybe a second.
Yep.
And that's all that it takes, right? To just ruin or not get that optimal control that you're kind of hoping for, especially for that A short you were talking about.
Right. That's especially on Ascent.
Yeah.
Like this map, it's so crucial that you win those battles that are on a knife's edge. Lightning fast, trying to play close in the smoke. It will dissipate. Is he going to do anything off of it? Benkai abandoned short. They're just going to go for the full-on A hold. Right now, T1 hasn't shown really any presence. Neither side really aware of much. I mean, you've got a little bit of identification of mid from Izu as he sets up to hit it towards short A, but other than that, there is very little info on this map.
Yeah. At least for GE, they know exactly what's happening right now. Nice little blade. Oh, it spots out Benkai. That was huge. That's going to dissuade them from coming into that A site because now they know the only player that does have a weapon is there. Let's just go the other way. Let's find those pistoleros, and it seems like they're just going to go for that mid to B play for the moment. And they spot out Benkai actually starting to run away. He's preemptively striking, but this time Izu's out for blood. Quick little flash. Blaze King pocketed around the corner. Will be able to get the one pick first. Polvi now 15 seconds. If he can hold enough to wait for Lightning Fast, this is going to be a big one. Does get spotted though. Now they're cautious. Conscious about his placement. But of course, Polvi, it's a master class at the Sheriff. It's being pushed. One more bullet. Side player not giving any leeway whatsoever. Lightning Fast, if he gets this, this will be the darndest of rounds. 3 bullets and the smoke dissipates. No escape from the clutches of Exturant.
Yeah, just great reads here from T1. And you were spot on there, Asarai. Like, you see that Odin with the spot off the 0 point, and you're like, you know what? We got better places to be. But Izu, that shot he had on the Benkai was crisp.
Yes.
And he has been really good on this map.
Nice.
And T1 looks in control. Looks like they're in the driver's seat. Opt for Polvi now. A bunch of ults, though, for T1 to play with. Ooh. Let's see what Carpe does. That is a shock dart and a half. I love that.
It breaks the alarm bot on
so
Pizza.
good. So good.
Okay.
Placing swap grenade.
That doesn't even need to, like, peek through upper mid now. So Polvi's position is, well, not useless, but more of null and void. They're not going to fight through that angle. Okay. Nice little creep out.
I can't use that.
Oh, no.
Okay, no smokes just yet, but he wanted to go for the refake, but there's like 3 players barreling down on Market. Now it's Benkai alone, and Benkai dealt with. Down to Lightning Fast. Cut Chow. Trying to run away. 17 HP, and Saya player just picks up a nasty 4K. T1 closer and closer to map point do they get?
Oh, they're running away with it now. They are really feeling it. And it's on the back of Izu and Saya player. Just having their way with GE. Oh, come on, man. Come on. Ridiculous.
That's a Super Saiyan player for you.
I think I've made that joke before, too.
You did?
I'm
oh,
pretty
no!
Sure I am.
We've come
like
full
last
circle.
year, though. No, it's okay. It's okay.
okay.
We can do it once a year. Ooh.
Oh! Yes. Polvi.
The fadeaway.
My God.
How did that knife even, like, fit there?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
So that's a kill on Izu plus the half HP on X-Great. Great value from Polvi, especially as he's still alive and blades are still available for the continual fight in this round. Oh, I don't think
right here.
Harpe was spotted.
Here's the alarm bot. Getting it out. Oh, that paranoia though. He's in trouble.
Yep. Can't really get any of that conversion. That's going to force T1, the remaining 3 players of T1, to start going into this B site. Saya player is just nasty with it.
It's tapping.
Yeah. Trying to break the doorway. Actually, no. Pop shots on that vulnerable part of the doorway. How does this go? Flash out, peek out. Oh, but the double hold actually works in their favor. Now it's down to stacks as the fragment actually spotting out the other one as well, which was, I believe that was X-Great, yeah.
Can he do it again?
Oh, he's running, he's hiding. We'll see though. I think he got spotted. One. He's very much working the ecosystem of B, but unfortunately, it will spit him out as GE overwhelms. And that is going to be another round here for GE.
Yeah. Crucial round. It looked like maybe T1 is going to find themselves at match point. GE had other things to say, and it's because of this. That is just insane. Great paranoia. Harpe was just screwed. Great follow-up there. Don't give Stacks any opportunity. Lightning Fast trying to get him fired up. Always bigging up the team.
There we go. Polvi's back with the operator, and he's... Okay, we all know he's waiting for that jump spot. No satisfaction, though. Yeah, smart play.
A turret just to make sure. Trying to see if they can clear it through the smoke. Lightning Fast just gets taken down.
Hello?
And then what was that? It's a lockdown to follow up. It's a little bit of a jump, kind of threw him off.
Yeah, for sure. No setup, no nothing. Just a straight jump. You love to see it. Anyways, look at this. They're actually pushing through short with the spike in hand. Slow approach from Saya player. Gets the pick first. Now, Polvi's going to be a bit afraid of when to peek. Is it going to be Heaven? Is it going to be from Garden? It's both. He's down. And now it's just up to Blaze King once again. 4 versus 1. Door closed. And positionings for T1 in the post plant. A lot of crossfires set up.
Is he going to check, spam the wall? Is he just going to try to go through Heaven? The window's already broken, so thinking to himself, well, I can maybe work my way through there. Wraps all the way down the stairs. I mean, he has no idea where anybody is, so he has to be so careful. A lot of noise being made here by Stacks. That's okay. Oh, they're going to split apart. Blaze King now has no hope.
Yeah, they're probably just going to chase him down. There you go. That's going to put us into match point already for T1.
Match point.
Such a close game up until these string of rounds from T1 here. And GE, they have to hold on paper thin.
Absolutely.
Like these.
You're right. But I mean, now that T1 is just feeling so confident. I mean, you can tell just the aim's crisper, the play is better.
Right here.
Yeah. It feels right now that T1's holding the world of GE.
They're the Atlas.
Ooh.
Yeah. Holding the world up on their shoulders.
He's got to take it back.
Spike drop.
That shock dart, does it hit the alarm bot from that angle? Looks like a no. Okay.
Enemy mark.
Bit of clearing here from GE. Spots out one. Izu's pocketed himself right now. He does have side player actually waiting outside of B main alongside him. Nice little crossfire so that no one peeks out through short, no one peeks out through B main. So rotation onto mid is always going to be a possibility without it getting risky.
Oh my god, the timing.
Indeed. And the turret's back up again. Now they know that the operator's there. Question is, did they also hear that the tailwind was expended? Probably not. Whew. Good flashes all together. Polby's just... There is just no way for Polby to get any solid footing on this one. But he doesn't need to. Gets the pick onto Saya player. 1-for-1. Does get enveloped by the Hunter's Fury. And the 4 versus 4 continues.
Oh my, X-Curate. How many times do we see players not clear this angle? Blaze King, yeah, you have the lockdown. Hunter's Fury was already used, so if you can get to that position.
He has to get closer though on switch. But no. There it is. Peeks out. They've gotten him. There's no more threat of the lockdown. And 2, 1 by 1, bit by bit, they're being taken off the board. The shock dart does connect 2 versus 2, but time is getting wasted. And Russ, he has to rush into the site. He's going for it, close as can be, but Stax just holds on, and that is going to be that T1 winning the series against GE.
Yeah, a really, really good showing here from T1. Bringing Carpe back out to the stage. And it gets them over the line against GE, who had such a good showing in their previous match, but can't replicate it here against T1. T1, well, now you're watching this next series to see if there's any hope of you getting into the playoffs, but still, a win is a win. You're going to leave the stage very happy, very proud, and a great bounce back after a rough map 1.
Absolutely. With all of the changes that happened to T1, again, Rossi not playing this entire series, reintegrating Carpe after a month of hiatus from him. The last time that he played was in Master Shanghai. It looked that they were struggling, but this series is a kind of love letter to that, just to kind of see how well this team can work together with the rest of the squad that they have, and it still works out for T1 here. And again, as you mentioned, a win is definitely a win.
Yeah, and you might be looking towards the future a bit now as T1, saying, you know, what is next year going to look like? What pieces are we going to keep? Those kind of things.
Yeah, absolutely. Anyways, we're going to pass it on to the panel to just talk about what happened in this series.
It is so great to see that team smiling. Even a smile from Carpe at that point. You can sense the relief. And also because this series was just a lot closer, I think, than anybody could have expected.
Yeah, and I think, you know, there's a silver lining there for GE fans as well and the GE players where, listen, you got to still show your game a little bit today, right? We saw it on Icebox, and we saw it on a couple rounds even on the last 2 maps as well. But, I mean, T1, they started to turn on the switches one by one. It all started with that Stax clutch up on Lotus, and now they were just starting to steamroll through the later half of this.
Yeah, they really were. I mean, it was, you know, a bit of an attempt at a rally back here from the side of GE, but they just continue to not really be able to find their footing when it comes down to this defender side of Ascent, which is not something that we get to say about too many teams.
Yeah.
But if you look back through their performances on this map throughout this year, that defensive side has been a thorn in their side this entire way throughout, only being able to collect a couple rounds in each appearance on this map. It looked like it was going to be solid for them after having a fairly even first half, but unfortunately they just couldn't find their footing. T1 really got activated. Saya player, I mean, you get this guy and off, you get Izu doing the things that he's doing. It's just unbeatable.
Yeah, and I think, you know, we saw a couple of those in the highlights right now as well, where T1 was doing a lot of jump peeking, right? And then going for the rush in. And it seems like that was part of the game plan where they said, listen, we believe that we are mechanically stronger than this team, so once we make a decision, stop trying to play the map, right? Stop trying to play slow, ready, you know, get set up for everything. Just go, right? Someone just take the bait, just be the bait, right? Jump out, and then if you win the duel, great. If not, trade, and then just keep going. Become that bulldozer to push through.
Exactly. That can throw off the timing of so many teams so much, right? It's just like suddenly somebody tossing this plushie over to you and you're like, it's thrown off. But also, like you mentioned, Saya player and Izu, right? Those were 2 players that I feel like are undeniable. Saya player looked untouchable in so many rounds. And Izu I just have to commend his diversity that he showed there on his rookie year, by the way, in Tier 1 here in VCT Pacific.
And I think it's somewhat bittersweet because while T1 is still in a solid position, they need Gen G to lose out their 3 remaining series to be able to make it to playoffs. But it's been great to see here in Stage 2 just the solid performances from Izu. It feels like T1 really finally cracked like what they needed from him and what they needed to do to get him into a position to actually, to really just dominate in his games. Because this entire stage has been rock solid from him. Whereas, kickoff, there was these moments where he was really peaking high, some of those Yoru plays early days, but then things were really just falling off for him. It feels like they really have cracked the code. Unfortunately, I think it's just a bit too late.
Yeah, I mean, let's harken back to kickoff a little bit. Izu had that interview, right, where he said, my goal is to become the Faker of Valorant. Obviously, now we know that the Locky of Valorant is higher than the Faker of Valorant. But he had a very breakout debut match. And then, like Achilles just said, he started to really falter as he was kind of being put in these positions to fill for the team, to be that backbone. But he just doesn't have that experience and veterancy yet. So now that they're building around him and saying, okay, the veterans will now take that weight, and then, especially with Stacks there, and Izu kind of run free. Okay, we might have to need you to play Sentinel a little bit, but we saw that the Killjoy was looking just fine.
And I mean, how lucky is Izu to be able to be mentored by some of the most veteran players on Valorant, right? They're giving him so much space. They're giving him a massive support system here. You have Stacks that has your back. You have Excurate as well. You have Saya Player. You have so many who can teach you.
And you see this in the cams as well, right? Not just because they're winning, but he's smiling a lot more. He's feeling a lot more confident. He's a lot more vocal. Back then, you could tell he was kind of waiting for affirmation on his utility and things like that.
Yeah, I mean, even when he goes down to the spike when he shouldn't. The team are clearly giving him some smack about that, but he's able to brush it off. Whereas I think that like kickoff Izu, that would have been something that really hung on over his head for quite some time. But I mean, across the series, if my count is correct, I believe that Izu ends up dropping like 72 kills in this series. Playing 2 maps of Duelist, 1 here on the KJ, it was just so damn good from him. But Saya Player as well, rock solid performance from him.
Yeah, let's talk about that Saya play a little bit. I think that was one of the difference makers, was that Saya was hitting just incredible, nasty shots that he shouldn't have been hitting on the operator, whereas Polvi, he wanted to, but he just couldn't. And that's nothing against Polvi, right? Not many people can make plays like that, but Saya consistently does.
Again, untouchable, right? Even though, they're right in his face, he can somehow manage to still land an op shot. And that's just like a testament to how skilled he is as a player. No wonder he's on the top of the leaderboard for op kills, right? But I just want to reiterate as well that this wasn't a bad series from GE. They are improving. They are getting somewhere. It's just a little too slow and a little too late.
Yeah, I mean, there's still some critical mistakes here, but I think for the most part, you look at this result, did I expect them to push T1 as heavily as they did? No, not at all. And so I think that this is still a good performance from them overall. It's just a hard pill to swallow because, once again, they're in a very rough position. They still have another series, but it's against Gen G, who we're about to get a look at for the first time on the updated patch. They had last week off, so they've gotten to sit back, watch how all the teams are going to be piloting things, watching the ISO play before the nerf, watching the Neons come in. So they should, in theory, be better prepared than just about anybody, and you're going to have to be able to take them down, and you have to hope that they lose out the rest of their games.
Yeah, so obviously both teams, their destiny not entirely in their hands. And I think that is the bittersweet moment here for both, is that somehow, even though T1 won and G lost, the story for both teams is that it's just a bit too late, right? There are things to take away from here. There are positives. But alas, the season doesn't last forever. And I think that's going to be the sad part for both sides. But at least T1, they do get to leave the stage with a smile on their faces today.
It's the luck of the draw as well, right? Again, these teams are in here for the long run. We're just seeing the beginning of these. So I really hope these rosters actually do stick it out. Because, it takes some time. You need some time to percolate. You need some time for this lovely dish to simmer, right? Until we actually see, what these orgs have been really seeing in all of these players. So I hope that we get to see this version of T1 once again. I hope we do get to see this version of GE as well.
I agree. I think that there's been far too many teams throughout, just any esport, but especially in Valorant that just, they see a bad week or a bad couple of weeks, and then they decide to just axe everything immediately.
Right.
There's been certain organizations in Americas in the past that have been very poor about this, and, I hope that they just give it time to continue to grow, because you don't want to just be like, we lost 2 times. Get rid of everybody. Fire the coach. you need to give it the time to develop.
Yeah, and I'm glad certain teams like GE are really trying to build upon that, and they're showing us that it is working, alas, obviously maybe not entirely in time for the schedule.
Right, but as we mentioned, congratulations to T1 for winning this and ending this day on a high note for them. Let's toss it over to the stage with Jen, who is standing by with our post-game interview. We're not quite sure who it's going to be. I think it's going to be easy.
I believe we have Stacks.
Oh, we do have Stacks. All right, let's see it.
Thank you guys. I'm now joined by T1's Stacks man himself for a short post-match interview. Now, first of all, congratulations, Stacks.
Thank you
Your
so
very
much.
first win since joining T1. So how does that feel?
Feels amazing. Since I joined T1, it's the first victory. So yeah, I feel really happy.
You've been waiting for it for so long. Now, just to let you guys know, Stacks has agreed to do the whole thing in English. I really appreciate it. But it seems like your English has gotten so much better to the point where you don't really need my translation. So how's the communication going with the team?
No, actually, I kind of worried about the English communication.
No. Yeah.
So, but now I think it's pretty not bad. So, yeah.
It's amazing.
Just try.
It's so good. But speaking of the language barrier, though, we saw Carpe starting today, and you kind of mentioned in the Korean feed that the communication has gotten a lot easier because you can kind of speak Korean with him in the starting roster. So talk to me about Carpe just starting today, because we haven't seen him play since Shanghai. So what was the talk behind this iteration of T1?
Because I think Carpe is individual skill is really good player, I guess. So when we lost Team Secret and Genji, and after that we try to something new stuff, and then bring Carpe back, and then we make more firepower, And then that's why we just want him to come back to competition, and then we try to get better.
Okay, so be more explosive. Shoot better.
Yeah, shoot better. Firepower.
Shoot better. Okay. Now, Stacks, the thing is though. Back in stage 1, when you were still on DRX, while you were playing a match, you were like, oh, I'm going to be moving over to, T1 joining Carpe on the same team. And what wonders, what a surprise how Universe works, because you guys are on the same team. Even Carpe tweeted that out if anyone wants a reference. So what's it like being on T1? What did you make of the team?
T1 is an amazing team, amazing organization, and the people, and really nice. And then only can focus on the game, not outside of something stuff. So yeah, that's really good organization, and we can improve a lot on when we play in the city one.
Okay, so you see a lot of potential on this team. Okay. Now another thing is though, T1 have been trying different things and trying to find the strong suit for them. See what works for them. Also, we saw Izu on that Sentinels role today on that Ascent, and Izu and Saya kind of switching over between that duelist role. So talk to me about where you guys are headed. The direction T1 wants to take with the team.
I think honestly, only our head coach choose decide every meta. So we need to just follow, and then we just help them. So I think that decision is really nice for us, because he can. Saya also a great jet player and a good operator, and Iju also can do any agent. So I think that's good.
He can flex.
He flex.
Okay, so you see a lot of potential on this team. That is why. Now, when it comes to the IGLing, though, that's something that you don't have to do anymore. And I know you weren't really a fan of IGLing, so we saw you clutching crucial rounds on Lotus and Ascent as well. Do you feel like being free from the calling duty kind of frees you up a little bit more?
Actually, it's really feels so light for me. It's really good because I can more focus on the aim.
Yeah.
So, but I guess, in my opinion, one day I'll probably become the IGL once again. I guess.
You might IGL once again.
I don't know why, but I can feel it.
Okay. You see it coming kind of for you. But will you be okay with that decision?
Yeah, I think it's fine because he will and Autumn will trust me a lot, so I can do that better.
Okay, maybe you can be the fragging IGL of T1.
Fragging IGL.
Fragging IGL of
like
T1.
Munchkin?
Yeah, like Munchkin.
What is that?
Okay. Now, coming up next would be Bleed and Genji, and the fate of T1, Global Esports, and Zeta's Play of Destiny. It's just it depends on the two teams and how that matchup goes down. So anything you want to say to Bleed? Give them the good energy.
So actually, nothing to say.
Yeah.
But as you can see, I can plug off everything PC on here.
Okay, you unplug everything on
unplug
Genji's
everything
side.
and I
Okay.
can run away.
Okay, run away.
That's my key.
Okay, Stax, I'm gonna let you go do that.
Yes,
But thank you for the interview. Congratulations
Thank you
once
so much.
again, and good luck in the upcoming match. Thank you, thank you. Now that was Stax, everyone on T1. Congratulations once again on your first win on this team. Now you guys heard it right. T1, GE, and Zeta's playoffs fate soon to be determined in hands of these two teams, Bleed and Genji, and that is the matchup coming up next right after the break.
See ya.
I just want you to be more patient because these guys just play contact. So
Okay, Team Secret, we need you guys on the stage now. Come on, let's go.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Tara.
let's go, let's go.
Red Bull gives you wings.
立ちグループ100周年。私たちは愛する立川にかつてないワクワクや感動に出会う場所を作ってきました。そして今大きな夢の実現に挑戦しています。立川と世界を文化、芸術、スポーツでつなぐ。私たちが愛する立川を世界に愛される都市に。立川と世界をつなぐ立ちグループ。
Red Bull gives you wings.
We are back for our second match of the day, Gen G versus Bleed. We're gonna see how our teams are preparing and send it over to Gen to see what they are up to right now.
Hello, Darian. Now, look at all those beautiful people. They are watching you and they are praying that you guys win. They will be rooting for you. Anything you want to say to them?
They need to pray very hard and good luck to them.
Pray to who? Bleed?
To God.
To God.
Yeah.
Okay, good luck to them and good luck to you too. Thank you. Hello, Lakia. Now look at this. Do you see a world where Gen G don't make it to playoffs?
Don't worry, we are Gen G.
Okay. You guys are Gen G, the strongest team of Pacific and in the world.
Yes.
The flex onto the keyring collection of Gen G, right?
Oh man, I love the confidence too from Lakia. It's just like, well, I mean, I think our history kind of speaks for itself, regardless of the actual leaderboard. Yeah.
Who's on top?
I mean, this is a team that has the potential to become the most dominant team that we have ever seen in Valorant if they can go on the champions and potentially take that trophy home as well. So yeah, when you've got multiple attempts at getting yourself into the playoffs, I'd feel pretty confident as well.
Yeah, and I mean, let's not beat around the bush when discussing this series. I mean, these are two teams that we can consider to be on opposite sides of the Pacific spectrum, right? You have Bleed, which essentially was the first team that was eliminated, and you have Gen G, who, you know, kind of brought home Pacific's first trophy, right? And people are saying that surely that last slot does indeed go to them.
Yeah, I mean, listen, schedule and everything considered, obviously we can see right now a lot of people hoping for Gen G to falter a little bit on the new patch against Bleed, but it's not looking easy for Bleed. I mean, they just have had a rough year. I think they're starting to now get their form a little bit, you know, figure out their own style, return to a little bit of that Ascension form with Crazy Guy now back on the IGLing role, but it's still a long way to go to take down a world champion.
No, yeah, it absolutely is. And while things they have had their, upswings, Retla has had some incredible performances playing on that Sentinel role, Scary getting a little bit more back into the clutch driver's seat, Zest being Zest, a very rock-steady player for them, as well as Darian refinding his footing as a duelist. It just, it's again, I think this is the kind of repeat thing that we're going to be saying about all of these teams that have either been eliminated or at the cusp of being eliminated. It just happened far too late.
Yeah, and obviously the key players, I think we have to talk about the Smokes just because these are two players that have had so much screen time just with their own plays alone on both sides. But you have to remember Karon, his rookie year, and he has been firing on all cylinders across all the stats, being an absolute menace to his opponents, whereas Scary obviously took on the IGLing a little bit in the middle of this year, and he's trying to get back into the groove.
Yeah, I mean, it has kind of been trending in that direction now that the IGLing is off his shoulders. It's back over onto Crazy Guy. We've been seeing him being able to, do a bit more fragging. That's kind of just the story. You pick up IGLing, performance sometimes goes down a little bit. Munchkin's kind of the outlier there. You've got your Munchkins, your John Cuties, your Boos of the world that can IGL and frag simultaneously. But Scary was clearly not one of those people. He was somebody who was very much struggling with that weight on his shoulders. Now that it's been lifted, we're seeing glimpses of that Scary that we were seeing when they qualified into Pacific over at Ascension.
Exactly why I like that, that key player matchup, because you have two players who are essentially, rookies in their own right. Because Scary is he's not exactly a veteran player, right? He came from Ascension. He came from.
I mean,
he defeated Envy
Hold on.
Yeah. I mean, yes, he did way back in X10 and everything.
Yes,
but
in the franchise era.
IGLing as well, he doesn't exactly have the same veteranship.
Sure.
So going into our map picks and bans right now, this is going to be very, very crucial for Bleed, especially since you have Bleed, which kind of can only play confidently, I feel, on Ascent.
Yeah, I mean, that's been their go-to. And, I mean, I can't blame them, right? I mean, we've heard Coach Legia talk about it where they just have to focus on one thing at a time, right? They're starting from a very back position compared to the other teams where they have a lot of fundamentals they need to build up. So you can't really spread yourself too thin. I imagine that's not gonna change too much. I do like the Lotus ban, right? Obviously, you don't know what Gen.G's been prepping for the new patch, but that's been a cover pick for them, and it's been a little tough for you.
Yeah, I think it makes perfect sense to go ahead and get rid of that one, but this is, as per usual, an incredibly difficult task to go into a ban pick versus Gen.G because, map advantage or not, their pool is just basically infinite. They don't really have too bad of maps out there. The Bind, obviously one that they have often strayed away from, especially in the finals, but Ascent picked up here by Bleed, we're talking about it, that seems to be a big relative comfort point for them, so I don't think it's too shocking to see, but it's also a map that Gen.G are very good at, and Solo is still going to take his damn time.
Yeah, I was about to say, we did not miss this during
you had
week 2.
A week off,
It needs to be a signature. It needs to be a signature.
Entire week to prepare.
We've talked about this, several of us have mentioned it, but I am pretty convinced that this is just part of the plan,
I
right?
think it
has to be.
I genuinely think he just intends to do mental damage by just running the clock down and just getting in the enemy coach's head, just pissing him off.
You gotta rope the map draft, right? You gotta rope it all the way.
It's kind of like your own timing in a way for the map draft. It's like, let's make them wonder a bit. Let's make them uneasy as well.
It's a tool. It's a tool at your disposal. I can't blame them. And hey, I mean, they lifted an international trophy with it. So
scratching the bridge of his nose. Hand on
how many
mouth.
keys could be written on that phone, by the way?
He already knows. He's scrolling. He's looking over the social media. He's like, what do I post right now?
I think they're looking at delivery apps. What are we gonna order for dinner later?
Wow, that would be the ultimate disrespect. It's just already just prepping your order. You gotta reserve it for the time that you think you're gonna finish the match. But, I mean, this is Solo and HSK. I mean, and hey, again, listen, it got you the results, so we can't blame them. But the Sunset pick, I'm interested if they change anything, right? I mean, they're one of the first teams to bring out the kind of Ascent style with the KO Sova and really stick with it with the Jet. They've been making it work. It's a very tough comp, I think, to play on Sunset, but they're able to do it well, and they're going to choose to ban out the Haven as well. So not wanting to deal with any sort of craziness on that one. I think it's also a good ban just because it's been around for so long that you've got members like Scary who are so capable on that map.
Sure, and I think that also if you're Gen.G, you're fully anticipating that you're going to be able to get yourself into the playoffs. Haven is just back in. We're in a bit of a different meta. You probably want to table that map as long as you possibly can. Hold it for the playoffs, if not just Champions itself.
Sure.
So I'm not surprised at all that they just go ahead and take that one off the board. But as far as comps played, it's been a lot of the same.
I'm actually expecting, if they're going to shelve Haven for a little bit later, I do know that Gen.G said they're very excited to play. They're very excited to have a week off just because they're eager to see that experimentation come in with a new patch.
Yeah.
Are we seeing something new here, especially on Ascent? I feel like for Gen.G, if they're going to experiment?
Yeah, I'm going to say definitely not on Ascent, I think.
Okay.
And also just seeing Gen.G's tendencies, I think they're going to be willing to take those changes slow, step by step. Like, they are willing to grind out games to really make the most of their time on stage. We've seen this. This is why their record is not at the top, is because they were just going with the things that they knew coming off of Madrid in stage 1 to slowly build back up into what might be shaping as a new meta, and then they went all the way, and then they take that momentum all the way to Shanghai. So I think we're going to see something similar.
Yeah, I would agree with that, but I mean, granted, also this time they do have that innate advantage of having that week off.
Sure.
For Madrid, after that, they come back in for stage 1, and they were just kind of immediately right back into the swing of things. They got a little bit more time to kind of sit back and see what the other teams are going to be running, so I think that they should be a little bit more comfortable coming into this time.
Yeah, definitely. We did hear, like, some rumors around of, like, who might be picking what, but you're right, probably not on Ascent. We might see it on Sunset, maybe, who knows. But for now, I still feel like we're going to get the same old Gen.G, have them warm up a little bit, because as we know, they are a team that tends to start a little bit slowly, even per map, on a per map basis.
Yeah, I mean, listen, also just their own philosophy on each map is to just kind of grind out the numbers game, right? And just have faith that you're going to be able to win out in the long run. So I don't expect anything too crazy from Gen.G today.
It's the Gen.G roller coaster ride that we're usually in, right? It's why actually, of course, a lot of teams are depending on Bleed to win this, and it's highly unlikely, but we don't say that it's set in stone just yet.
Yeah, I mean,
predictions are pretty set in stone, though.
The predictions are set in stone. Nothing is truly
we believe
set
that
in stone.
this is like right there. But
Listen,
we can't say that the nail's in the coffin.
Sure. I mean, it never is, especially in Valorant, I think, and especially in Pacific. But I think this is probably the most confident we've ever been in terms of being in unison with predictions.
You don't need nails if there is no coffin. I think it's a cremation.
Oh no! Oh no! Well, I'm just gonna. Okay, bye, guys.
Yeah.
Bye.
I mean, listen, Gen G's just so strong.
Yes.
Gen G's just too strong.
You know what? We gotta cut this right now before Achilles gets in trouble. We're gonna send it to the stage for Gen G versus Bleed.
Bleed Esports.
Undefeated. That's why they call me undisputed. I'm ranking up another season.
Gen G.
I've been up on my stats. Now would you look at that? Undefeated, locked and loaded. We about to blow. Caught him with that left, I leave him tapped out on the floor. Sounding itchy, sticky, swishy. Watch me bank a score. Up in the boat, I'm in the zone. Yeah. Coach you to fire the breath.
Gen G, a team that needs no introduction any longer here on Pacific, and they're up against Bleed, a team that a lot of teams have a lot of hope in, a lot of prayers on for this particular match. This is Pacific, though. We've had many times where we have to take back our words.
Yeah, and listen, I mean, obviously we just had Stax doing his winner's interview, and, you know, a long-lost brother, Zest, over here on Bleed, trying to carry that torch over for Stax and a bunch of other players and teams as well. We'll see what damage Bleed can do. I mean, while we predicted Gen G, I would love to see Bleed continue to build upon their form.
Oh, for sure. And I think that's exactly what they want coming into this. I mean, if nothing else, Bleed, yes, the season is over. You're eliminated from the playoffs. At best, you can just round out the year with a couple of extra wins on top. And being able to take down Gen G would be a huge way to just kind of cap the year.
Massive. Has anyone checked, by the way, is Stax still on stage? He said in the previous interview
he said he was going to rip out all the cords.
Yeah, he was up to something. Can somebody check just in case? We have that little, friendly favor from Zest, perhaps.
I'm sure they've all cleaned house over there on the stage earlier. Some fans cheering on for a texture, making sure that he's had a nice dinner coming before Karen having a little fun.
Getting energized.
It's that wiggle that cats do before they pounce.
Oh, yeah.
They are Tiger Nation.
There you go.
So,
all right.
That's the tie-in, I suppose. But this is, I think, it's all the more scary here for Bleed because this isn't one of those series where it's like, okay, it's right off the back of Shanghai. Gen G, they just won the trophy. They just flew back over to Korea. They're going to be exhausted. They're going to be tired. They've been playing nonstop. This is a Gen G that has had a rest.
Rested and refreshed indeed. So let's see how this is going to pan out. We'll toss it on over to our casters, Paper Thin and Asarai.
Well, another crucial series is going to come underway. Gen G and Bleed. This is the first time we're going to be seeing them actually facing against each other here in Pacific.
Yeah, this is really exciting for a lot of reasons. For Gen G, it's just get the win, you go to playoffs, everything's hunky-dory. For Bleed, you'd love to play spoiler here. You'd love to give some of these other teams some hope. And like the desk was saying, and you're on a high note. Show that, there's still a lot of promise with this Bleed roster, that we know there's promise on this team. We know there's good players. It's just it hasn't really come to fruition here in Pacific so far. So, yeah, okay. I'm not shocked. This is what happens on Ascent. Yeah.
As it is.
We just kind of finished this map. How about second Ascent?
Yeah.
Like first Ascent? I like second Ascent.
But third Ascent?
Third Ascent, fortunately not possible today.
Yeah, maybe tomorrow we'll see it again. But yeah, so it's going to be the same comp, so on and so forth. We've seen this over and over again, but I think the biggest thing here is what we saw from last time with Bleed, that they are still kind of adjusting whatever is kind of, adapted with this team in their roster, with Crazy Guy coming back, him being the IGL again. It seems like they are on that trajectory, but it still has not some, but a bunch of rough edges from the looks of things.
For sure. It's been rough for them throughout the year. Definitely had their moments here and there, but overall, you're going up against the current defending Masters champions. It's going to be rough.
Yeah.
Especially on this map. I mean, this is Bleed's pick, but they're pretty solid on this map at times, but Gen G is very, very good on Ascent throughout this year. And you can pick a player on Gen G and point them out, and they've all had their moments. So it's going to be interesting. Zest on the on the KO again. So since Crazy Guy is back, you're not going to see Zest on his kind of traditional Sova that we have come to know and love throughout the years. And just looking to see if maybe there's a little bit more comfort. Looks like they're trying to set Texture up. This reeks of recon dart into a flash, potentially, something like that.
Oh, he's just charging into this, and it reeks, and it works. Yeah. All right, they just push in. No time for me or Bleed to react to that one.
Yep. I mean, just what better way to get things kicked off than getting Texture fired up?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, he's done it so many times in pistol rounds. Usually, though, it's been like when Gen G needs someone to step up, things are looking a little precarious for them.
Yes.
And then he just goes nuclear in a pistol round, and all of a sudden Gen G's right back on track. But to kick things off like this, to have a fast start, to have a hot start, very, very good for Gen G.
Bad for Bleed, obviously.
Yes. Yeah. But this is something that has kind of, if there's many flaws to point out with Gen G, one of them is sometimes they did start a little slow on maps, and oh boy, Zest, you're in trouble.
Paranoia back into cover immediately. Can't really go for the follow-through as, and that is going to be Bleed able to escape. Charon still around the corner here. This has been a pain point for a bunch of players. You now know that Blaze is going to go the other way onto short, and Lakia is already prepared for it. Sheriff in hand, keeping them at bay for as long as possible. Texture does have a crossfire here. I like how slow Gen G is kind of approaching into this. They're waiting, kind of letting Bleed cook a little bit, and again, putting them into position where Gen G can just do all of that.
Well, you're just seeing just phenomenal discipline out of Gen G, and that's why they're current world champions in a way. I mean, I guess they're not, Masters champions. I don't know if that's considered world champions. You know what? I'm going to go with it.
Masters winners.
Yeah.
Yeah, because champions makes it a little bit complicated.
That's why there are reigning international match champions. I mean, that is just all outrageous.
Yeah.
But you, like, just watching from Texture's perspective, you know, Lakia doesn't hit his shots, he falls back, and Texture doesn't overpeak that angle. He waits until Munchkin's at heaven before he starts re-aggressing. So they're waiting for those crossfires. This is a good opportunity for Texture to get one. Finds Darion. There's a mid-push, a mid-ball of death being attempted here by Bleed.
Blaze is going to charge into it. Put a little refrag onto Meteor, but the thing is, yeah, this is just pure confidence right now from Gen G. They're just charging in. No time wasted. They're wanting to get these rounds quick and fast.
Weren't able to recover some of those guns, but it's okay. They're still going to buy a bit into this.
Oh, he saw him too.
Yep. Saw him right as the smoke was coming up. Just hits a nice shot there. But Lakia's got the Guardian too. And down they go. Lakia going to go with the Bucky. Make sure they have enough for another buy. Shorty. No. Okay. The rifle for Karan. I was like, Shorty.
I mean, I wouldn't mind a judge, but Shorty's kind of...
We're not Buzz or something.
Stretching it too thin.
Oh my god, Munchkin is the madman.
He's so close, too. He does have Charon right beside him, so there is that refrag potential quite quickly if need be.
They're just feeling out the map a bit. You can tell already Bleed wanting to make sure that they don't fall for any more traps. That's got to be in your head.
Yeah.
That first round.
Shadows traveling.
Get the spot. Oh, they got the spot. Oh, Karan just swings out to his death.
Oh, Munchkin does get the trade, though. As soon as the dash came in from Durian, the reposition catches Munchkin here, though, but the fight isn't done just yet. You can already see the Texture does get that refrag quite quickly. Lakia going in for the flank, but still gets detained or somewhat deterred by the utility of the Killjoy. Texture around the corner, spots out one, pops the shot, Meteor goes in for the splash, gets the kill, repositions, 1 versus 1 on the site for the moment, and Zest wins that fight. Redla coming around the corner. Texture's got to be careful here. He's alone up until Lakia comes in, but not sure how much Lakia can really do when he only really has shotgun in hand. No, he has a Sheriff, so does have something to kind of play around with for the longer distances. Redla retrieves himself, or rather connects himself with the Zest here as they double up onto the site. Lakia slowly creeping up, sinking here with Texture. Switch is exposed. Oh, timing going to be crucial, and he actually gets it. 6 cents working for him. Spots it out. Great shot from Zest here. Tracks him. 1 versus 1. Knows that the defuse is a fake. Coming around the corner. Zest looking, spotting, and winning the fight. 4K for Zest. Clutching the round for Bleed.
Yeah, I mean, Zest still got it in him. What a great round for him. Keeping Bleed alive. Getting him a round on the board here on this attacker's side. Going to get himself the no command as well to boot.
Yeah.
Takes Munchkin down. Munchkin there caught trying to re-peek on the jump. Shot on the meteor was good. That shot right there is filthy.
Yes.
Nice.
Just the simple man is Zest.
Yes. He gets a banger of a round. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good.
Nice.
Next round.
We go. He's always been great on this map. Whether it's on the Sova and swapping over to the KO for Bleed.
Yeah.
Very, very good. 0 point, just gonna catch Karan. As right now, Bleed kind of doing a lot of similar things. This time an earlier drone from Lakia. Gets the ID on the Retla. Doesn't give you a ton of info as the defenders.
Deploying drone.
Just waiting the shock dart out. Now Crazy Guy responds with one of his own. Not gonna get a ton out of this himself. Well, you do catch Meteor, but again, this shouldn't really surprise you. Considering how Gen G plays this map, it's often the Lakia and Meteor show on B.
There it is. Pinch coming in from both B main and Market. Lakia's backing away right now. Does have the crossfire with Meteor, who is looking for that recon dart if ever it does come. First contact does not go his way, so he's trying to run out. Cannot really do anything as Meteor's alone by himself. Does have the cover of, well, the dark cover. As Zest is full sends it inside the smoke, and Meteor's holding on. He is the master of the B site, and Durion can't just do anything about it. Falls down, and Gen G just takes another round.
And that right there, folks, is why he was the Shanghai Masters MVP. He is outrageous, especially on this map, especially on this site, on this agent. He is a monster.
Oh.
Wow.
Didn't realize he was full flash there as well.
That's even more ridiculous. It was already pretty good.
Yeah.
Just a little laugh from him too. Just oh, okay.
Just like Zest.
Yeah. Blade Storm for texture going up against the Eco.
Oh, somebody's sending something.
Okay,
big contact by Bleed. Paranoia right then and there. Durion actually safe because he did dash the other way.
What?
And now could actually be a bit of a disaster right now for Gen G. A couple of weapons actually drop outside of A main. Texture has the blades, but can't really convert the second kill. Meteor coming around the corner right now. Gets one, gets the trade, but that is going to be just Bleed manhandling Gen G with just sheer will and firepower.
Yeah, it's just great sheriff shots in A main. Just break this round open. That's huge for Bleed. I mean, just scary with a ghost as well. And Darion, snappy, snags a gun. Shuts down Texture there. That's great start for him.
Yeah.
And they're just kind of in cruise control. They're just going to throw what they can here at Gen G and see what sticks. So far, they've been pretty good, and now Gen G's on the Eco. Sheriff's 2 Guardians. Of course, it's Munchkin with a Guardian, as is tradition. It's just out of his mind sometimes with that gun, so
true.
Might as well keep working with it. This is looking like a short push for now, although it looks like they're reconsidering maybe heading towards mid. No alarm bot in mid anymore.
Cover going out.
Is he willing to kind of peek for this? They saw the blade already, so they know that he's nearby on a short. Flash comes in as well, so they are wanting to deal with him, but Munchkin has smartly backed away to a much more defendable position. Second flash comes in, fragment comes through. If they push through that, the flash is going to blind anybody. They are waiting for this as long as they possibly can. One more flash is available. Munchkin gets the one, down to one. 1 for 1 on the trades. Texture as well as Karon are on the site. Meteor gets exposed as the smoke drops down, and this is not looking too good for Gen G. Texture gets spotted out. Karon not just yet. He's using his teammate as a battering ram here. Bait and switch works in your favor.
One enemy remaining.
Very, very strong, and it's going to be thrifty for thrifty, as only Retla 2 remain, and that is an absolute yes. Banger of a round for Gen G.
Han's kind of good with those sheriffs, eh?
Yeah.
If anybody remembers last time, Sunset, kind of a good one. Kind of good with it. Snappy, yeah. Snappy is always with the Guardian, but this is just blah, blah. That second shot, filthy.
And I like how Charon just, you know, just tucked himself up until they were already in range for him to start, well, doing Charon things.
Yeah. He's generally really good in that spot if you don't make him uncomfortable behind those boxes.
Yeah.
Really, really good from that position. Some teams at Masters were doing a good job messing with him, but he has made a lot of teams very unhappy. Oh my God, Texture.
He challenged that. Thought that maybe, you know, through the tag of the drone that he's going to be afraid? Hell nah. All right. This charges right in. 4 versus 5 is the round continues.
Oh, I was going to say if one of them killed each other there. Meteor just waiting with open arms.
Close.
The off
Spike's
angle.
also dropped. It's not too good. And it's going to be Texture and Meteor holding on this mid control. Retla challenging, hoping that maybe he can get any picks whatsoever. And that's going to be a no. Scary. Did tech a couple, but it's not going to be enough. So Gen G's going to be able to just, again, barrel through and get another round in.
They're just outrageously crisp. I mean, what do you do against this when they're hitting shots like that?
Oh, yeah.
Just expecting it. That off angle, Meteor so good, and then this kind of peekaboo game they play in mid. They're having fun already, and that means Bleed is like, okay, we need to pause a little bit. We've had some good rounds, right? I mean, there was a moment there when they put Gen G back on a Thrifty. I was like, okay, but then in classic Gen G fashion, they win a Thrifty, and now we're back to normalcy.
Everything is as it should be. Perfectly balanced for Gen G here. And it's kind of
what by winning?
Not what I meant. But I will say though, it is crazy how nasty the micro decisions of Gen G are. We were talking about this on the last series, just how big it can be. The macro is good for Bleed, right? The rotations, the reads are right, the setup's there, but then you get these kind of things where Textures is banking, you know what? People will always think that if you get tagged by an owl drone, you're afraid, but not him. And he just picks the fight against Durian. Just those teeny tiny things.
Yeah, I mean, they're just tremendously confident. And you can see it in the way they play, and that's so scary for other teams to go against.
Yeah.
Because they're willing to use your own utility against you, and Texture is feeling it. Yeah, that time didn't go so good.
Maybe a little bit too much. He's going to have to back away. Down to 36, so this is a good start for Bleed. At least the spear tip for Gen G is somewhat dulled in terms of HP right now.
Look at this Charon now going to be over in market. Kind of play off the alarm bot clear, maybe. Just waiting it out. As Bleed is trying to spam down angles, see what they can find. They've got a bit of info. Know that Lakia is now in short.
Yeah.
So what's your decision making going to be off that? A danger ping towards mid. Texture's just going to hold an angle and probably just go for the one and done. Wouldn't be surprised if he pops a dash.
There it is, first contact. Texture backs away. Durian may actually just send this already. Paranoia does get the one catch. That's going to be Lakia done and dusted. Texture all alone, can't really do too much as he falls down, and that's going to be Bleed picking up the site as well as the spike planted down. This is a great round. It started things with Bleed here. Meteor opens up the doorway. Durian gets caught. Laksha's available right now, and there's plenty of time to actually threaten for it. Are they going to use it? That's going to be the question. They set things up, and it looks like they're just going to go barreling into the site, charging against the ones that took it away from them. Great pop shot through the smoke by Crazy Guy. Zest gets caught. Munchkin out in the open. Will follow as soon as his teammate falls down as well, and that's going to be Bleed with an answer.
Yeah, it's a really good read from Bleed. So first of all, Texture challenges you. You know that the Jet's there. You get the information that Lakia is over in short. So you're going to gamble on that, okay, maybe there's one other player lurking on A, but you might be able to kind of take advantage of the lack of flashes, lack of counter utility.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what they do. They find a great opening in Gen G's defenses when you have both Munchkin on Karan on the other side of the map. Not a lot of resistance that you can put up towards getting towards that A site. Well, here's Texture with the operator. Oh, he saw the hand.
Oh, crazy guy. Does get the refrag, though, quickly enough, so at least they stem somewhat of that bleeding. No pun intended. But the 4 versus 4 continues with the op dropped.
That's a huge find. That makes things way more difficult. Munchkin.
Around the corner here. Spotted out, but Duran's just too quick. Now Lakia backing up onto B.
You should run.
Yeah, that lockdown's gonna mess with him. And it actually catches the back up until the back of the site as well from the position, as we can see here. So they're just gonna play here on the spawn itself. Nanoswarm might catch them off guard. Only one does get into the back of the site. Well, no. Scary actually also TP'd from the shadows. So they have full control of B. It's gonna be a retake between them and Gen G, but Meteor, if he can get onto Switch, he will have that ultimate available to use for the lockdown.
Ooh, they're gonna counter. No command popped. So you're gonna have to delay this even longer now. Get it done with the guns, and Darion just not having any of it. Gets 3 on the round so far. Could be on for the ace.
Yeah, he's looking for it if possible. Meteor now stuck onto Switch. Just gonna try to go for those exits, but Durion's just too swift. One more and he gets that ace. Lakia, come back here! I need it! He's just gonna rotate around, save the operator for Texture. Smarter play. But he might actually get caught. He's slow peeking onto A main. Durion's almost there, and it's just timing. 3, 2, 1! And Lakia gets it, denies the ace, and saves the operator, but Bleed, stellar round to pick themselves up 4.
Yeah, they're doing a great job of anticipating Gen G's positioning now. Gen G's been trying to hold a lot of these off angles, and now they're kind of ready for it. Oh, Darion. Just a great find. Anticipating Munchkin in that position around the corner.
One enemy remains.
Just making short work of him. Huge for the Duelist to Bleed. Now we got a real game on our hands.
True. Very important round for Bleed here. Quick little Blade as well. And no peek outs from Texture here. And he kind of saved himself from being detected by the early KO Blade that came out from Zest.
Yeah, trying to see if he can play off of that. You do have Scary up on the wall, right on top of him. And he's got no backup. He's on his own. That's a tough spot to be in, and yet nobody around the corner, so wisely going to retreat from that position. But now he suspects that maybe Scary's up there.
Spike retrieved.
Oh!
My ult's ready.
Durian just wanted a bit of a peekaboo. A search, a gander, a glance, a glimpse. But he's the one that gets ganked. Well, you said it. He thought that Scary was there. Scary just hold the angle for like the extra 30 seconds. And he does get that refrag.
Yeah, just that little extra timing Scary holds on for. Just tremendous game sense. Retla, Munchkin trying to win it out, but Retla gets 2.
Meteor's alone on the site. Has the lockdown. And he's going to be using that to stop them from coming in, but this is 9 seconds. Plenty.
Last player standing.
Got stuck on the box.
Got stuck on the box. It's elevated. Kinda sucks for Meteor there, but Bleed's not going to shy away from breaking big utilities and just rampaging their way onto the A.
If one link breaks, the rest will follow.
Makes it pretty easy to break it when you can see it.
True. Peekaboo.
This is just, oh, good stuff from Retla. Nice. Nice adjustment on the aim.
One enemy remaining.
3 on the round. Zest continuing to be a nightmare for Gen G. And I was wondering when this was going to come.
Yeah.
Felt like maybe a round ago, but Solo obviously has a lot of confidence in his team and wants to talk about things a little bit more. And Texture feeling very confident, but starting to work against them a little bit. Him taking some of those aggressive angles. It's getting punished by Bleed very nicely. And they've really done their homework here. I mean, Bleed, strong start, a really impressive start to this map.
Absolutely. I thought they were actually going to get that round lead already, but they have equalized at least at 5-5. Gen G's starting to get into trouble right now. Just looking at the stats real quick. Post timeout win percentage for Gen G, not really the highest, 37%. So they're not able to convert it as cleanly as some other teams in Bleed. Feels like a team that has converted those post timeouts into their own wins.
Oh yeah. But you know, it's so hard to judge for sure on that percentage, like what it really means.
Yeah, the impact.
Yeah,
That's also true.
It is kind of interesting. I do appreciate though, if you look up in the top, by underneath the team names, we have the position currently, the rankings.
Oh,
so
yeah.
right, Gen G's 6th, Bleed's 11th. I just noticed that. I was like, that's pretty sick. Oh, get out of there, Munchkin.
He does have his null command, so he can use it from far distance to stop any kind of aggressive util take into A. Maybe assist Charon. So far, Gen G hasn't really found any success with the style that they kind of played at. Sure, they're going to get a frag or so, but it's not really getting any map control, especially if they get refragged themselves.
Yeah, well, it's just been very aggressive from Gen G. And it's getting punished every time.
There it is, once more. Charon does have a smoke. He can already put that on A main and get it picked up. If he tries to pick that up right now, Scary's holding. Ooh, he saw it too. Does not want to commit, cuts the noise. And while the rest of his team is actually already working their way through B.
And you just have Lakia on his own, holding from the alley. Bleed wary of these aggressive angles, making sure they clear
30
them.
seconds left.
See what they can do. Getting slowed up by the nanos. The spot there gives Meteor 1.
Darion's already here. Oh, challenge accepted as they go in for the fight. Texture still has the operator in hand, switches up. Now has Guardian.
Spike
Bit of
planted.
damage right here, but maybe no commitment to follow through for Bleed. Unless Charon can actually make some noise happen. He has his own Guardian, so we'll have to see.
Well, yeah, the real question is how much do you want to save this op for the next round?
He has blades.
Oh my god.
It's winnable now, 2 versus 2. Still aware that Scary could be right in front of them. Durian out in the open, spotted out, but actually able to punish the setup that Texture was trying to do, especially with the dash, and Durian's just on it today. Instincts just always correct. Lane, he's right there.
Last round
I get it.
in the half.
I get the kill. I get the clutch of the round.
Yeah, dude, he is stepping up. Well, so even though the op is dropped, the Blade Storm available for Texture. Scary out dueling Munchkin. Crazy guy gets punished for the Odin spam, but that's okay. They're able to use that to make their way into sight. Darion, so nasty right now. So good. And I am really liking what I'm seeing out of Bleed today.
Oh yeah. 100%. Oh, looks like a completely different team.
Anime battle incoming? Come on, Darion, challenge it.
It's possible. I think he's just waiting for... Just maybe waiting for someone to peek out through A short, but unfortunately no one's there. Texture's just patiently waiting for any peek outs on mid as he just jump spots through spawn, but no dice for now.
Well, you can tell that they are sensing.
There it is.
Yeah, went for it. That they're sensing that maybe Texture was going to try some big play out of mid, but
yeah.
Now they're just kind of trying to feel out the rest of the map. No real A main control, but that really hasn't bothered them, to be frank, because every time they've tried to re-clear that space, they've taken a Gen G player or two with them.
No tags with the KO Blade. This is confusing Gen G a little bit. You can see that they're starting to move back into their defaults. Noise done for Bleed. And I love this for Bleed. It feels like they're dictating the pace right now of how Gen G's playing around this. Look at that. Munchkin's already used his null command, but still no contact from Bleed. And now they're going to see all these flashes. It's going to be this B site. Meteor's going to be by himself. Durian just sends it, but whiffs the shot. And unfortunately, he cannot convert these kills. Texture comes into play. Blade's working very diligently for them. Scary and Crazy Guy are the only ones to remain. They get a couple of frags, but they're still stuck on B main. 8 seconds, and this actually might just be the round.
Should be.
Yeah, nothing anymore left in the tank there. Unless they can get like 3 kills in 3 seconds.
Not gonna happen. Yeah. time is over. Around is Gen G's. 6-6. Not bad at all for Bleed. However,
yeah,
the scary thing about Gen G is they are generally really, really good on their attacker side on this map. Okay?
Yes.
Just to go through it, when they played Heretics in the grand finals, they went 6-6 on their attacker side. When they played G2 in the upper finals, they went 8-4. Against 100 Thieves, 6-6. FPX actually did really good, only let them go 5-7. Against DRX in the previous stage, 8-4. So they are very fearsome on their attacker side on this map. They are very good at working the map. Munchkin really likes to kind of fool around a bit, and then they have those tremendous kind of classic Korean style executes in the bag that can really just win, you know, big important rounds when they need to. So good luck. But I mean, I like what I'm seeing from Bleed. They're looking fired up. They're looking crisp. They're looking clean. They're making good reads.
Yeah. Possibly is like Crazy Guy integrating a lot better compared to maybe last week.
Yeah, well, and you know, you can tell that he's got a pretty good idea of what Gen G's trying to accomplish. I mean, yes, Texture is 18-8, but the fact that Texture is 18-8 and it's only a 6-6 scoreline, you got to be feeling really good as Bleed right now.
Yeah, because you've kept him at bay for the most part. Anyways, oh, standard setup here. Is it going to be the flash and dash on A main?
They're going to try to do it back to him.
Yeah, spotted though. It's only just really a little bit of contact there. Sure, it forces them back, but that's Durian still stuck on the corner. And somewhere else on the map as well, you can see Crazy Guy has took some pretty critical damage as well. So Bleed coming into this defense, not really the hottest. Scary wanting to get some pop shots through the smoke, unfortunately not going to be connecting. And again, Gen G feels like, oh no, does not feel like full control of this game right now.
Yeah, and that breaks the B site wide open. And to make matters worse, Karon just takes Crazy Guy out. Like you mentioned, he was already super low anyway, but things not going Bleed's way in this pistol round again.
Definitely not. Zest. Well, he's going to be checking mid. Should still know that somebody's just kind of hovering there by themselves. Quick little refrag. Lakia is also taken down by Scary, but that's going to take so much positioning and time for him to just even hope to get into a site.
Cover going out.
And he's just going to try to isolate an angle here. It's the best shot that he's got. Quick little tag in the head, but Meteor's got the bigger gun. Bigger hand cannon.
Yeah, it's just, it's pretty entertaining, you know, because Bleed just tries to do what Gen G did to them on the pistol. A little bit of a different look to it, but
yeah.
But Darion gets stuck in that corner. And Darion's pinging desperately. He's like, I've got Karon by the ult orb in Cubby. There's not much he can do. There just isn't a response fast enough from the rest of Bleed.
Nice.
And it's good pistols so far. Can Gen G find a bit more success? Flash out. Here we go again.
Oof. He ascended. That one-way smoke turns into just smoke on A main. Durian right beside Zest here. They're close. I think they gotta read that as well. They saw two of them, pushing it up already. Fragment does segment them ever so slightly, but they fall back into the smoke, so there's no punish that came out from Bleed here. Very good job for Gen G, just to kind of, again, funnel them out of the site, flush them out. That's gonna be the straight plant, and again, a force on the retake here for Bleed.
I was just about to say, Meteor's out here, this turret, watching for these mid crosses. Just a Sheriff, though.
I mean, that is gravitating the attention of the rest of Bleed here, and they are falling down. No way. Okay, so Meteor cannot escape that, but that's 2 kills in bot time. Yeah.
That's really all you can ask for in that position.
Fair enough.
Just not enough bullets in that revolver. Really get the job done. Munchkin clean with it, takes Zest down. Lakia follows up, takes down Darion. And okay, anti-eco going the way of Gen G. And they string this together, find a bonus. But Bleed's got that Odin. It's going to be going over to Crazy Guy. And that can be Very fearsome, as we saw. Oof. As we've seen so many times on this map that the Odin is annoying to go against.
That was also, again, kind of sus for Scary. He missed the positioning on the smoke because he wanted to do the obvious two things. Smoke and then insta-TP.
I'm just waiting.
Same.
It's just that, oh, they got the spot on the Crazy though.
Oh, he runs away.
That's pretty important. That opens up so much extra space. Shock Dart to clear util if it were there.
Yeah.
Crazy now has to go looking. Use the drone. Find out what he can.
Can he break that through this? Oh, he doesn't even tag it too. Okay. He's using a lot of util just to make sure that B main's not getting pressed by Gen G as well.
Yeah.
Like that's both the drone and the recon dart used in just a matter of like 10 seconds.
Just really want to make sure. They're getting a spot onto 2 there, but little do they know. Texture is all the way up in a tree almost, so.
Cover going out.
See if they can get a read on that. There is Scary keeping a very close eye on it. Meteor trying to buy some attention towards market. Clears the turret, puts the alarm bot down. It's at least keeping players over there and a lean from Darion as well.
30
Scary, this
seconds
position though, so annoying.
Yeah, that's a really good smoke. Recon Dart's not even going to spot him, but Texture does. And that just catches them off guard. No amount of refrag is going to save Bleed's A side. Meteor almost wall banged right there by Crazy Guy. Recon Dart used. Not going to spot out Meteor for just yet, but they do know that there is a possibility of a lurk. As long as they don't show themselves on Heaven, I don't think Meteor's going to... Oh, no, he will.
Oh, no.
He's just going to wait for him. I wonder if he's going to get another con. Okay. He thought he was getting the hard reads, but no.
Well, what's crazy about this now is, like, if Bleed had a little bit more info and a little bit more time, they could have gone for this.
Yeah.
But, you know, with just that extra player and that unknown location, it buys tons of extra time for Gen G. So, Round going to go their way, Bonus going to go their way. Gen G on this attacker side on this map is fearsome. Fearsome, fearsome, fearsome.
Agreed. I mean, Meteor will probably take deaths, honestly. Just get him closer to the lockdown, right? And they have money for it anyways.
Yeah. Just one other thing I want to point out is the way that Gen G uses those smokes to scale into sight, right? Like, they're so good at it. And it makes it, like, even though Scary's in that weird position that Gen G had no idea initially.
Yeah.
But because it's so hard for anybody to see what the heck's going on as Gen G's coming into the site, eventually it doesn't really find much value because it gets spotted.
Oh, Lakia. Speaking of spotted, though, that's Durion down. And that's rather unfortunate. B main's kind of opened up here. But, I mean, was that a ruse, a trap? A hoodwink?
Well,
matter the
it might not matter now.
Yeah.
Now you're taking Zest out. That's one of the flashes out of the game, so, and you know that that's going to offer you so much opportunity on this A site.
Found them.
And just let Meteor hang out on his own and everybody else just group up, push towards A. I mean, Crazy Guy is making the rotation. Didn't see anybody in mid, so all this util coming through. Now you know for sure. Recon at the ready. Is there going to be any response, any denial of this plant? An attempted spray, but no connection found.
Oh, yeah, it is quite difficult. It is a wide platform, so
30 seconds
unless
left.
you have that first couple of bullets hitting him, it's probably going to be difficult to find a second one. Any case, though, great catch. That is going to be the kill onto Lakia. Munchkin, ooh boy, very close. No ultimate for him to use, so he's going to just be sitting on 32 as the rest of Bleed try to come into the site. Retla, no lockdown available, comes in. Crazy Guy, great wallbang onto Munchkin. Now this becomes doable, digestible. Time still pretty good for Bleed here. Slowly encroaching, but immediately they just get battered. Crazy Guy by himself, and this is just Gen G milking as much time as possible. The wall banks, and Karen realizes it, swings out for the 3K, and Gen G, double digits already in the first map.
And for what it's worth, Bleed is really close to putting together some decent rounds. It's just Gen G is so disciplined in some of these situations. These early picks hurt like crazy. I mean, Zest there goes for a bit of an ego play off the flash. He gets punished by Karan on the jump peek. Please get the Odin. Please save the Odin.
Oh, thank you. But yes, you have to. Lakia's been good at it.
He's very good at the Odin.
Or Munchkin is now holding it.
Okay, that's fine too. Either
That
way.
works. Yeah. Texture though, ooh, he's going through the meat grinder here. Actually, just immediately dashes. I don't know if he spotted the operator, but that doesn't matter. Crazy guy's got the pick. Durion gonna get corralled. The pop shots making him very low. And unfortunately, Retla can't do anything but hold switch for as long as he possibly could. Maybe stop anyone else from coming in. The play from Gen G here, though, is Texture as well as Charon, with their ultimates, with their dashes, have gotten access on the back of B. Still, the separation is real. 3 versus 4, numbers favoring Bleed. HP does not, so if Texture can get these picks, which he is, this is not looking too hot for Bleed. The battle just continues, and he's hit for another one. Like, oh, Durion! As soon as the smoke comes up, 4K for Texture. He knows where Scary is, and he's looking for the ace, denied by Scary. But the round, Scary just, he doesn't know. No one's there, no one's home. He's at the back of the site, man. Unfortunately, there's not much time. Ooh, he might be able to do this, though. Starts defusing the spike. Baits it out. Meteor spots that's not being diffused, and he knows all he has to do now is waste that time, and Bleed, unfortunately, cannot get this. Oh, not even the save on the operator.
Yeah. I mean, again, it's so close for Bleed. They're just moments away from being able to take these rounds. Texture's going monstrous. He's got 25 kills now. This early spot, the dash in with the Hunter's Fury to back him up, and then he immediately just swings out, takes out Retla. The third onto Zest. Zest is trying to beat the corner. You nailed it. He thought he had it.
You know what? Texture might be bad at horror games, but he is absolutely good, godly in Valorant.
Mean, can you be good at horror games? Is that possible? He's good at reacting to horror games.
Okay,
How
fair
about
enough.
that? No.
All right. Yeah, no. I'm gonna get flamed, aren't I? Anyways, no. He's got some sick horror game clips.
Yes. Also, if Gen G kept going short, there was potential concern there, but they've given up A main, and instead, I'm just gonna go through mid. There's
Lakia.
Oh boy.
He spotted a bunch of them too. I think the footsteps as well.
Oh no!
He's got to be careful.
No.
Okay, he backs away. So Durion can't really dash into this without killing him, or that's gonna result in him getting killed. So it's gonna be fine. This means that, yeah, pull the trigger by Gen G on B, and they see the utility as well, so they know that Retla is somewhere here hiding. He will get some support from his teammate as Scary drops down a couple of smokes, but again, this is all up to Retla. How good is his Sheriff if he can isolate some of these angles? Good tap, gets things started. 3 bullets. Not looking too big, not looking too good. One more. He's gonna get overwhelmed. Jurion's here to assist, but he's just a little bit too late, and he gets caught in the crossfire.
30
now,
seconds left.
3 members remaining for Bleed. Lakia holding B main, so they have to be aware of that. And they're not really too afraid of this one. Big flanks coming in. Lakia's spider sense is tingling as 2 players of Bleed now have to deal with the B main because Lakia's still alive. One around the corner they go. They fall, and Lakia! Oh boy! 3rd shot incoming, headshot and headshot. Beautiful stuff in Gen G, they got map points.
Yeah, just brilliant game senses from Lakia there. Expecting that somebody's going to be flanking through mid and pushes that angle and catches Scary a little bit off guard. I mean, there was some damage done, but that is good. That is amazing, Lakia. Man, oh man, this attacker's side has been all Gen G. They are looking to send Bleed packing on their map pick and send us over to Sunset.
Here he goes. I wonder if they heard a TP from Scary here. That's also a big question. Flash out. Zest jump spotting just to see where they are. Paranoid's about to come in. The fragment goes through. Great catch by Scary here, but he will fall down to the fragment. So it's a trade for trade. Durion's also brought out the operator, but unfortunately can't find Meteor. as he did tuck himself on tiles quite quickly. The call right now for Gen G is just to keep pushing this A main. Spots out 2 with the drone, and they still want to go through with this.
Yeah, they don't like what they see. Just a little bit too much contact. You know, the drone to clear that space, but let's see what Gen G wants to do. It looks like they're just gonna swap sides. Not gonna re-clear A main. Still have that operator to consider. Last time you saw it, it was over towards short 8. Still remains there. Munchkin going on a lookabout for it, but he's going to be setting up the flank angle from market for Gen G, it looks like. Meteor waiting around the corner.
30 seconds
See how they get this done. Retla trying to hide again.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Okay, so Paranoia does not allow Retla to re-peek for a couple of seconds. Will get spotted, actually gets the kill onto Lakia. That is the spike drop down. Caron's gonna have to start running in, and he's just gonna be challenging this one, but there is gonna be a big flank right now from Munchkin. Spots out the one, will fall down. All to Meteor. He doesn't take too heavy of a damage here, and he can go plant this spike. Zest challenging, coming around the corner, he hides, and he plays around this one. What a shot from Meteor! And oh my god! Meteor!
Attacker.
Where did that come from? He peeks him and slaps him in the face with the phantom shots. And that's going to be map 1 for Gen G.
Yeah, I mean, look. I'm really impressed by Bleed's attacking side. Their defender side on this map, though, like many this year, has gone to the wayside. Gen G, so good on this map. Very few can be that consistent on the attacker side on Ascent.
We'll pass it on to the panel. What a hectic first map that was.
Hectic indeed, but I would say that there weren't much surprises overall on this map, except that, you know, Meteor, of course, with a lot of surprises of his own, especially with the last round.
I mean, listen, he does it quite often, but it's still shocking every time it happens. Just a manner of just how crisp he can get when he's in the zone.
Yep.
And then it's not just him, right? It's like all the players on Gen G that can pull this off.
I mean, yeah. It's just an incredible second half. I mean, they don't drop anything, realistically, like in that second half. Just perfect attack. It was just gorgeous. And I mean, I remember us getting to the halfway point. We were sat in the green room. It was 6-6. I'm like, oh man, maybe this is going to be another 3-mapper. And I was like, Gen G is really good at attacking, and they put that on full display. I mean, Texture from the outset was just cooking the entire time. Lakia with some really crisp shots, even that second to last, third to last round, just that double tap outside of B main. Just gorgeous stuff, and then Meteor just able to just pull things off like that. It's just another, you know, C-mount moment from him over at Shanghai, basically.
I think that, you know, for this Gen G, it feels like a Gen G that's, you know, very calm, just kind of settling in at the moment, right? You don't really feel them at peak energy right now, especially since, like, you know, it's, again, they're coming in from, like, you know, several days off as well. But I feel like, you know, this is barely even the surface of this Gen G that is coming in with this new patch.
Yeah, I mean, listen, we were on Ascent with no comp changes on both sides.
Nothing
so Gen
new.
G just playing with the reads that they have, you know, just the original ideas they've always had, and then the individual mechanics. And again, I mean, credit where credit is due. Bleed, their attacking was pretty good whenever they were able to get the spike. As you can see, they're able to close out the round. But the problem was that they couldn't always get the spike down, right? And if you're starting to meet a little bit of the opposition, whereas on defense, you're actually kind of just letting Gen G one way or another to eventually get to the site, then that's where you're going to fall off.
Yeah, I mean, clearly both teams. You get the spike planted, you do well. I mean, Gen G dominant in first kills. Texture has 7 of those. He nearly has a 400 ACS. This is just Texture things. I mean, from the outset, I was watching chat, which I don't normally do, but I was watching chat.
Wow, daring.
At the beginning of this game, and Texture got that fadeaway second kill in A main, and everyone just started saying GG. And while that clearly was not the case, because we'd ended up salvaging that half and making it quite good as far as attacking on Ascent is concerned, it kind of felt that way, and Texture just never took his foot off the gas.
Yeah, I mean, look at just overall the kill scores, right? Despite Bleed having a very respectable, if not a positive, first half on the attacking side of Ascent, getting 6 rounds, they were still having a lot of trouble just having to just grind through each member of Gen G, and for the first half, a lot of it was Texture.
And one of the big things that ends up costing Bleed a lot is, you know, they pull off that Thrifty over Gen G. It looks fantastic, but then they immediately give one right back to them. If they're able to deny that Thrifty away, they stave off the economy from Gen G a little bit more. They get themselves a 7th round, which could then snowball into even more on that opening defense. And that's just one of those things where if you give Gen G an inch, they are going to take a mile.
Yeah, it
Sorry,
just happened.
a kilometer.
Yeah, so many.
Several kilometers, I guess, as far as I don't know the conversion.
Oh yeah, but it's happened to so many teams, right? Not just here in Pacific, but all over the world. And what's happening right now with Bleed is pretty much what we saw earlier, right? What else can they do at this point? But, you know, he even said himself, we're just going to pray at this point.
Yeah, and listen, I mean, I think this is a positive trajectory for Bleed, having a pretty decisive attacking side, being able to make those calls and not always get bogged down, and having some good teamwork, right, covering for each other when needed. I think those are the positive. It's just that your opponent is a trophy-lifting Gen G that has done this countless times, where they will give the first couple rounds and say, okay, we're downloading it, okay, download complete, and now we just keep going on a run.
I think that, you know, similar to what we talked about with T1 as well, referring to Bleed's roster, right? They need time. And I wish that, you know, we had so much more time. It almost feels a little bittersweet because it's like these teams, there's something there. I just wish there was more time for these teams to really, you know, get their groove and get the chemistry down pat, because I feel like of all of the teams, they've had such scrutiny and such unrealistic expectations set on them from the get-go. If they did have that time that we're talking about, would we be talking about them differently?
I mean, listen, I think no matter what, right, no matter where the spotlight was, Bleed, this was the team that needed the most time, right? First of all, you're coming up from Ascension. You haven't played against these Tier 1 teams. You don't really know what it's like. Sure, you might have scrimmed them, but it's a totally different environment. And then they had to go through roster changes, right, because of certain circumstances and age requirements. So, I mean, out of all the rosters, this was the team that needed the most time. So, it's unfortunate, but listen, they're trying to make the most of it.
Yeah, and I feel like, you know, on the side of Gen G as well, it was an entirely new roster. We saw, like, what we kept talking about earlier about how it's like kickoff. We saw a Gen G that was getting there. There was an idea there, but it wasn't like a ripe Gen G just yet, right? Now we're getting that in full force to this day, and like they're looking at like this team that you see right here, pretty much unstoppable.
Yeah, I mean, it's just amazing what they're able to do. And Texture in particular continues to just, you know, keep my jaw on the floor. I just don't know how he has maintained this level of performance. I mean, granted, yeah, sometimes he has some soft starts, but then it just, that one round is all that it takes for him to just suddenly dominate the entire game. And even if he's not firing on all cylinders, you know that Karon's going to be good for some. You know that Lakia is going to be there. You know that you have Meteor. So it's just stacked top to bottom. And, you know, I think we've said it time and time again, but I just don't think that anybody really thought that this team was going to be performing at this level coming into this year. Like, we had some decent expectations from them, saw them in the offseason tournaments such as Convergence. Like, okay, you know, I can see where they're going with this, because Karon guy looks pretty good. Never in any, you know, reality did I think that they were going to be the team that was going to be lifting a trophy from Pacific.
Yeah, I would say even people who were hopeful thought, well, they could be like a top 3 contender, right? But not a trophy contender, and not just in Pacific. So the fact that they're able to do this so consistently is very impressive.
Kind of felt like throughout the year, they were like that, you know, that little kitten, the little tiger, just stalking, just like biding their time. And then suddenly by now, when they're like a fully roaring predator, where it's like, it's far too late to stop them at this point. They're like, you know, that tiger that is in full force right now.
This season, you know, they've been playing, Hakuna Matata's been on in the background. We're watching the montage of Simba growing up.
Oh, I love that.
Into his adulthood.
They're doing this.
Granted, that's a lion, not a tiger, but you get my point. Come on. It's a big cat.
It's still within the same family, so to say. But yeah, that's absolutely right. And at this point, it doesn't seem like there's any team at this in the entire VCT that can stop them. I mean, like, they didn't win the trophy for nothing. They aren't called the champions for nothing. They aren't called the favorites for nothing. But right now, we do have our guess and gain game, and we're gonna see which team will record more flawless rounds on map 2. I feel like, okay, all right. Well, we will still be asking this, but please do write down your answers.
We can go through this pretty fast, right?
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Let's go. Ta-da!
There we go.
I think we're pretty much in agreement, even with our audience as well. So there's 10% that do believe that Bleed.
I mean, listen, I think a tie is probably maybe likely, just because, again, Gen G likes to go for a trade-based style, but Gen G's always going to have those 1 or 2 rounds where they pop off and the flawless is going to happen.
It'd also be a tie if just neither of them get flawless rounds.
Exactly.
If
That's
it
what I
really
mean.
is, yeah, if it really is just scrappiness, then that could very well happen. But let's see what the comps are going to look like. Is okay, nothing really changing here for the side of Gen G, and it's just going to be Bleed saying, okay, hey, we've liked your comp, we like the Jet on this map, so we're going to run it ourselves.
So this is interesting because I actually kind of liked that Bleed just changed the Jet to the Raze back when they played it last time, because I think that makes this comp a little bit easier to play. Raze is a bit more self-sufficient. You can take out the Cypher util on your own, things like that. Now you really have to have just pinpoint accuracy in your coordination and the skill timings of calls from across the map. So I'm curious to see if we're going to see that teamwork come out from Bleed.
Darian's had some very good highlights when it comes down to the Jet, even in that last map in a loss. So I think that, you know, keeping him on maximum comfort as far as Duelist is concerned, probably a good spot, but you're completely correct that you do not have that reliable util to really just break down those Cypher traps. So I'm curious to see how they're going to be piloting this one.
We did have an almost ace from Darion on the previous map. We also had that from Texture. We're going to see if maybe they can get that on this map, right? As we head into our potentially final map of the day. Question mark. Again, we toss it over to our casters, Paper Thin and Aserai.
Thank you so much for that one, Desk. And yes, we are looking possibly right now with how strong the finish was from Gen G on Ascent, but we'll have to see how this one works with Bleed, as they did change, as Desk was mentioning, the Durion pick of Raze into the Jet.
It just seems more comfortable, I would suspect, for him.
Yeah.
That's kind of the biggest thing that it really screams to me. I really like that a lot of teams are starting to lean into the Sova on this map, because of the Cypher utility, the ability to clear that, some of the information you're able to gain with the Recon a little bit safer than maybe with the Gecko necessarily. So
yeah,
some of that stuff I really do appreciate, but just curious to see how Bleed's going to pilot it. They've struggled on the defender side on this map so far. Texture up in the box, just shut down by Crazy Guy.
Yeah, great positioning there for Crazy Guy as Gen G now marching their way onto B here, wrapping around the corner. What a flick from Meteor, now has to reload, could be in danger here. Comes back around, 2 more players. They're just charging into the back. They don't really care about planting for the moment now, as they want that map control for here. Scary does fall down, and even though there was that first pick on Texture, still does not phase Gen G on the follow through.
This round is just one that really just shows you, talked about it a little bit on Ascent, but how disciplined Gen G actually is. Sometimes they can look pretty crazy, pretty aggressive, and they are in a way, but it's all measured. Like, right, watch. He realizes he doesn't have the shot, and he keeps working this corner. Doesn't give Rattler the opportunity to do much until the reinforcements arrive.
Yeah.
And then they challenge that angle with numbers advantage. And it's things like that where they know that they could bait their opponents into bad situations, even if they lose a player off the rip. They're just great. What else do you want? I mean, like, there's a reason they won Master Shanghai. It is what it is. And by the way, it should be noted, as we go into this eco round, that Gen G, if they win this map, they are confirmed for playoffs. We know what our 6 teams will be for Pacific playoffs. Don't know the order that they may fall out in, but they are close to securing themselves.
Meteor gets spotted here on mid, and everybody, okay, they're just going to send it on Meteor. He's a bit alone. Never mind, he actually gets the support of his team, and this actually blows up in the face of Bleed. Sure, they will get the pick onto Charon and a bit of damage on Munchkin and Meteor, but they're talking about it here, man. They're just really coordinated and just, what's the word, refrag? Just connecting with each other?
Yeah, I mean, I think I use discipline, but it's not in the way you would normally think. Like, discipline's like holding your angles or using, your util at the right times. It's just Meteor's just got such good game sense for, when he can be a little bit aggressive and when he needs to fall back. Yeah. And he reads that position that, they've spotted him out. There's going to be a lot of spam coming his way, so he can fall back behind that fountain in the middle. And Texture is very deft, but he's very much on this angle, and he is just good with the Guardian.
Yeah, Zest wants to at least encroach another kill if they can. Unfortunately, that's not going to be possible. They still keep pushing up, though. But look at where Meteor has already pocketed himself. If he pushes this up, he might be able to get a pick. Zest right in front of them. Munchkin throws out the flash. Zest not phased at all. Still, Texture for the pinch, not going to be able to get a pick. Scary's there. Crazy Guy as well. Does he know there's 2 of them, though? That's going to be the big question. He backs away. Oh, I think he's selling the position right now for Meteor, and he does get the pick. What a play here for Gen G. It's all Scary on the site. Redless just a bit too far. He falls down. 3K for Texture. And that spike's going to get planted with Redla having to readdress the position in a 1 versus 3.
But it's the same things here, Asarai, right? It's patience. It's being aggressive when they need to be. I mean, that's a great shot from Redla. Takes down Khan. 2 more to go. Desperately need a heroic play from Bleed.
Yeah.
Just can he do it is the question.
I like the reposition here for Meteor because if Redla went around again, right, he could at least look through a link, and then now they just sync up as he's still there and Texture picks up the 4K.
But it's the way that Texture, yes, he gets that opening duel and wins it. He's very, very good at that.
Yeah.
But then he takes that corner at elbow, holds it for forever, waits until he gets a little info, is able to punish the kill onto Munchkin, and then buys time for Meteor to make this lurk.
Yeah.
Enemy remaining.
Never over-aggresses an angle. Except for the first one, maybe. You could argue that that one's, but that's part of the plan. They need to do that to get into sight, so.
Yeah.
This is a nice spot.
To get control of A main and elbow.
Yes.
Yeah. 100% agree. Bleed right now, they got their gun round. So they, actually no, that was last round. They have their upgraded pistol round, I guess. You could call it like that. Or scrappy buy round.
Slightly upgraded. I mean,
slightly.
They'd love to get Darion the Bladestorm here. That would be super good.
He pushes out an A main and picks up that orb. He will be able to, though.
Plus ultra good there.
No contact for Meteor just yet. Genji silence on B main. A ping comes out from Bleed here, though, so I think they do know while Darion is still holding A main, there's no one, or there is no deceit that B main is still unoccupied, which it is. There it is.
Standing ahead.
Quick little dart. But they're vacating, though. Oh. So this is going to be the site for, yeah, for Genji taken. The misread from Bleed.
Such a good read, though. I mean, in a way, it's a good read from Crazy Guy, but the rest of the team just kind of not there to punish.
How close Texture is. Pockets himself through the smoke. Does get the refrag, though, but this is Genji already finished with planting the spike, and they're just willing to fight.
And it was just off the back of the smoke from Scary. Genji's just waiting for that smoke to come up. And that's when they slow walk their way right into position to attack. And then when that dart came through, that was just the go button for them.
Yeah.
If anybody's still there, well, okay, we'll make the best of it. And I love how they just try to take these really bizarre positions. I mean, really selfless stuff there from Texture. Try to hide in a corner, see if he can get away with it.
Yeah.
Gets taken out, but then they're just immediately there to just grind Bleed to a pulp.
And it's a double-headed axe, not sword.
Why axe?
Because if you don't, pick up Texture and you start taking care of the other players of Genji, if he's still alive, he's going to be able to get multiple kills in that position.
Right.
And then if you get Texture, we basically saw exactly what we saw there. Durian, though, bringing up the operator, wants it to go for the hero. Second shot, unfortunately, shut down by Charon. And this B site opens up once again for Genji.
Spike planted.
Redless close, but I don't think he wants to challenge this one again. Genji's just very quick on the peaks. He wants to use that body cam, or that Cypher cam, excuse me, to maybe just get that slight bit of opening. And it does, somewhat, as Texture does fall down. Neural Theft now activated. Munchkin flashing around the corner here. No one's defusing the spike just yet. Crazy Guy contesting. That smoke's really good on the position. Great flash altogether, but no one's defusing it just yet. They're willing to go for the push of the fight here. One player standing is going to be Lakia. Coming around. He will. No, wait. Oh, it's already defused. Was about to say that maybe he got a chance, but again, we did see that Scare was just quick defusing it as soon as they cleared B main.
Kind of an interesting idea from Genji with that plant right on the corner so they could watch it from a deeper position in main. But it's just a better recognition of that. And like you said, the smoke here really, really good. But just they understand they need to clear out main as quick as possible so they can make sure they can set up this defuse. And Zest is good for a couple.
Yeah.
Get the job done. And now there's a ton of ults all over the place. Retla had just used his to get that info as well, making their lives a little bit easier as Bleed. Genji What's that Hunter's Fury from Crazy Guy?
Very early.
And it gets shut down by the 0.
Yeah. Texture is blinded by the paranoia, so he can't push too far. Still the contact though. They were willing to fight on top of Boba, but it does blow up in the face of Bleed here as they lose 2. Again, Gen.G, different take, same side. Still gonna be the B, but all the way coming from Market.
Planted.
I mean, that 0 point had to be in the air already before that Hunter's Fury got popped.
Yeah.
It had to be.
Actually, they didn't even realize that. But that was also weird that he did an early Hunter's Fury off of no contact from Durian when he was still, you know, looking for any kind of again physical contact against Gen.G on the A main.
It definitely feels like they're pressing a little bit at times.
Yeah, 100%.
Like Darion, not this time, good shot with the off, but in the previous round, you know, with that operator stuck around a little bit too long.
Yeah.
You know, like you said, went for the hero play, got punished for it.
I do like that he's still challenging though, so at least Gen.G still have to be aware that he will always threaten with the op when he has it in hand.
Right.
Like that. Oh. Yeah, he's it. Yeah, okay. Great job. Still round goes to Gen.G though.
Yeah, I mean, Gen.G is just so fearless in some of these moves. Just a very hard hit towards Market. Everybody working together. Just knocks players down so fast. And now they've got a Hunter's Fury.
That goes there.
They've got a Neural Theft. Used the null command in the previous round on that execute.
Get out of my way!
Blades popped even.
There's the setup now. Texture fully blinded. Scary
He
somehow
over
managed
Scary.
Yeah, so he pocketed himself underneath the smoke here. And he's still gonna get spotted. Unfortunately, I think he thought that maybe he could get a catch or something. Wait, did that connect? No.
Nope.
Oh, that was crucial. If Darion could have gotten that as a 3 versus 3, he has the blades as well. But now numbers advantage for Gen.G on this post plant. Pop shots coming in from Crazy Guy. Trying to flush out Munchkin from his position, but the shock dart not even connecting.
Exactly where
Makes it a little bit painful, or less painful for Gen.G. Neural Theft for a bit of that information, and Texture just immediately jumps up, and he's not done. He's going for the chase. He wants more blood. Take away the op in the hands of Durian. He spots him too. Does he know? Breathless around the corner here as well. Durian, oh no.
Oh
He
my
knows.
god.
He knows exactly where he is. Unfortunately, Breathless too good of a shot. Lakia though, able to hold on and pick up the operator from their hands. And Retla, shock dart. Woo! Wait, stop. Okay, there you go. He's not gonna forget about it. I thought he was about to run the other way.
You're like calling it for him. You're like, oh, dude, get it.
Give me a moment.
But that was some sick shots from Retla. 4K on the exit.
Pyrrhic victory, though. Just, yeah, okay, you're able to keep the op, but the rest of it is Sheriff's. And you can see it on Darion's face. After he missed that first shot, he just, you know, he's just not quite feeling it. And it's tough with the pressure that Gen.G puts on you.
Yeah, absolutely.
One enemy remaining.
I thought that shotgun could have gotten him too.
It's very close.
Yeah.
He was like 2 steps further forward, he was dead.
And now we're kind of going into that, what I like to... Ooh, never mind. I was about to say the op paradox where you just don't get value on the op, you keep saving it every single round, but Darion's just too good on the conversion. Alright. Meteor's now slowly creeping up here on Market. They did lose Munchkin, so no flashes, no KO blades to kind of fall back on. Scary. Whew. Great catch onto Texture. Does get refrag though, but this is looking better and better for Bleed.
And I was just about to say, Meteor has cleared a ton of space though. So if you can win this battle against Retla at the very least, maybe buy some time. This is so unexpected. Oh, they read
barrel.
it. Yeah, barrel.
Shadows traveling.
Nicely done by Bleed here. They've got a real opportunity to turn this round on its head. I mean, it's kind of the Gen.G special to give up at least 1 eco. But then they take ecos of their own, so.
Durian. Oh, Lakia. Not wasting any time whatsoever. Big flags coming in as well from Zest. Him and Charon now getting closer and closer.
Last player standing.
Space not taken. Charon not able to get the conversion onto Crazy Guy, and he might be in a really bad spot here. He hears it. No. No way. Almost. Crazy guy. Great check into the smoke. He spots out Charon playing ring around to Rosie, and that's going to be Bleed with a second round in.
I mean, it's just insane sometimes. That opening pick is all it takes. You know, you're able to preserve the op again. You shut down Munchkin, and that makes...
Ah, there it is.
Yep. Came out, you're absolutely right. Thought that was a little bit too aggressive from Meteor there, but you know what, when you're that far ahead, you can take risks like that.
Yeah.
You can go for those plays.
Yeah. I think he didn't take enough risks, to be fair. Yes. Like, he pushed the smoke up until, and then he stopped at the edge of it.
This is a nice one. I see what you mean.
Right? And that's what kind of messed up the play that I think he wanted to do.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Darion gonna try this hop angle again. What a readjust. Takes Texture down. There you go. Now he's feeling it.
Starting to heat up as well. That's going to be perfect because now Texture's gone again, and the spear tip for Gen G unavailable in this round. This is going to become a lot more difficult to get any form of map control here if they want to go for those aggressive pushes. And with Bleed still having so much utility left, setups like this is going to be something that gives them some net kills. Paranoia used. Okay, slows him down ever so slightly. Scary coming around the corner here, wants to go for the challenge, does get the pick onto Munchkin. Clash could come out from Zest right now as they want to encroach onto the fight. Meteor backs away. They're now slowly creeping up on Elbow here, where Zest is waiting for them.
Some decent damage done to Zest and Scary, but now they've got reinforcements. Orb going to be secured by Lakia, one away from a Hunter's Fury. Let's see if Gen G is just going to really commit to this A site. Still have to worry about Crazy Guy tucked in behind the corner, awaiting presence from Gen G, but if they're just going to save, now's the time, and that's kind of what it's looking like they're doing. Just going to hold on to their guns for the rest of this round.
10 seconds
left. Not too
left.
sure if anybody from Lead will go hunting. Maybe Crazy Guy could, but they're going to realize it here momentarily that there will be no pressure. Then Rattlers just going to send out the old shaving a haircut.
What?
That's what it's called. Yeah.
Oh.
That pattern.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Shaving haircut?
Shaving a haircut.
Shave and a haircut.
I think.
Ah.
I could be wrong.
It's okay. But what's not wrong is having Durian on that operator. Look at the snappy that flick was. And Scary following up, you know? I mean, right after the next contact, just to kind of go for straight fight. Confidence. Interestingly enough, Bleed actually called a timeout.
Are we sure?
I don't think so. Unless Gen G is spelled with
Are
a
we
B.
going to have back-to-back timeouts?
Maybe.
We'll see. It's possible. I mean, I was assuming this was going to be Gen G's timeout.
That's fair. Yeah, it works either way.
Yeah, you just need a way to deal with that operator.
True. Texture has been getting a bit too straightforward with his approaches, and I think Bleed are reading it pretty well.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think Gen G's been... I'm certain they're trying to keep as much close to the vest as they can.
Yeah.
You know, they don't want to have to dig super deep into the playbook if they don't have to. But, I mean, Bleed's good enough right now that you're gonna have to throw a few different looks at him. Munchkin had to buy down to a stinger for this round. Make sure that they can afford to buy for the next round. So, yeah. Still have the op, have a Blade Storm. Retla has another Neural Theft. One away from two ults, though. Munchkin and Lakia, both close to theirs.
Oh, just right outside of it.
And look at that, but they at least are checking for it, right? Oh my god.
Oof, they're checking, but it's not working out. And look at the refrag coming in from Retla here. They did not really realize that it was the double stack between him and Durian. And that's going to be two players of Gen G down.
It's just great counterplay. I mean, they expected potentially that the 0 point was going to be there, and they had a plan for it as soon as that the orb was tapped.
Yeah.
That was when Darion made his move.
Oh, Meteor. What? Oh, Meteor. Whew. Wins the fight against Durian.
That's just outrageous.
And now he gets mid control as well, top mid control even. So they can split up this offense a little bit up until Redla just gets that pick. But look at this. Charon's going to be able to get the push, but he does not know the Crazy Guy's right in front of him. Coming around the corner here. That's the pick for Meteor. Gets 2
out of 5.
So this means that he's going to be able to plant the spike. But
is he?
Oh, that's true. Spike is out here on B main. He has no Cypher Cage.
30 seconds left.
So he can't really cross this, giving himself some cover. And what a nasty flick from Zest. Bleed. Slowly but surely.
This is really good news for Bleed. This has been the side of the map where they've struggled, but they're getting some really good reads.
Yeah.
Some timely operator shots from Darion. Yeah, he's only 6 and 8, but these shots have been really impactful. Ooh. Just again, so good. And then Retla right there to punish. You okay? Why not?
Yeah.
But he's been really good these last couple rounds. That's a great shot from Zest.
Yeah. Zest special for you. Okay, quick little knife on top of elbow here. Spots out 2. Genji gets that quick little bit of information.
So you know they're in that corner. And that's, you know, all the flashes and everything. So now you just got to deal with that operator. You gotta suss out where that is. And you can make this B hit go. So Meteor will be in charge of making mid happen, but Crazy Guy not having any of it.
He got stuck on the wall there too, so he couldn't like strafe around.
Yep.
Oh no, this is gonna be difficult.
Saw the foot.
Yep. Oh. They waited a little bit for the op shot as well. Durian gets caught. Actually, no, that wasn't Durian, that was Crazy Guy. And then Durian protects her here. Very fast, very quick. Rella's been good at
Sure,
these.
why not?
Why not? Not the end of the world just yet. 3 versus 3. Quick little peek out, and Charon just swiftly deals with Retla. Finally, a thorn in their side plucked as Scary comes in. Zest as well. They're backing up into the corner here. Could not get the multi-kill. Zest, he's still got some time to work his magic through B main. He's looking for Munchkin first, as you can see with the positioning. But he doesn't know that when he starts moving in, that's Lakia right in front of him. And he's reaggressing. But how can he quickly deal with such a wide crossfire between the two players of Genji?
Last round before the
3 in a row though for Bleed before Genji was finally able to stop the Bleed. And just a great play off this Hunter's Fury used to keep Darion uncomfortable. Try to swap over to the shorty. Not gonna happen.
Yeah.
Retla's been really good. Zest has been really good today in moments. That time around, just too much for him to do on his own. Hunter's Fury, Blade Storm for Darion to back up the op. Neural Theft for both of our Cyphers. Let's see how this one is gonna go. It's that same knife. Darion, I think, be behind it and gets the early kill onto Texture.
There it is again. Now he's got his blades out. Last round of the half. Meteor is already going for the big flanks. Zest is aware of it as they're backing away. Look at this double swing coming in from mid as well. If Meteor actually just backs away into mid, he's going to get caught, but not needed. Neural Theft comes out, and that's going to mean that the B push from Genji is the one that's the real push. But they're taking so slow into this that Blaze is sending everything. Great cap by Charon, but again, damage by Crazy Guy is just going to be a bit too overwhelming. And Lakia, oh no. Oh my god, he actually got caught by that too, and that's going to be him falling down and Bleed equalizing 7-5.
Yeah. I mean, that was great, honestly. Bleed really putting up a hell of a fight. I'm really starting to understand the way that Genji was working the map. You know, Meteor kept trying to go for those lurks, and they started to be really well dealt with, really well accounted for.
Yeah.
Every time on the point of attack, every time Genji tried to get an execute set up or take a little bit of space, there was congestion for it, and often Bleed was coming out on the better side of it as that half wore on.
Yeah.
Really impressive.
And again, they just can't really deal with how quick the op threat was, or quick and devastating the op threat was from Durian. We talked about it. Sure, it worked on the one round, and then he just shifted up a site, and then they just couldn't deal with it again.
Yeah. Well, let's see the other side of the map looks like. Still no pistol round wins for Bleed just yet. That could change. That could change.
Yeah.
The confidence has to be pretty decent, I think, for Bleed. They're
That's
playing
true.
pretty well.
It doesn't look like they got phased too much by that Ascent map because they're still playing as, I think, as well as what we saw during the first half of Ascent.
Yes.
So that being said, let's see how their ability to convert rounds, or this second half into a round for them, is going to be. Breathless been doing really good, as you were mentioning. 12 kills already for him. Durian, even though he's 7 kills, these are 7 impact frags.
Yes.
So very big to, meaning it's just frags that, or kills that get them much closer to winning rounds.
Exactly. Yeah. That's what's really, really impressive.
Yeah.
Is he was able to, you know, fight through some bad rounds where he was a little bit off. Texture.
He tag anybody though on the exit. Looks like that's going to be a no. Texture still holding an angle here. They're using the recon dart on B main. That's interesting. I mean,
They're expecting somebody behind the box.
Yeah, for sure. So with that in mind, they're not going to have anything on the site anymore, but it might not matter here as well. Look at the damage already.
Oh my
And
God.
Bleed just rampaging on the B site. This is not looking too good for Gen G on the pistol, as only Lakia and Charon will remain. The only one that's really injured is Crazy Guy. No kills from the Gen G players just yet. There's one for Lakia here, sure. But again, it's a bit of a tall order. Big flanks coming in as well from Crazy Guy all the way through mid. As he comes up to top mid. Lakia's not going down. This is pretty big. Charon's also coming in. No way. Zest by himself. He
Crazy
falls
Guy.
down. Okay, so Crazy Guy has to go full control here. There it is. Spots out the first. Charon can start defusing this. Does get tagged first. Twice, actually, as I think the recon dart was on his body. Ooh, could not start defusing that spike.
Oh my goodness.
Pretty sure it was.
I don't know. I
We'll
need
have
to
to
see it
see.
again, yeah.
Yeah. That was too close for comfort.
Yes. Like, there's just no reason you would think, but I mean, these Gen G players are just so ridiculous.
Yeah.
We're able to fight back in really odd situations.
There they are.
Oh, okay, so he just didn't get out of the smoke.
Yep.
Okay. I thought it like stuck on there.
Yeah, right?
It looked like it was, because he was like running away from it.
Get it off, get it off. Well, that's a huge win for Bleed.
Absolutely.
Oh no.
So that's called deja vu karma.
Yep.
You know, Texture did that a lot first half.
Well, at least you can juggle the gun out of there.
That's fair. No pickup on the what is that? Spectre. Yeah. Pretty sure Durian had a rifle and then someone just picked it up. Anyways, not yet done for Bleed here. Look like they're setting things up. Safety fragment on the side just to make sure no one's hiding on the corner there. Counter fragment as well, just to kind of stop them there in their tracks on B main. No pushes just yet from Bleed here.
Yeah, they got to rotate off all of that. That's way too much utility. You've got to assume the texture is still floating around. Good util here from Bleed. Make sure that they don't walk into a trap. They were about to.
Yeah, but look at this. The 5-stack from Bleed is going to go straight to the A site. They see the blade. They hear the footsteps. Karen's getting all that audio information and starting to rampage through on this one. Texture's not going to be able to peek for the moment here. Not able to get the shots for now. What a paranoia, Charon! All the way from downtown. Breathless coming in, but there's just too many angles and a thrifty round for Gen G. Wowza!
Dude.
Whew.
Yeah, it's just insane. Time and time again, they put these rounds together, and it's just that early pick again. It's just kind of like what we saw with Bleed on their defender side. You get that duelist out of the way, and then you just kind of mirror your opponent's movements really nicely. Charon hits, like you said, it's just an outrageous, yeah, that was Texture crediting him. It's an outrageously good paranoia.
Yeah.
And that's just round over. That's all it takes. Oh my.
Yeah, Durian forced to use that tailwind. I think it's a fair trade. Paranoia for a tailwind.
Sure.
Yeah, especially with Durian being such a Yeah, a very strong contender for entry fragging this game.
That was not a fair trade.
Oh no, for sure.
Neither is that.
Okay. See, this is why you don't want him to have the tailwind, because you just don't want that safety.
Okay, well, are we gonna just do the? Oh my God!
Oh no,
they're doing it.
Oh,
they're doing it!
Oh no! It's actually blowing up in their face. They do get the trade though, so that was a 2. So that's gonna be a 2 versus 1 as the round continues. Durion's already low, not able to pick up a weapon here. He may at least give the... No, so Zest is going to be holding the angle with a Bulldog. Durion coming around the corner as well. Lockett's not going to find anybody there for the most part. But he should be aware that they are going to be playing at the back of the site with him peeking out through B main like this.
This has now gotten really tough. He has to win this against Zest. And they pinged it.
Oh no. Yeah. If he gets it. Oh! He didn't even check it. They pinged it too. That is unfortunate. So counter Thrifty by Bleed, and that is going to ruin... Actually, wait. Does that ruin Gen G's economy? Or do they have money because they had Thrifty for Thrifty?
I think they have enough.
Okay.
Oh, man, all of a sudden, the Sheriffs come alive. Oh my God, Rella. Rella is having a great map.
Absolutely. Look at that too.
Yeah, thank you.
I mean, imagine if, right, Lakia gets the pick onto Zest there would have been a very big wall that would have caught the positioning of Durion there, so you had to go around.
Cam, just outside of the vision of the orb. Gonna get the spot after the clear. Oh, Meteor has the one way to protect himself at least. Takes a scrape of damage. Dash in here for Darion. Meteor gets spotted. Gen G though, only 3 players still.
Oh, shots. Oof. Kind of trapped out in the open. Great trades though from Scary, as well as Crazy Guy. Meteor's kind of caught in the back of the site. Still somehow managed to get the pick on the Sova.
I know
and it's Durion alone, waiting for Ren to get here to help him out. There's the pick, and Durion's just able to get the 2 kills needed to win another round and Bleed equalize. 8-8 we go.
Tied it up. I mean, they're doing a great job now of really pushing the tempo and keeping the players of Gen G really uncomfortable. I mean, Retla is just... That's Texture with an op. Takes him right out, expecting him to come on that higher angle. Insane. I mean, they're reading Gen G every step of the way right now.
Absolutely. I'm sure there's going to be like rough edges where they have to push through the B main smoke and whatnot, but this is still solid. As solid can be. Texture, who forced the dash away. That recon dart, very, very worrisome.
Yeah, they were trying to make a play for the orb, I think, to get Texture the Blade Storm. He didn't buy into this round, just the half armor.
Yeah. They read into it too, so that was great for Bleed.
Munchkin's gonna drop him the gun instead. Say, okay, well, we couldn't get it for you, so it's on to you. You can take over. I'll use the classic. Just throw my util. And now mid is smoked off, so Bleed is gonna re-go towards A, and Gen G here expecting a rotation.
There's a dart for Lakia.
All they really know is that nobody's in close to mid. There's a 0 point to check it.
This is 5 players too. Okay, that's Durion coming around the corner, very close. Trying to play as cleanly as they possibly could. Flashes come out, Lockett's gonna get engulfed by the ultimate, and they can't really do too much against that. Caron right on top of the site, trying to get some value, but does fall down. Meteor by himself gets 2 kills. Still somewhat doable if he can. If he can find Crazy Guy, that's going to be big. Crazy Guy finds it first, and that's going to be the round lead for Bleed here. And they're starting to walk away with things.
I mean, they're really dialed in. They're making some good reads on the map. Taking advantage of some of the things that Gen G wants to accomplish here. Denying the orb early is huge. Keeping that Blade Storm out of Texture's hands for this round. Takes one gun, basically, out of the hands of Gen G, and then they swap it over. Munchkin tries to make a flash play off the classic. Doesn't work, so now Gen G has to take a timeout, and rightly so, because you are starting to fall apart a bit.
Yeah.
The only round you've won in this half is an eco.
That's
against
true.
the anti-eco.
The one Thrifty where Texture got that first sheriff shot, but everything after that, I really like this from Bleed here, because I think they're starting to see how, in some aspects, Genji like to go for some of these, I don't want to say greedy plays, but a lot more risky plays where they're starting to just peek out, or rather, I don't know, Bleed's just placing themselves a lot more in the back of the site, so refrags are a better possibility for them. Whatever the choice was or the cause is, the effect, or rather the decision is, or the reason is, the effect is very much seen here, that Bleed's just able to always get that net positive refrag.
Yes, exactly. They're just really playing together as a team really nicely.
Right here.
And, you know, Genji is not kind of playing to their strengths sometimes, where they're over-challenging.
Yeah.
Something they weren't doing early on in this map.
Get out of my way!
Both Blade Storms gonna be in play, but not gonna cross paths just yet. Genji with Sheriffs otherwise. Lakia with a Hunter's Fury. Could get the Neural Theft involved for Meteor, potentially. They're just really giving out space. Oh my god.
Yeah, that Blade's not available anymore, is it? And yeah, the paranoia as Texture kind of just pockets himself. Not gonna happen this time. Charon with the fadeaway headshot does get a refrag. Unfortunately, that's not going to be enough. That's just Crazy Guy and Durian.
Spike planted.
Meteor coming in around the corner here. Scary gets picked off. White Swing as well. Gonna be able to pick the Vandal. And I was about to say it, but Genji's still such a threatening team even through all of this. Swing out. And look at that. The pop shot through the wall. They can't really get it. 2 bullets on Meteor coming around the corner here. Zest feels it. Meteor does not get followed through by Lakia. Zest! Oh my god, the 2K, and now Bleed has an overwhelming lead as they get 2 double digits in the second map.
I mean, they're really playing so good right now. I mean, they have to bail themselves out, but so many teams have crumbled in these situations against Genji throughout the year, where all of a sudden Genji starts hitting some of those Sheriff shots. The discipline a little bit lacking here from Genji. Lakia just a few steps behind Meteor there. Had they swung together, I think that's around Genji.
Yeah. Texture, though, not tagged by the Blade. Let's see how this kind of goes, because he's looking at like 3 other players just dead straight and chasing him down. And he can't, can he escape? He's tagged already as well. Great catch by Durian, spotting out the Munchkin that was holding the back of the site. Now the reposition for Texture. Lots of smoke, so he doesn't really have too much vision. Whiffs the shot, that's going to be rather unfortunate here. Bleed. Jeez. Absolutely perfect for them. Meteor's not missing a beat, does get the pick onto Zest here, but there's still so many players left onto the site. Durian switching up a couple of weapons. They come in through slowly but surely, but here comes Genji. Right around the corner, Crazy Guy by himself, 2 versus 1. 3 versus 1 rather, ring around the Rosie, and Lakia picks up the 3K, and Genji finally gets themselves around.
Well, they're just, this time, playing a lot better, able to kind of weather that early problem where Munchkin tried to bail out Texture. Meteor able to break open that extra angle and mark it, but these smokes are really, really good. They bought Genji some extra time that they needed to get this retake set up, start isolating Bleed players. Really, really nice utilization of that Boba space. That can be really difficult to get out of there. Bleed tried to punish it, but Genji got the better of it.
Yeah. All thanks to Meteor as well. I think he almost single-handedly retook Market by himself. That being said, though, okay, insta-close on the door. Bleed has not yet gone to A for like the past 2 rounds now, so they've been looking pretty much all B all the time.
Charon playing this like it's B and split, just hiding behind the pillar.
Love it. There's dashing for Durian. They do see Munchkin. Meteor actually falls. This is not good. They've lost that market control. There's still 2 players here. Great positioning for Charon. Spots out the 1 onto Zest. The reposition not possible. He's about to get pushed. And Munchkin trying to at least assist him. Not going to work out this time.
Last player standing.
Unfortunately, Lock is just a little bit too late in Texture. He was trying to maybe hope that somebody was going to be at A main, but absolutely not, and that's going to be Bleed already picking up this B side, maybe even the round. Oh, okay.
Even the neural theft. They want to get this operator.
Oh, Durion's chasing for it. He's already there. Texture, though. Oh, okay. Other side, then. You can't fall me. I thought it was like
through the
wall.
Oh, yeah. The X-ray is misleading.
Oh, he whiffs. Durion's not going to miss the shot to go around and start messing with him unless Scary gets that first pick first. It is looking very dangerous right now for Gen.G.
Yeah. I mean, Bleed's just playing really, really well. They're destroying these setups. I mean, that helps when you just read where Meteor's hiding in a smoke. But, I mean, it's just understanding of how Gen.G wants to set themselves up, what their default positionings are going to look like, and punishing them.
There you go.
Time and time again, they've got the early reads on where Gen.G wants to set up, and they've been brutalizing them.
Yeah. And this is difficult as well, because it feels like there's no good positioning anymore for Gen.G, right? Like, that last round we just saw, there was only a tiny bit of an angle where Cowan can really get picks. So if Bleed just don't really readdress that angle and slowly creep up together as a team, exactly what we saw from Gen.G on the first half, they can really just mess with the defense of Gen.G. And we've been seeing that, again, time and time in the second half.
Yeah. No, for sure. I mean, I'm just loving what Bleed's brought to the table. They've really well prepared for this map. Definitely feels like this is something they expected that Gen.G was going to be bringing. And they have done a great job. And it's just these B hits. I mean, time and time again.
Here.
You know, Gen.G just can't find enough of an answer cleanly enough to shut down these early pushes. And they've got a Guardian, a Stinger, a couple other guns. They're going to try to challenge again.
Oh, a change-up from Texture here. This is the first time I think we're seeing Gen.G actually push for B main. And that's going to be the catch-on to Durion.
Where they push that far.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's a micro adjustment that pays huge dividends for Gen.G. Now they're going to swing to the other side of the map. They're reading this pretty well. Lakia's going to have his drone. They're going to try to hide from it cleared, so they don't know about the two players that are towards the door. And Bleed's just going to expect that maybe somebody's trying to challenge that angle. I mean, so many times Gen.G has tried and failed.
Yeah.
At top mid.
So they're kind of just mixing things up, seeing what's going to be working here. I think as well as just to kind of see if there was a recon, or not a recon, but a Cypher trap. Texture. There's Redla. Lurking as the Cypher that he is. They're about to go for a contact again in the next couple of seconds. Redla, if he can get Texture down right now, this is going to be huge by Bleed. He backs away cleanly. Just gets a bit of a tap here and there.
30 seconds left.
And Locke is setting up for a recon dart, knowing that the push is about to come. Okay, he breaks it. Recon dart comes through. Texture very quick on the readjustment. Tries to charge out, crazy guy, but that's going to fall to the wayside. As Scary, he did use his ultimate there, but Spike's already out in position in 10 seconds. That's just going to be the round for Gen.G. No more time for him to really do anything.
Well, now finally, you know, Gen.G able to deny that B main access early in the round. Work the map a little bit more. Don't give up any of those freebies. You know, make Bleed make that first move after you win that opening pick. And then just shut him down. Texture does a great job playing his life. Lakia right there for the backup. Now Gen.G starting to maybe feel themselves a little bit more. We'll see. Bleed's been doing a great job of bouncing right back after Gen.G's taken around here on this half. So
that's true.
Certainly very doable. You have the no command Hunter's Fury for Lakia. One away from a Hunter's Fury for Crazy Guy. See what they want to do. It's time just a knife and an out for Munchkin. So that should be likely, potentially, the orb going over. Hunter's Fury, though, from Lakia.
No catch. Now that's already the third hit. Interesting thing, though. So after that one-way smoke that we saw from B main, that didn't really dissuade Bleed from rotating out of this one. Great catch from Redla though. Lakia will be able to go for that refrag, and he cannot escape. Crazy Guy, whoa! Meteor, okay. Crazy Guy, great one. Meteor just hula hoops, no. What is it with me in the hula hoops?
High jumping?
The jump rope over the Hunter's Fury. There you go. No information will be garnered here against Meteor, as he does get the pick onto Zest, but still, that is just the...
Player standing.
yeah, I was about to say, that is just him with his null command, so he's still going to come up from this one. Here comes the big flank coming in from Texture. Everyone else looking at his direction. Does have the dash, spots out two, but unfortunately, the teeny tiny cloud burst not going to allow him to escape the mowdown of the two Bleed players.
They're just giving him 1v1s there. And Bleed's just good for it. Even if there was a kill, there's somebody right there to trade. I mean, Relentless has been an absolute nuisance. That opens up the Hunter's Fury. Gen G doesn't have any real follow-up to challenge that orb. They use a Hunter's Fury themselves. They don't get any value out of it.
Yeah.
And that allows the Hunter's Fury to be picked up by Crazy Guy, put it to great use. Relentless having a tremendous map. Darion right behind him, 20 and 16. Now they're going to change it up. Finally, maybe go for faster A-hit. Blades popped by Texture.
This is just such an insane overall map by Bleed. And they cut the noise, though. Ooh. Oh no. Texture. Oh, what a trap by Bleed. They're banking on the fact that he's just a bit too antsy, a bit too overeager to get any kind of advantage. Blows up in his face.
And that's something that they've been doing a great job with. Sometimes on Ascent even as well, but you know, they always have at least a couple players to play off of these aggressive angles. They read every move that Gen G wants to make so well.
Yeah.
And now they're waiting for more, you know, just seeing how impatient Gen G really is.
Lakia is next up on the table here, on the plate rather. Durian coming around the corner right now. Lakia's been spotted already. Somehow manages to pick up the win against Durian. Backs away, but he's down very low. Meteor as well. If there's someone else that pushes on elbow, this is going to be very bad. The swing out from Meteor actually gets quickly punished. Caron around the corner. They spot on the planner, and somehow Lakia and Caron, no value. Munchkin by himself, 3 versus 1. Can he delay? Can he deny? We'll have to see. You'll get a little flash out. Absolutely not. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go to map number 3. Bleed, just stellar in the second half. Durian and the rest, perfect.
I mean, huge smiles, and rightly so. They're taking Gen G to map number 3. They're taking him to Icebox. And who would have thought it happened like this on Gen G's map pick on Sunset? Gen G has been really good. Bleed have their way with them.
This is what we were expecting from Bleed. In any case, Panel, take it away.
Oh boy. Okay, there is a lot to discuss with that map. This was, as Paperthin mentioned, this was Gen G's map pick. This was Sunset. This is a map that they generally perform well in. But Bleed here, able to actually make them back down.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's several aspects to it. Obviously, first we have to mention Retla just having an absolute game, just winning a ton of duels, taking so much space on those lurks. But also, I think we're starting to see Bleed at their best when they have a lot of tape to study from, when they know what to expect. You get the reads, and you're starting to really kind of abuse the timings that Gen G had on some of their utils and then wait for the peaks to come out afterwards.
Yeah, this was just good. I mean, you mentioned Retla, but Darion as well, playing incredible entry for this team. And I mean, we kind of saw, you know, a little bit of the run back happening there from Gen G, looking like, okay, is this going to be an overtime game? Are they going to be able to take the lead? A lot of that was when they were able to get an early punish on Darion. You know, take the tip of the spear right off the end of that one. And then that's where things started to falter a lot for Bleed. But more often than not, he was going in, he was gaining information, he was winning out his duels, coming up with multi-kills throughout these rounds. It was a gorgeous performance from pretty much everybody on the side of Bleed, because, I mean, Zest as well, having some really solid moments. Crazy Guy getting value off those Hunter's Furies. This was just a really good team effort from the side of Bleed, and Gen G were making constant mistakes throughout this one. We saw, I mean, the cast was talking about it, the antsiness of the players there, and that last round, Texture just not hearing anything, not seeing anything, opting to go for this just dry peek in towards that B elbow and just getting punished consistently. That was happening time and time again.
Yeah, and this is something that Gen G used to rely on a lot, quite frankly, throughout the whole year, right? They're known to just play very heavy 4-1 defaults, especially on the defensive side. Once you go through the util timings, they'll try to make sure that they can save the util by going out for peaks because they're very, very talented, and they usually win their 1v1s. The problem is that Bleed was almost never giving them 1v1s. It was always 2 or 3 people waiting for that initial peak to come out from either side of the map.
Yeah, and I love that you brought up Darion because I like this kind of like Mexican standoff between him and Texture, but you know, after a lot of time, you actually saw the confidence come in from Darion. He was really able to just almost shepherd Gen G.
I mean, usually
10 first kills.
Yeah, 10 first kills. I was gonna say usually Mexican standoff is when you have 2 people with guns pointing at each other. Darion had both guns most of the time. He was just absolutely coming out on top. I mean, Texture still, you know, picks up 18 kills, but 19 deaths. This was a far cry from the performance that we just saw over on Ascent.
Yeah, and also, I mean, I think Munchkin not having one of those breakout rounds that you're used to expecting at this point from him, no matter how weak he might or slow he might be in the other rounds, you always expect, okay, when Gen G becomes to start to dig a little deep of a hole, Munchkin's going to have that one big clutch with the Sheriff or the Guardian, and then Gen G's going to rise right back up. We just didn't see that. Bleed just didn't give him the opportunity because they were actually kind of playing Gen G style against Gen G by always having multiple people ready for trades.
Yeah, and you guys brought it up earlier, right? There seemed to be some kind of miscommunication, maybe misinformation as well. Perhaps they weren't as active with their communication because we saw how many mistakes, how many corners were left unchecked, how many, you know, smokes were just left, you know, useless basically for the side of Gen G. So I just feel like for the side of Bleed, they just needed to basically make no mistakes, and once they saw that they were able to push Gen G where they wanted, they took it and ran.
Yeah, I mean, there was a couple of really close rounds where it's like, oh, wow, well, Gen G, they are going to just be that team. They are going to clutch things out, started, you know, that pistol right there that we witnessed, where it's like, oh, like they're actually going to turn this around like a 2v5, but then it barely evades them, and Bleed managed to just go ahead and clinch the round. That was happening time and time again, but all to Bleed's advantage. I mean, Gen G, just an early start in the second half, but then, yeah, moments like that, it just all gets away from them. So it's well done by Bleed to continue to persevere because, I mean, again, this is a team that has already been eliminated from playoffs. What they're playing for right now is, you know, that last championship point, one of the last championship points rather that they could get, but also just you know, putting some confidence in for the fans, for these players, that they can perform. And right now, they are showing that.
And T1, they're also playing for
T1.
T1.
They're playing for T1. T1 is rooting for him right now.
I mean, they're probably ecstatic right now, seeing that there might actually be hope. But something else I've noticed is this is very similar to the form that we saw the core of Bleed play at Ascension last year, where this was the core that shut down Jemkin, made him have a 0-kill game where they just got the absolute reads on the tendencies. Once you just weighed out the util, what do they do next? When do they go for the piece? Where do they go for it? And how do we make sure we have multiple people ready for it?
Yeah, I think that, you know, there were so many rounds wherein, right off the bat, you would say Gen G wins this. You would so many rounds that you mentioned, like 2v5s maybe even 1v3, where you would say, okay, Meteor wins this, or, you know, Lakia will win this, but unfortunately, it didn't go that way this time around. I'm really curious as to what's going on with the team. I'm really curious, aside from Bleed as well, like, you know, how are they feeling now that they managed to get momentum? I actually saw the last time out, Lakia sitting up a little bit straighter, you know, eyes a little bit more active, so you can feel that energy come back.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, one of the things that we were talking about, you know, after that Ascend is that download. You know, getting idea about how the enemy team is going to be playing, and then Munchkin having a really solid read. This time, the download, it contained a virus because this was falling apart for them. You know, we saw so many times very little util use on one side of the map, a full stack from Bleed over by A, and then suddenly everyone shifting towards B. It's only Texture or Karen that are left on that site. And Gen G, they've been known to do heavy rotates, but normally they are really good at assessing where the opponent is actually going to be landing. This time, it was the complete opposite.
And also, normally, the person who's left alone will either get one kill or they'll know to back off and just buy time. But right now, they were getting picked off, right? Texture goes out for information, gets picked off. And I mean, Meteor sometimes as well. So now we're starting to see that, okay, well, even Gen G can bleed, but they've done this before as well, right? It hasn't always been clean 2-0s for this team. That's one of the unique characteristics, is that as dominant as they seem overall in record, their actual match scores aren't always that dominant in their entire journey, so it's far from over.
The thing is, cleanliness is what we were looking for. To be specific, flawlessness is what we were looking for. And going into our guess and gain game, I believe it was a bit confusing confusing at some point because we were asked which team would score more flawless rounds on map 2, and there was a little bit of a round that was confusing, but I believe that nobody won at this point.
Yeah, well, at the end of the day, Genji definitely didn't get it.
Yeah, no. I mean, they were close a couple of times, but then they would just go ahead and into away a couple guns at the very end. But yeah, we didn't get an in-game trigger for a flawless round, so we're all wrong.
That beautiful sign didn't come up,
anyway.
right? So I go over here to bronze, and
we just all go down,
we
and
just all go down.
Astrai
It's okay.
remains smiling.
Yeah.
Back to gold.
Oh, leave him there. He'll have his day. Just.
He's on the desk tomorrow. He'll screw something
To
up.
be fair, I was looking at this and I was thinking, like, wait, why is Astrai the only other one that gets to stay on the board? And then I realized it's because Victoria and Quack are down in
we're over here. They're having a good time.
We haven't gotten paper thin in there yet.
Yeah. To be fair, they look like they're having fun. It does seem like the wooden rank over here, the earthiness of it seems like a very
makes the best of what you
Yeah. Why not, right? But right now, we are going into map number 3, something which I didn't think I would be saying right off the top, but because, of course, as we mentioned, this is a David and Goliath matchup.
Yes.
Yeah. I don't think it's rude or harsh to say that this is completely and utterly unexpected.
Oh, yeah, sure. But also, I mean, David does beat Goliath in that story. So, like, it is a David and Goliath matchup, but it can happen.
They brought the sling today.
They brought out the sling today.
They had that ready. They got the biggest rock that they had.
But how many rocks do they have? That's the big question.
That is
They have stacks waiting in the wings. So
There
he
you go.
probably never left the stage at this point, right? Going into Icebox right now, what are our thoughts on this composition?
Okay, so Bleed's trying to just be as consistent as possible. Keep Darion on that comfort jet that he has so many games on throughout his entire career. And then Zest has now just become that KO. He's become that flash initiator. He was doing real well on Sunset. Curious to see how well he's able to support his team here on Icebox.
I mean, we saw him using Gecko before, here on Icebox, but was going over for the KO. I mean, this is essentially going to be fairly mirrored aside from the Gecko there for Lakia, and Crazy Guy, of course, playing the Sova. A little bit of a Jesse Bash in him where he's very much likes to lean into the Archer pick. But I think these are very straight up comps, and this is going to come down to just who has a solid read and who can hit their shots.
Exactly. It's looking like it's a comfort zone for both of these teams, so let's pass it on over to our casters to see who closes out this series.
Panel's right. They did not expect, we all did not expect how that turnout from map 2 is, but that's Valorant for you. That is Bleed. Honestly, I gotta say as well, this feels like the Bleed that, we've seen dominate during Ascension. Feels like a holler back to that. Sure, Zest wasn't there. Now he is, but still.
What shows you with what time and prep, can be done for anybody.
Absolutely.
And this map has been a pain point for Genji. They haven't been great on it, to be completely frank. It's been difficult for them. Now the quality of competition has been high. Darion already out here towards Belt. Meteor gone.
That recon dart just put as a ruse, a ploy, a fake. The dash still continues here from Genji. Quick little catch onto Crazy Guy. Texture still not out of it just yet. Lakia gets the refrag. And this is a lot faster from Genji than we've ever seen after losing Meteor so quickly. Here comes Scary as well as Retlo.
Last player standing.
Now it's just down to Scary himself. Can't really find the first pick onto Munchkin. Solid quick start for Genji, even though they did lose Meteor at the start of the round.
Genji continues to be very good on pistols throughout this year. And they got the opener, and then Genji just floods them. Just coming from every angle, just shutting them down.
Yeah.
Gunning them down. That's when Genji's at their best. They're working as a unit, playing together. But again, going back to Genji's performance on this map this year, they beat 100 Thieves at Masters. They beat T1, and then they lost to Paper X twice. They lost to Heretics. They lost to Leviathan. They lost to Sentinels. I mean, okay, well, that's a good start for Lakia, but this map has been difficult. I mean, they're making it look good now.
Well, it is still, it is still just round 2, so there's really no weapons available here for Bleed. It looks like they just want to start getting a quick start on those lurks, an early start on those lurks. But as you mentioned, Genji is just waiting around these corners, just looking for those picks.
And look at what they've done. Look what Genji has done.
Enemy remaining.
They bought a Ghost and 2 Sheriffs, a Vandal and a Guardian. So this bonus
Spike
is going to look very, very interesting.
That's true. They can always go for quick rifles coming into the next one. So I think we've seen this a few times already. Sometimes they would go just for, you know, full bulldogs, maybe even the Spectres, right? But this means that they want to go, yeah, head first into these sites with a lot of firepower.
Yeah. Well, I mean, this is just a ton of confidence being shown that, you know, what happened on Sunset, they can put behind them. They can come through, save a little bit of cash, come through with some big buys, a lot of money in the bank.
True. And what's good about this one as well is, even if they do lose, let's say this round, the bonus, they'll still have money for a rifle coming into the next.
Exactly. We've already got a Thrash for Lakia. There's clear tons of space. You know no one's back yellow because of that knife.
Look at how close Durion is. They might not know about this. Smoke goes down. Durion actually falls. And this proactive, hyperactive style for Bleed actually read out by Gen G. They now will be able to plant the spike in. Texas already back at the site, but as the wall's about to fall down, he's not really going to be foolish enough to take that forward position without any kind of refrag potential from his teammates.
Yeah, this is very, very tough. Crazy guy got a glimpse of texture. Heals off. Thrash again. Clear a little bit more space. Retla gets texture, but immediately traded out by Karon.
Oh, Zest!
Spike planted.
That's unfortunate. Wait, they just planted the spike? Oh.
It took a while.
Yeah.
They got there.
I thought they already did. Maybe they... Okay, that was just me.
It felt like with how much space they cleared, they should have, you know? Like
exactly. Thank you. Okay, so it wasn't just me tripping. Okay.
I mean, you were a bit.
Wow. So this is what it has come to, huh?
Look, it's been a long day, okay? You know, we've been casting a lot this weekend.
Fair enough, fair enough.
This is our fourth match in a row. It all starts to blur together a little bit.
All right, so they're just going to exit out. That's only texture lost, but that's still perfectly fine. This is full rifles coming into that next round.
And you put Bleed on a position where they're going to have to, you know, only get sheriffs or whatever.
Yeah, if they want to supplement these rifles, which they might want to, because they don't want to keep giving Gen G any more rounds, and I think any more, as important as it is, any more bank.
Exactly. Scary hasn't even bought anything just yet other than the classic. Well, he hasn't bought that. He's bought his util. Buy a classic, but yeah, so it's just okay, there's the sheriff. Last second.
Okay. Quick throw on the Dizzy there just to see if anybody's pressed up onto B. Meteor now holding on to mid here. But you can see through the x-rays, everybody in the minimap, everyone from Bleed is now scrambling towards that B site. Munchkin's about to go for an execute here with the rest of the team. There it is. They shut down the Dizzy, sure. The question now is, can they stop the spike from getting planted? Yes, they can. The Nanoswarms is perfectly placed. So here we go. Trial number 2. Ooh. Shock Dart on Lakia. Not full damage, though, so he's going to be able to back away from this one. And in a matter of seconds, he could have his wingman out again. Start planting that spike if he wanted to. So.
Yeah, they're just going to peel out, though. There's way too much contact. Texture going to stick around to try to sell a little bit of something, keep a few players planted and Bleed, and so far it's been working.
Yeah.
But carry on, and Crazy Guy not too far off. Zest going to clear out Texture, and immediately Bleed starts turning their attention a little bit more towards mid and A, but is it going to be fast enough?
30 seconds
Well, it
left.
is. They're already here. Munchkin now on top of the site. Crazy Guy's coming around the corner here. Look at that damage, though. I mean, sure, it's not a kill, but it is going to be big, big damage. Karon does get the refrag. Oh, can Meteor actually get out of this position as we still have a 2 versus 4? Spike gets planted. That wall's right in front of their faces. Nanoswarm to delay things just a little bit, but as long as they don't take down Scary, that wall's going to be up again to help them go for that defuse. One straight kill. There shouldn't be too much. Yeah, there it is. No more fuel, but that's going to be enough for Bleed to jettison themselves into this round. It was a bit rough, but they still get it in the end.
I mean, the fact that Crazy Guy just doesn't get dealt with on those rafters fast enough. Gen G just can't seemingly react to it in time.
Yeah.
Just kills that round. And okay, Darion now has enough to get the op, so that economic advantage you had gotten starting to dwindle for Gen G. That's with a great opener here. And, you know, with 2 players there, trying to deal with the elusive Darion.
Nice!
That opens up Crazy Guy to do some good damage, and they're fired up still. I mean, they lost the bonus, but smiles on Crazy Guy's face.
It also just proves how strong the wall actually is.
I can't use that.
Right, the Viper wall actually. Ooh.
Oh boy.
Darion. Okay, he's shown that he had the operator, but he backs away in time. If someone peeks it and they don't know where his secondary position is, he might actually get screwed. In any case, Texture does get the kill onto Zest here, though. He backs away now. Darion. The plant on the spike's going to be on 2F. Oh, boy. That wall goes down. Oh, no kills! Darion whiffs the shot. That is rather unfortunate. Spike, as well as Lakia, will be able to get planted and save himself. Texture, boosted spot for the moment. Breaks the drone. There it is once again. Possibility on a retake, but this time Genji's got more firepower and more bodies to kind of stop that defuse from happening.
They've already given up.
Okay.
It's over. Genji's gonna get their 4th round. Bleed just doesn't feel comfortable enough. Push through there. They've finally gotten this operator into Darion's hands, and that was so important for them on Sunset. They figure it's better to give Genji the round than throw any more guns into the abyss.
No fair, yeah.
Oh, it makes... I'm totally fine with that. I don't blame him one bit.
Yeah. This is looking a little bit similar to what we saw from... yeah, there it is. I was about to say. Timeouts coming out from Bleed here. Exactly what they need to kind of slow the pace down. Genji, full steam ahead, honestly.
Yes. What I'm gonna look for now for Genji is a little bit of kitchen pressure. I'm looking for somebody to go on a bit of a mission to try to spread the map a little bit more to set up some of these hits, especially if you want to lean B again.
Yeah.
You need to at least keep Bleed honest so they can't overswing. That's been the only thing that cost them around.
I think for me, it's Genji having to respect that if they lose a player or so, they shouldn't really go to a site that doesn't have the Viper wall, or at least if, you know, if Scary's still alive here, or excuse me, the Viper's still alive for Bleed, they don't go to the site where the Viper's still there and they're rotating, and they planted beyond the Viper's toxic screen, because we saw how difficult it is to play the post map where you can't really see what the spike or the spike diffuser is at. So, you know, that's, I think everyone should really respect, especially on Icebox. Icebox is the best map for toxic screens.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's going to be curious to see, you know, with that toxic screen being on A again, how Genji wants to approach this.
Yeah,
but I like this mid push. You can already see it here that Karan and Laki are maybe at least considering, or at least worried about a push themselves.
Oh, Darion. He's got a chance to go for a target here. They are pretty close.
Oh boy.
He could go. Oh, nasty shot, but he kind of bumped into Crazy Guy, and Crazy Guy just held his position. Darion's still here. Wants more blood if he can. Right around the corner. If he peeks out, look at who's just hiding around there, and it's going to be Texture. Backs away. Somehow manages to survive with his life. What a shot from Darion! Headshot mid-air with the blades. Absolutely bonkers shot from Darion here. And he's not done. Quick scope into the cranium of mid-air. Darion, is he back? Yes, he is. The ace from the Shadow Blade. And Genji just got gobsmacked in this round. That is single-handedly.
Oh, absolutely unreal. Absolutely unreal. That's one of the best aces we've seen in this stage.
Replay,
other than
please.
Karan's. Look at that, right as the flash is running out.
Look at this one.
That is...
What in the world?
Oh, that quick scope.
This fourth one's nasty. All right.
Wow.
Darion just like bumped up to the best aces in Pacific of all time. One of the. All right.
That was absolutely outrageous. What a play from him.
All right, take two for Genji. No more blades on Darion though, so.
Yes, now Texture has them.
Maybe Texture can do the same thing.
Potential.
Darion's so close as well. He just has like a default back away, fall back position. Texture now playing at the close corner here, and just not really going to get the pick onto Zest. Needs the help of Charon on that one. That's going to be enough, though, to get the site. Lockdown also used to kind of help out. Scary's already on the flank. Meteor by himself. Redla doesn't know that one is underneath, but they will be able to break that lockdown. It's going to be very important. As Scary and teammate are still here. Munchkin now knows that Meteor is there. He's trapped. They're holding the back of the site perfectly, so the flank has to push through, pull through for Bleed. Looks like that's a no. There it is. Meteor's caught Retla. Lurking, sleeping, lacking. It's all up to Dorian once again, but this time, again, he doesn't have the blades.
Yeah, this is kind of more stock standard for Gen G. Just explosive entries. Everybody just well coordinated on these pushes and reading the quick flanks attempted by Bleed very nicely. Able to shut those down. Meteor playing his life so well there below Nest.
Yeah.
Woo! No room to breathe in these rounds.
I wonder if there was a call there for Munchkin to, you know, be the scapegoat. Just make as much noise as possible so that Meteor doesn't get detected up until the very last second. I don't know. It looks like it could be. Yeah. I mean, he obviously, if he can win the fight, great.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure that the goal for Munchkin is just play his life as long as he can.
Yeah.
So that Meteor's position becomes harder and harder to read that he's there, potentially.
Yeah.
Because it starts to go out of your mind, right? Like when you're in the middle of like a long, prolonged battle.
True. And of course, I'd say that in post-plant, you'd want Meteor to be alive longer because
absolutely.
Nanoswarm, 2 Nanoswarms over the 1 fragment.
Yes.
Anyways, oh, here we are. There's a counterplay to this one. Okay, they knew exactly what Durian was playing at with that one.
Yeah, they're getting...
Yeah, dash used already by Durian as well as Texture.
Oh boy.
Oh, he's not done. He's actually chasing for this.
Yeah. I don't know. Are they going to be ready for this?
I don't think so. Nope. Wow. That is very, very S+++ confidence from Durian.
No kidding. I mean, credit to Bleed. They're throwing everything they've got at Gen G. This angle for Scary. So good. Just takes down Texture. Looking for more, but Gen G able to get behind Yellow. Gets a take.
Still. Yeah, he's not done.
Oh my.
He's not done. He actually just ran out of bullets, but I mean, he's already done the damage. That's going to be the catch onto Charon. Spike will get planted, so... Wait. Oh, it got planted after they got the eliminations. Okay. All right. I got confused for a little bit. I thought they were going to confuse. At least they got some money. But what a push from Durian.
I mean, this angle just unaccounted for by Gen G, and Scary makes them pay for it.
Truly.
Things get a little scrappy for Gen G. You know, once something goes the wrong way at the beginning of the round, it seems like Gen G hasn't been able to recover. I mean, granted, it is very, very difficult when you're in a 4v5.
Yeah.
But you're almost so used to Gen G winning those rounds.
This time, though, they do have some accessories to take this site. That Thrash is available once again. You can see that Bleed have kind of adjusted for it, especially with Crazy Guy on top of the site, and everyone else just near the exit point of A. Yeah, no one's home, at least for now. Texture, though, they know that he's gonna... There's a possibility that he'll peek this, but they gotta be careful.
Oh, it's underneath him.
And he stopped the plan. Oh, looks like he did. Yeah.
Got wingman.
All right, that buys them a little bit more time for them to start getting back into the A site.
Welcome
Sure.
to my world.
Microspit's also used on the offense. How much nanoswarms do they have for this one?
Oh man, Zest.
Nothing, nada. Zest is already on the flank. No, he actually wrapped around. Counter pit for pit, sure. As long as he gets closer into the spike itself. This is just so messy! But Meteor comes striking, crashing down into the site. Crazy Guy coming around the corner as well. It's even trades all throughout, but still, no one's defusing the spike on the side of Bleed. They have to start going for it right here and now.
One enemy
Spike's
remaining.
not even halved, and it's crazy, Scary. They're just out and about and can't really figure out what is happening. So confusing it is, but that's still going to be Gen G in the forefront, taking the lead, 3 rounds ahead of Bleed.
I am just loving these rounds because they're so wild.
Truly.
I mean, Scary goes with the counter pit. I'm all about it. But Meteor just finds a great time to swing out, and he's so fast with that Phantom. And they're able to just knock 2 players down inside of the pit.
Yeah.
Give themselves a decent advantage. Darion still has enough to get 1 more op, but it has to be at the cost of a Spectre. Down to a Sheriff for Scary. So that's honestly been fine for Bleed, though. They're able to recover nicely, and he's so out ahead of this again.
Missed time. Oh, wow. Okay. I was about to say there was a mistiming on the turret there, but Durion overstayed his welcome and got scanned and, well, picked off by Gen G. Expensive round, say at the least.
That turret now going to do its job holding the back line. Oh my, that was so close for Lakia. Stuck his head out, almost got it taken off.
Oh, he got hit by the Dizzy. Got Walls giving them a little bit of leeway.
They didn't see him.
He doesn't see him. They could go nuclear here. Unfortunately, Meteor able to get that quick little refrag through the wall. Right on top, Spike will get planted. And Bleed. How many of them do have the rifles? Crazy Guy and Retla. Question is, are they willing to use the lockdown as well for this fight? Whoa. With Crazy Guy getting that pick, it's a possibility here, especially with the wall still active. Munchkin's by himself. Retla now slowly creeping in. There is going to be Meteor still with the lineups. And now the lockdown has been utilized. 2 versus 3. They can't actually start defusing it. That is just difficult. This 2F position where the spike is planted at, hell for Bleed. And look at this, Scary can't even get on top of the site because he has to jump through so many boxes.
I mean, the layers there for Gen G are so good. The fact that Bleed's able to get past the first couple lines of defense, somewhat impressive. But I mean, these plays here, that shot by Lakia as well from the belt.
Yeah.
This one right here, that's the round winner. Saw the spot on the Crazy Guy, could call it out to Meteor. He was quick to react. So okay, Gen G now guaranteeing themselves a positive half. Can they get any more?
Let's see. Looks like they switched up where they actually want to go for that push. It's already here on the B site. Lakia has 2 away from having his Thrash once again. So that is an orb on B and then the plant on the spike, I think. Well, we'll see. In any case, Texture's already pushed up. That lockdown should secure the plant on the spike. And look at how far both him and Lakia are actually placing themselves on. They only saw Texture here, so I'm not sure if they actually saw that he's somewhere there. And he's popping heads, he's popping shots, even backing away onto yellow. What is this tandem between Lakia and Texture? Absolutely brutal.
Player standing.
Zest comes in for the angle, almost, but not gonna be enough. As it's Scary, all on his lonesome. A couple of low targets on Gen G though, so he might make this expensive if he could. And he's starting to do so. One more. Nano Swarm stops him dead in his tracks. He's aware that maybe somebody could just wrap around the corner here. Unfortunately not, and this is going to get devoured by that snake bite.
Toxin screen down.
Now Gen G starting to play a little bit more
Last
that
round in the
kind of classic style. They are kind of doing a great job with these executes, but even better is they're playing to their strengths in these rounds. In this case, you have the range advantage. Take it, you know, use it. Helps that Lakia is clicking heads, obviously. But now you've got the op back. Darion, one more opportunity here as we get close to halftime.
Let's go.
1 round away. Thrash for Lakia. Zest does have the null command, so there's an opportunity here to kind of disrupt Gen G's desired plan with the Thrash.
Yeah. Oof. Ouch.
Oof.
Oh yeah, monster.
Okay, so there it is. But Zest is pretty far.
Yeah.
So they can't really use anything to deter that. But
right there.
That Thrash is out in no man's land, so they're probably just gonna have to abandon it. No second activation here.
Now you got the null command for Munchkin.
Oh, Meteor.
So you can kind of counter this. Oh my god.
They are prepared for it. Oh, are they? Okay, that's going to be 3. Okay, Crazy Guy's going ballistic here with the 3K as Texture is alone. Somewhere on A main. Crazy Guy's looking through B here. He might not actually be able to anticipate. He almost did, though. To be frank, to be candid, but this is a 3 versus 1.
I got the spike.
Texture. Redless about to go for the peek, and he can't really dash out of their line of fire. That is going to be a 4-8 with Bleed taking back the last round of the half.
Yeah. I mean, some good moments for Bleed, but kind of back to normal for Gen G.
Yeah.
Kind of expecting them to sort of have these explosive entries, these crazy rounds where they're all just fragging out of their minds. But, you know, 8-4 these days,
yeah,
this map pretty attacker-sided generally. So I can definitely see a world where Bleed comes back on this. I mean, there's tons of confidence, in my opinion, when I look at Bleed, when I see them on the player cams. They look like they're fine.
Yeah.
They're having fun out there.
Yeah, and I love how that's the demeanor, the composure of the Bleed players, right? Because, again, we saw them a couple of months ago, I think, during Stage 1, and every single map that they kind of played.
I came from the baseball game to watch this, basically. Came here to watch. The girl on her sign. She said she was at the baseball game, and then she came here to watch.
I gotta say as well, all of our viewers have some really good, like, ways to draw fonts, you know, make those symbols.
Oh, yeah.
Artwork.
They're goated.
Yeah. I could never.
It's the A game with the signs. No, I can't draw anything to save my life. Yeah. And my handwriting's garbage to boot.
I feel you.
Like, look at this. Look at this.
I can't show you mine because I haven't written anything. All right. Anyways, this is going to be, we've talked about this, very crucial round for Bleed right now. If they can get that pistol, we know that it's going to be setting up the pace on this second half. I am wondering, though, what is going to be the difference of setups here between the two teams, since Gen G kind of has a somewhat similar comp. Somewhat similar is the word I'm going to point out here.
Sure. Obviously just the Gecko for the Sova.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, the real question is how aggressive is Gen G going to get? They got a lot of potential info.
Oh, he made noise on Rafters too.
Oh boy.
Aye, no damage. Actually, a collat tag. So there's pretty low players right now in Bleed, but that's still 5 versus 3 as the round continues. No plans just yet, as the Nano Swarms do let them position themselves on the A site. And the question is Bleed gonna keep fighting into this one? Because again, there's the rotated players of Gen G now coming into this, and Charon and Lakia just goes in ballistic with the 3K for Lakia.
And it's that toxic screen. It slows them up.
Yep, Nano Swarm as well.
Yep, the Nano Swarms too. They had to wait that out, and that gave just enough time for Gen G to get into position. A great dizzy from Lakia to set up Meteor around that corner.
Look at this as well, right?
Brutal.
Again, that was 5 players in Gen G, but 3 of Bleed, but 3 of them were already half HP.
Yeah.
So you can do the math on why Gen G wanted to play up close and personal and not let them, you know, take the side and play for post plan.
Absolutely. Well, extra up on pipes with a Marshall. Bleed wants none of that. They're gonna maybe take their chances over towards B. Gonna grab the orb, so quickly player shifting over. Charon, Munchkin. Lakia not too far behind. It'd be difficult no matter what. Darion did grab a Marshall. Let's see if we can find some value. Just, some damage done both ways.
Oh, no
Just
stop
over the head. Yeah.
Oh, they do. Is someone actually able to do? As you saw, Zest was running away. The shot through the smoke by
Munchkin.
But Munchkin actually takes him down. Absolutely.
Yep.
Now it spikes out in the open. And I don't think Gen G's going to allow them to pick it up. So I'm assuming once that wall goes up, that's going to be a straight throw on the Dizzy. And everyone from Gen G just, again, collapses onto the fight. Well, they don't even need to do that right now. They're just pushing in. Texture's out for blood as he picks up 3K already with the Marshall. It goes down.
Here.
He's right above you, brother. But not going to be able to spot that out. It's going to be Charon. No kills for Crazy Guy, unfortunately. And Gen G's already on double digits.
Yep. It's very, very clean here from Gen G. Just all it took was the orb tap, and they're just all just beelining it to B.
Yeah.
And, I mean, 3 Guardians, an Op for Texture, and a Marshall for Meteor. This is a scary, scary setup for Gen G.
Yeah.
For an opponent to go against.
One down.
They're very, very good with all these weapons in their individual respects. Like
one enemy remaining.
Meteor with the Marshall is sometimes God tier. Oh my God.
We always talk about the Munchkin Guardian, right? But Meteor, yeah, as you mentioned, Meteor, Marshall. Oh. No Durian moment there for Texture.
I do appreciate that sometimes these players clearly do stuff because they're like, I saw you. I'm going to try that too.
And I'm skilled enough to replicate it.
Yeah.
Caron, though, is going to get exposed. Thankfully enough, they were able to break through. What? He actually just peeks through the curtain, gets the shot, and could have actually gotten the second one. They push through, and Meteor's right there. He's got Operator Junior in his hands, and he still gets the headshot.
I mean, he's just outrageously good with that gun. This is what's so scary about Gen G is they have these like,
specialized weapons.
Yes, in their back pockets that they're all just cracked out of their minds with.
Yes. And it's at different levels of like payment too, right?
Yeah.
Marshall super cheap. Guardian, middle of the pack.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, cheap enough, and then whatever else is there.
Caron's good with sheriffs.
Okay, even cheaper. They don't know that Block is here. Right underneath him. He's gonna find the spike also in hand. Redla just fully blinded and Bleed not able to answer any further. And this is just going again horribly wrong for them.
Yeah, there's your flawless analyst desk.
It's here on the map 3. I know.
And on a bonus round, of all things. They're just so good. But, okay. See if Bleed can punch back. See if Bleed has anything to say about all this. It's going to be sheriffs for them, and to their credit, they've been really good in those situations today. So they could turn this around, no doubt. They're just going to try again on an eco. Go for B. But got texture with the op. Caron's here. Already players sliding over.
Here.
Orb tapped.
No way texture actually
this is bonkers. This is so aggressive.
That's true. Whoa, aggressive and pays out.
Never mind.
All right, Texter's not done yet. He's already going for the cross on mid.
Ooh.
And he whiffs the shot, though, but at least he knows now that the rotation from Bleed is coming. But then Bleed, they go for the double feint. They're coming back to the B site. I think this is a perfect read from Bleed here. Because no one's here on the site anymore except for just, well, Caron.
Yeah. No, they've got this. I mean, they've given themselves the best opportunity they can given the situation.
Yes, absolutely. Munch gets onto the case as well. Onto the site. Blade, I think, exposed both of them. Can't really throw any mollies here, but they haven't planted a spike. They're getting closer and closer into the face of Caron right now. And they're going to go for the challenge, which they will be able to get a pick. And now Gen G is already here. Map point, series point, and playoffs on the horizon.
They're fighting to the end. Typical and pointless.
Yeah, I mean, Gen G now in full cruise control here on map 3.
Poison's gone.
Sunset looked a little bit off for them. And as is tradition, they're just back to normal. And I love that the desk was pointing this out, that Gen G kind of does this in Pacific, where they like throw a map out of nowhere and you're just like, huh. And then they come back and they're just fine, playing great. But regional play is very different. Oh boy, texture. Oh boy, Munchkin.
No one broke the recon dart there, so all this initial setup getting exposed. Null Command's going to be activated. Bleed edging closer and closer. No trades whatsoever from Gen G here. They're all falling down. I mean, I just blinked for a second and 4 players of Gen G done and dusted. It's just... Yes.
Back.
We know you do have the Princess transformation.
Okay, there's another flawless.
On map 3.
Yep.
We're already done with the guessing game.
I just gotta rub it in a little, you know.
Yeah, we're not losing our ranks. Well, I'm not losing my rank.
Well, I haven't even acquired one yet.
You will soon.
But like, this is just great cover. I mean, carry on ready. Everybody holding their angles nicely.
Yeah.
Pushing together as a team. Doing a lot of really nice things there, Bleed. And then reminiscent of what you saw in Gen G's attacker side.
I gotta say, that early initial throw of util from Bleed was, I think, the starter for that.
Yep.
Okay. Third time's the
Okay.
charm, right?
Yeah.
So maybe the next time that Texture does that, he's going to hit the shot.
Will there be a next time, though?
We'll see. There's 7 rounds for Bleed to bring it back to OT. And honestly, I feel like it's starting to look doable here.
Yeah.
Scary's getting these picks. The rest of the team are as well. Charon now repositioning. Try to get around to yellow here, but as you can see, Bleed are just backing away, moving their whole unit back onto the A site.
Darion watching, but is he going to be ready for the tube angle?
Yep. Ooh. Up for up. Lock is right on top of the site here. He's playing a more passive angle if he could. And he somehow manages to survive. Sure, there's going to be fall damage, but he's still going to be able to get on this one. Flash out. Conversion for Munchkin, not able to really get any picks. Now he does. But the blind actually just overwhelms Lakia, and Scary's good for the 4K.
Okay. They're starting to do it. They're starting to, read the map nicely. I like that they backed off.
Yep.
Of B here. Got the pick. You got some contact from Charon. You're like, nah. You're ready for the push through tube. Really have their heads on straight now to Bleed. 4 kills for Scary in that round. And Genji starting to run low on cash. The reserves are running dry.
Texture's still on an operator too.
Yes. Still have enough for that. This will be the last round of that for now.
But they actually move him around too. Hunter's Fury used. Lakia, it's probably going to be Lakia and teammate here. They already spotted out Munchkin. Somehow, Lakia's going to be able to survive. Interesting. Still has a Dizzy as well. Throws it out. No one's there. Does allow Charon to start repositioning into Generator.
Flashbang.
Flashes come through. I think this is the re-aggress of Bleed. Wall still comes up. They push through. That is going to be the pick, the trade. But again, no foothold just yet for Bleed on this A site. They still have the numbers advantage, which is going to be good for them. They are dissuaded ever so slightly because Durian is also out of this one. Now, all 3 remaining Genji players are here. Meteor falls. It's going to be up to Charon, honestly. Unless Texture can really get some shots with the operator here, it's going to be quite difficult for him. He does have the blades. He could try to go for the hero plays if he could. Drop it right down. He sees the one. Repositions maybe? No. He's still holding the angle right on top of Rafters here. Texture making some noise. Can't really spot Redlow right underneath him as he dashes through into his sights.
Yeah, it's just a great run right now for Bleed. Now they're the ones starting to have a great economy going. Not that it makes too much of a difference because you got to win every round, but
yeah,
overall it's just great play. I mean, good trades, good understanding of space. Meteor pokes his head out.
Yeah,
and that's unfortunate in a way for him.
And I like this as well because it just feels like in those past couple of rounds that Bleed have won, they just let Genji, I think, kind of panic is a good way to word it, because you saw Genji was just repositioning ever so slowly. Sure, there's some, mollies that Bleed would throw out, but they didn't actively look for any Genji players. Genji was the one that's actively looking for them.
Yeah. Well, yeah, exactly. And it's like these util, they're starting to hit their moments, and you're starting to really kind of be able to isolate and knock down Genji players where they're not able to play that style that Genji likes to play, where there's always someone there kind of trading, and there's usually 2.
Yeah.
And they're kind of moving in this formation where it's sort of like a recycle symbol.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And it's there's always somebody kind of cycling in to help each other out, but they're able to use their util to cut them apart. Genji tries to set up like a weird crossfire there, right up on the outside of 410 behind their toxic screen, but it just gets isolated and identified by Bleed. And then they're kind of being really good about anticipating when Genji might try to go for peaks, go for aggression, and shutting it down, just like we saw in Sunset. Now Genji, though, big ults. Lockdown, Thrash, no command, only the Viper's Pit for Scary. So what is going to be the play? It's like, yeah, this is exactly what I wanted to see. I'm like, what? Nah.
No, okay, we might have a...
I don't believe it. I refuse.
Oh, there it is. Okay, we're good.
Yeah.
Just a bit of a cliffhanger, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, Munchkin there. I wanted to see what he's going for. Just that deep knife to check Garage. Hits Crazy Guy, so kind of curious that they're not maybe leaning a little bit more towards B. That Sova there. You generally usually have to respect it. Now I see Meteor making his way over, but gonna rely on Texture to shut down this player, and he does it.
Yeah. He heard the setup as well, right? Just to kind of see if anybody's gonna be pushing up. Backs away into yellow. This is not looking too good. Again, even though they do have this swing of momentum, it's still a 7-12. Lakia. Oh no. They're slowly creeping up. They're forgetting that this is how Gen.G still plays. They like to play these close and personal first contact peaks and...
Just checking.
You want to get the second activation, so that's why. Oh, Crazy Guy almost got the punish too while Lakia was trying to pick it up. Unfortunately, no. This wall blockades them, but Karon falls down, so no more Viper activation. Durion's already on the site itself, and oh no! Lakia, he has a shorty.
30 seconds.
Could go far bad! Durion! Thankfully, Meteor's gonna be there, but the damage be done. 2 versus 2. Lockdown activated. That is gonna flush them out, and they have to run away from this one. Sure, Spike's gonna get planted, and Texture's already here. He hits the leg shot. Sees another one. That's damage done already, but Meteor's gonna have to go through all of this, wait for the decay to vanish so he can get that HP back up. He hears the reload from Crazy Guy. And Crazy Guy knows that he's right there, right in front of him. Now, he just has to deal with Scary on top of him, but cannot.
Dude,
ouch!
Scary is starting to take over.
Durion as well.
Yeah, Darion's having some great moments. Scary though, absolutely nasty in these post plants. Darion there just catching Lakia off guard. Somebody, I think Munchkin's supposed to be watching that angle in Lakia's mind. Well, even though there's a detain there.
Oh, last second before I detain, man.
Last hit before the detain. And I mean,
Gen.G's on an eco.
They got the max loss bonus, so they do have money, I feel like, every single round. They won't be able to buy fully every single round, but they will have some weapons every single round.
Right.
Yeah.
But that's tough for Gen.G. You lost a couple big ults to try to get the match win.
You should run.
And now you don't necessarily maybe have a great answer for this. Does he read that the lockdown's below?
Munchkin throws out the fragment here, and it does.
And the mosh.
Yeah, that's great, but I mean, it doesn't still stop the fact that Durion's already at the back of the site, and there's kind of out in no man's land. Great shot from Karon though, but Texture's not going to be able to follow through. Still numbers favoring Bleed here, as the rest of Gen.G just try to edge in closer.
Last player standing.
Karon's now spotted, heard that he dropped. Great shot, but not going to be enough as Bleed. They're 3 rounds away from an overtime, and it is looking possible right now, Paper Thin.
I mean, it felt impossible 5 rounds ago. It looked like Gen.G was just in cruise control, but you know, every time there's no answer for Darion going to the dice. He's just destroying people back there.
Yes.
I mean, granted, this is an eco, so whatever, but you know, once they get past 410, Bleed is just lights out. That's all they really need to do is just scale past that part. The round just goes awry. Texture trying to get aggressive with this op, but the turret's right there. Keep an eye on him.
To break it for him too.
Yep. So they do that, and then they're just going to completely commit to B. Just similar game plan, but Bleed's starting to get a good read on this, understanding that Gen.G is overcommitting to some of these moves.
Poison's off.
Also, have we actually seen a round where Bleed has gone to B and won? At least in the second half?
Not that I remember.
Right? So it's always been A. Sure, they're not going to waste a chance to go for B. There it is. First shot for Texture here on Crazy Guy. Let's start things up. That is pretty good because, again, that's going to be the Sova down. You're only going to be relying on Zest as any information and entry into the site. And he might actually be second to follow. They know that Texture's here on the box too. Was that a missed shot by Durion? Now, that's not going to miss. Perfectly executed. And Redla just follows through. This is just going horribly wrong for Gen.G. Sure, there was the first pick, but the retaliation from Bleed is just brutal. Meteor's around the corner here. Munchkin flashes for himself. Tries to get in closer and closer, but Gen.G's just I don't know, they're just shooting at empties right now, and they're just gonna fall down. Shooting with empties as Durian picks up the 3K, and Bleed themselves get the 10 rounds in.
They're just not getting good reads on the map until it's too late, and then they start funneling in one by one. And it doesn't help that Darion's winning op battles against Texture for Gen G's side. For Bleed, this is great. I mean, and again, Darion gets to that dice position, immovable, so it requires another timeout from Gen G.
Yeah, this is their last as well. Bleed still has one or more of their own. With how close this game is, you can already see Solo just looking a lot more panicked than before. The Gia's just deadly calm right now, talking with the rest of his team. Probably giving them a bit of that pep talk, just, dudes, we're close to this. I mean, I'm pretty sure that's not how he talks, but they've gotten so many of the rounds right now. I'm just lost for words again. This is exactly what was happening on Sunset.
Oh, it's great. I mean, I'm so impressed with Bleed.
Oh yeah, 100%.
This is a tough team to go against, and they really now seem to understand Crazy Guy is working his magic for sure.
Yeah.
Feeling good to have him back, no doubt about it.
Absolutely.
And now you're back on a scuffed bye for Gen G. Bulldog, 2 Guardians, 2 Sheriffs. It'd be the most Gen G thing ever if they won with this bye, but...
Oh, yeah.
But I mean, Bleed hasn't been giving them opportunities, even on these Thrifties.
It is getting a lot more predictable, I think, for Bleed here, how Gen G have been approaching the A main contact, which is always just Texture there.
Yep.
But this time, with their weaker buy, they kind of adjust things.
And they're doing a good job of waiting out Lakia's utility so that the Dizzies aren't as punishing.
Yeah.
They're doing a really good job of baiting out Util and making life very miserable.
There it is, that A main push.
Yep. Just when in doubt. I mean, Gen G just keeps saying, oh, they're eventually going to go B again, right?
Nah, I think they have to start moving right now if they want to at least stop the onslaught here from Bleed. There it is. Great use on utility, though. That's clearing up half of the nanostorms that was already placed by Meteor at the back of the site. If ever did they do go for that push. Now, it is going to get... The plant's going to get adjusted a little bit or delayed just ever so slightly, but it's still going to commence. Fragment used, but a tad bit far from where Zest was, especially now that he planted on top of the site. So this is going to be a 5 versus 5 retake. There still is credible weapons here for Gen G, but with Durian just, again, holding the back of the site, might be good. He does get refragged immediately, no response from Bleed just for now. They are pushing him. Great tags all together. Oh, and Scary actually can't reposition. Good shock dart though. That Wingman's starting to go for the defuse. Comes around the corner. They do stop it. That is going to be that. One more round, and Bleed can get this into overtime.
This is madness, absolute madness. One last buy for Gen G. And there's a Blade Storm along with a Null Command for Bleed to toy around with. Gen G has a Viper's Pit. They're just having their way with them.
7 straight rounds for Bleed. 7 straight. And what looked like, at the start, impossible rounds for Bleed.
No doubt. Just a ridiculous comeback.
Get out of my way.
Yes.
For any team. Any team. But for Bleed.
Against Gen G as well.
Right.
Deploying drone.
I mean, just what insanely good play. They're being so diligent. Yeah, Lakia is on pipes. Shocker of the century.
Right here.
Bolt's going to be out for a couple of seconds more here, as Darion's just actively looking for any kind of contact with that operator. He's so confident right here with this one right now.
Well, now you've conditioned Gen G that surely it has to be A, right? So they're giving up tons of space on the map to overcommit to this defense, trying to keep them at bay in front of 410.
That's true. Spike is still there, though. Ooh, Munchkin.
Can't give up
Time
any
to test the
angles.
fates.
Ooh.
Viper
Viper's Pit.
hit actually used on B, so that's going to gravitate the rest of Bleed here to come back to the A side. Sure, this is going to be 40 seconds, so there's plenty of time to start doing some damage. Catcher's now on a rifle. No more operator here, so that changes things up ever so slightly, but doesn't really phase him too much. But Munchkin is exploding at the back of the side. No! We didn't even see it. He upped the wall. They got shot through it. out of nowhere, Genji swiped the rug underneath Bleed. No overtime, no nothing, series win.
You can see that. Genji is exhausted after that one. Bleed threw everything they had at him. And you got to tip your cap to this Bleed squad. The way they played here against Genji today was incredible.
Absolutely. What a stellar series we've gotten. And I gotta say again, this performance from Bleed, I think, is the Bleed that we all expected when they came in to Pacific. Sure, again, it was a loss, but it was one of the closest games we've seen against Genji.
Yeah, I mean, to push Genji like this, that should give this team a lot of confidence. You know, coming through, these players should feel really good about themselves. And the way that they performed, the coaching staff had them well prepared. They made really good adjustments. Finally, at the end there, Genji realized that, oh, we just need to make sure they can't get past 410, and we should be all right. But
or, you know, put some rifle in Meteor or Dexter's hands.
Yeah.
Anyways, series done. That's it for us, but we'll be passing it on to the panel.
We did know that Genji would take this series. We didn't think it was going to be in this way. I mean, when we woke up today and we saw Genji versus Bleed, we never thought it would be this close.
I mean, listen, I'll be very honest. Coming in today, I was just hoping that Bleed would have some good rounds, right? You know, some, respectable score line. Something like 7 and 8 rounds on each map, and I thought even that would be a pretty positive point for Bleed to just say, hey, we found some stability, but I mean, Darion, my man, one of the most insane aces we've seen this year.
Yeah, this was absolutely astounding. I had stepped away, I went to the restroom, I come back, and immediately you guys are like, did you see the Darion ace?
Did you see it?
I had to scroll back through on YouTube to watch it, and it was just so damn clean, but moment after moment here from Bleed, I mean, good Lord, what a run back from being down 8-4 at the half to nearly challenging their way into an overtime. And if it goes to OT, who the hell knows? What happens from there? They very well could have taken the series. But much to the chagrin of T1, of GE watching this one, it is Genji able to get the win at the very end. But this was Bleed pushing them to the absolute brink.
Yes, I mean, obviously Darion firing on all cylinders, but overall the team just looks so much more decisive. You know, maybe a big part of that is Darion being confident, but also credit to Crazy Guy, right? He returns as that IGL, and he's right back into the swing of things. I would say upgraded from last year. The calls are making the reads they have on Genji's tendencies, and also the adjustments that Genji's going to be making. I mean, round to round, you need all of that to work to have a run back like this here on Icebox.
I mean, how many teams can push Genji to this limit, right? It's everybody sort of sat up just a little bit straighter in those last few rounds because we actually thought there was just that percentage that we were like, they could possibly win this.
I mean, we can count them out very easily. And it's Sentinels at Madrid, it's Heretics, and it's Paper Rex.
Whoa, hold on. And RQ at kickoff.
That's okay. RQ.
Listen.
The Genji RQ.
Why are you saying at kickoff? RQ beat them last day.
Well, no, I know, but I just meant before that. I just want to give Bleed fans hope. Listen, have faith for a year and a half. Next year, Bleed's going to be taking down, the reigning champions maybe, because honestly, pushing a team like this to this end, I mean, it doesn't matter if they were tight. I don't care what excuses there are. It's an incredible feat.
No, that's the thing, right? I agree with you because as we mentioned earlier when we were discussing, the series, this team needs time. And that was like the glimpse of that. Seeing Darion just pop off, seeing the team come together, that was what Bleed, that this roster was really aiming to be at this stage too. Unfortunately, it's just not enough time, but we saw a glimpse of it.
Here's my plea. Keep them all. And just keep going.
This,
I would love to see that, honestly.
Because right now, they are cooking. They are looking good. Darion, I mean, it lives rent-free in my head. That moment of his first game back playing Duelist, where it was a really soft start, and then he finally had a really big pop-off round, gets himself like a 3 or a 4K, I believe, on Ascent, and then he just, in the replay, says, okay, I'm back.
Yeah.
And then went on to just completely dominate for the rest of that map. This guy has certainly found his footing once again as a Duelist player, as that Jet, and I want to see more of that from him in the future. Granted, they still have one more series to play here in the stage, so we'll get to see that. I believe they're playing against T1, and I think that, him versus, Sayo versus Izu, whoever's going to be playing the respective Duelist in that series, that sounds like a damn good matchup.
Yeah, I mean, I think, there's just such a good story here for Bleed is that after all of this, we'll just say it like it is, turmoil that they had to go through, they're now finding the spots that it seems like was meant for them, right? I mean, even Zest being able to pivot to a bit more of a flex initiator role, Darion returning to Duelist, Scary now not having to IGL anymore. It all comes together. And then Retla, I mean, sure, he was just kind of stable and quiet in the beginning, but he has been fragging out when they need him on maps where maybe Darion isn't as free to move around.
Absolutely. This was all the members of Bleed just activated in their prime, right? And what an opponent to do that against. It's Gen G.
Yes, and now obviously Gen G did end up winning this map and this match, so I just want to shout out Munchkin. He was pretty quiet for the entire night, and right when it mattered the most.
He put his foot down.
Yes.
Just to go ahead and close it out. But I mean, obviously, with this win, our top 6 is now secured. Our playoffs path has been settled, but we still don't know which team is going to be where in the standings.
I mean, look at it. They're all pretty much tied up. So a lot of things could shake up here, and we all know it's going to matter a lot to get those first 2 seeds.
I love the just dominant figures as far as like the round differential, and then RQ and Talon's like, we're just happy to be here. They're +4s.
True. It was a bit of a rougher path for some, but hey, there's still chances to shake things up.
I mean, it's been pretty unpredictable this entire season, right? And for these teams, I think it's going to be really interesting to see RQ, Team Secret, and Talon, because you have these teams that were able to actually really, really think about the strategies going into playoffs, right? They had that break compared to the other teams that, maybe didn't have as much time to adjust. So I'm really thinking that these teams are ones to watch out for playoffs.
Yeah, and it's just exciting to have this season where obviously everything's on the line to go to champions, and we still aren't quite sure who's really going to be taking the top seeds, or at least overall like top 3 versus the next 3, because again, I mean, 1 or 2 matches and all of this shuffles up.
Yeah, it really can. So these last few games, there's the teams that have been eliminated, there's still an opportunity to deal some damage.
Yes.
I mean, that Secret versus Gen G series especially, that's going to be a big one that has a lot of implications as far as the playoffs are concerned.
And Talon DRX tomorrow as well. I mean, these are all still going to be very, very meaningful matches. Let's just put it like that.
Yes, definitely. And I feel that also, for a lot of, we always say how like, oh, any team could win this. Oh, we're not sure who's going to be champion. But when you look at the 6 teams right now and you see their performance over the past few weeks, you kind of now it's serious. No, we're really saying right now, we're not exactly sure who's going to be champion for the stage 2.
Yeah, I mean, listen, even in stage 1, we thought we knew who was going to Shanghai, and then we didn't, okay?
Yeah.
So anything could flip on a dime.
We were right about most of it. But
2/3 of it.
Yeah.
The journey, we couldn't predict.
Yeah, I want to just give a quick hindsight shout out to X-Grid, though, because we just learned right before we came out on this segment that he was IGLing in Korean today.
Which is insane. As someone who does jobs in both languages, like, that is not easy.
Oh, it's definitely not easy, but we're going to see how the pros do it. We're going to toss it to Jen, who is on stage for our post-game interview with Texture.
Thank you guys, and I'm now standing here with big baby himself, Genji's Texture. Now congratulations, Texture, on making the playoffs. I knew Genji would have no problem getting there, but Bleed today, they stepped up huge. So first of all, talk to me about how today was for you, going up against Bleed. 오늘 블리드 상대로 어땠나요?
일단 경기력은 그렇게 만족스럽지는 못해가지고 앞으로 더 열심히 잘 준비해야 될 것 같습니다.
I don't think this was our best game, so I think we really need to put in more hours in prepping and cleaning up our game plans. Now, you guys had a short break in week 2. I saw you guys taking a little trip all together, playing scary games. You even got to stream with new skins. So talk to me about your vacation a little bit, because I felt like you guys really needed that break. MT도 가고 공포 게임도 하고 신스킨도 리뷰를 굉장히 많이 하면서 야무지게 좀 휴식 기간을 보냈던 것 같은데 선수들이 워낙 휴식 기간이 필요하기도 했었잖아요. 좀 어떤 식으로 휴식기를 보냈는지 들려주세요.
일단 저희끼리 놀기도 하고 좀 각자 시간을 가질 시간은 사실 크게 없어가지고 그냥 좀 잘 쉬지는 못했던 것 같아요. 좀 몸도 안 좋고 했었어가지고 그래가지고 더 필요합니다.
더 필요하다고요? Well, we didn't have a lot of time to have some personal time alone, but we just did things together, hung out a little bit, but I don't feel like that was enough of a break, especially because most of us, well, some of us weren't feeling that well. So I feel like we need more of those break. Now, while you were away, though, a lot has changed with the patch updates coming in. We see a lot of neons, and week 2 we saw ISO and Clove as well. So what was your assessment as a team on this shift in the meta? 이제 메타 변화도 생기고 있잖아요. 좀 네온이 굉장히 많이 등장하고 있는데 그 달라지고 있는 메타에 대해서는 어떤 얘기가 오가고 있나요?
일단 사실 네온에 대해서는 저희가 크게 평가가 그렇게 좋지는 않아요. 그냥 되게 빠르구나 정도인데 그래가지고 일단 좀 더 지켜봐야 할 것 같습니다.
근데 또 Z로 다들 돌아갈 것 같다. We don't really think highly of this agent for now. We're just thinking, oh, she's super fast. But I think, given the time, everybody's just going to go back to playing the Jet. 그러면 또 텍스처 선수의 네온은 What about Texture Neon? No?
No.
No, okay, no. You heard it from Texture. Now, heading into the playoffs, we have a new map coming into the map pool during the playoffs week, Abyss. What did you make of the new map? 어비스는 어떤 것 같아요?
일단 좀 지켜봐야 할 것 같은데 그냥 좀 싫습니다.
왜 싫어요?
그냥 새로 나오는 맵들은 항상 다 싫어요. 그냥.
We'll have to wait and see what goes on in Abyss, but personally, I don't really like the map. I think, I don't know, I just don't have a great time with new maps when they come into the map pool fresh. Now, that was Texture. I'm gonna have to let him go because he's not feeling very well and the night is very late here. So, congratulations, Texture. Get well soon and thank you for the interview.
Thank you.
And that was Texture, everybody, with the post-match interview. We're going to sign off right here, but we'll be back tomorrow, same time, same place. So see you tomorrow.